There we go. There we go. Everyone listen up. This is a very, very important stream we're doing here today. This is the Streamer Super Ball. This doesn't come every once in a while. This comes maybe once a year, maybe once a lifetime. Who's to say? Who knows? It's a very, very difficult, process to put together. But I made it happen. I made it happen because, the Super Bowl, is that what it's called? The Super Bowl is happening tomorrow, and that's its own thing. That could stay in that corner. We're in our own zone, and in our zone, we care about a very special thing, and that's video games. But also, we care about challenges. We care about putting ourselves to the test, testing ourselves against innumerable odds, against a very powerful opponent, which is, of course, literature. Literature has been there for a long time, and sometimes literature and games, sometimes they can carry, the same topics. They can cover the same stuff, and sometimes it's hard to know, who can go up against who, but we're going to solve that today. But before we do that, of course, I do want to show you something very special, which is, of course, one of my favorite features of today, the food cam. As you can see here with the food cam, we have a very special arrangement here. As you can see, look at all these wonderful hors d'oeuvres we have on our display. We have some bacon cracker wraps, I see. I believe we have ourselves some sort of, dip. Is there some sort of dip happening over there? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. There are some tortilla chips as well. But of course, most importantly, I have some barbecue sandwich sliders, which I'm very, very excited about. This is actually a live feed that we'll be checking in on from time to time. So for folks actually wondering what the hell I am doing here, we'll switch back to webcam big here. All right, so back to webcam big. So what we're doing here is that we have a very, very interesting topic, which is Dante's Inferno, part of the Divine Comedy, made by, of course, titular guy Dante, real guy, was this collection of story, this very long, tale of going through the various aspects of the afterlife. And once upon a time in 2010, a game dev crew, Visceral Games, decided they wanted to tackle such an affair with their own little spin on it. And that was Dante's Inferno, the EA video game. But if we're going to figure out just how we're going to deal with such a threat, how we're going to, figure out which of these two are the superior format, which one's gonna win, games or books? How do you decide that? And I feel the only way you can really do it is if you were to pair the entire Divine Comedy against the video game and try to beat the video game before the story ends, the actual Divine Comedy. If I can't do it, then I guess the game's just not that great. I guess it's just not good enough. But if we could somehow make it, maybe this time the video games win. Who's to say? So just to give you a sense of what the format will look like, let's go over to our Super Ball little feed over here. As you can see, what is this doing here? There we go. So, this is exactly what our screen will be looking like here. As you can see, we have on the bottom corners, we have video games with its very own score, and books with its own scorecard. What I will be doing through the rest of the day is playing the entirety of this video game and going through all these layers of Inferno and figure out just exactly what's going to go down. Figure out what am I going to do. But before we actually get the Super Ball started, it's very important that we, like with all sporting events, it has to start with, the national anthem. I think that's a requirement by a sports law. Some dude, Kevin Football, said once upon a time that, you gotta, if you're in America, you gotta play the American national anthem if you want to, get things rolling. So that's what we gotta do as well. Oh, but I just realized I did not actually do the, I did not get that tweet out that said that I am currently live. So let me go ahead, and do that very, 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 very quickly. And it is happening right now. There we go. Okay. With that being said, think we're ready. I think we have a very special guest who is going to say the national anthem. So why don't we take it away over to the anthem feed and see who this guest of honor will be.
And now, everyone, please take off your hats, get off of your gamer chairs, and please stand for the national anthem, being sung, of course, by today's singer, Gamer Kermit.
Oh shit, I did not know I was gonna be doing this. Okay, oh god, the mic's coming down. Okay, just, Gamer Kermit, just think about, Call of Duty. This'll be quick. Just wait for the music, and we'll get through this. Oh, say, can you see by the dawnly light what so proudly we play Halo, and the twilight's a book whose bright stripes and bright stripes to the herald that's a guy, and the land of the free, and the home of the brave, and the Rocket League. The game is currently free, and there's a flag over there. Oh, say that you got Bruce Banner, that's a Hulk. This is the end of the song. America, yeah. Oh god, is it over? Oh, this is the worst experience of my life. Alright, I'm getting the hell out of here. Yeah, let me get out of here. There we go. Okay.
Wow. Incredible performance. Incredible performance. Excellent. Could not, what a patriot. Who could believe, who could believe what a guy. So you might be thinking, okay, now we're ready to get started, but hold the phone. There's something in the special features. Could it be lore time?
Lore time.
Lore time.
Lore time.
Lore time.
Lore time.
So yes, EA is very kind to let us have Dante's entire biography. So we could have, we finally, I would, one day I would like my life to be categorized like this inside of a video game. So let's go through it. 1265, Dante, born under the sign of Gemini, late May, early June in Florence. 1270 to 75, Dante's mommy died, Bella, RIP. 1274, first sign of Beatrice, who was born in 1266. Death of Alighiero, Dante's father, RIP. 1283, second recorded encounter with Beatrice. 1285, marriage to Gemma Donati, with whom he has 3, perhaps 4 children. 1289, present at the Battle of Camp Paldino as a horse soldier in the Siege of Caprona. 1290, the death of Beatrice, RIP. 1291 to 94, studies in Florence with Dominicans at the Santa Maria Novella and Franciscans at Dante Croce. 1293 to 94, writes La Vita Nuova. 1294, meets Charles Martel, the King of Hungary and heir to the Kingdom of Naples. 1295 to 97, enrolls in the Guild of Physicians and Apothecaries. This allows him to enter Florentine political life, first as a member of the Council of 36, which assists the Capitano de Popolo. Very nice. 1300, Pope Boniface the V111 proclaimed Jubilee Year. I love that X-Men. 1300 May, Florentine Guelphs splinter into black and white factions. So someone loves black and white too. 1300, June 15th, Dante, a white Guelph, elected to the Council of Priors for a term of 2 months. 1301 October, travels to Rome as part of Florentine embassy to Boniface. 1301 November, detained as Charles of Valoris as Boniface's behest enters Florence and allows black Guelphs to overthrow whites and sack the city. 1302, January 27, sentenced to exile for Florence for 2 years and fined 5,000 florins. Oh, sounds like a lot. 1302, March 10th, permanently... Sorry, Quinn, you actually did just miss the national anthem. I'm terribly sorry. But, we could do an encore performance later on in the stream. Don't worry. We'll have an encore probably happen at some point. Right now, we're just going through the lore of Dante before we actually get officially started here. Some Verona Rosario, that's a lot of words. The Lunigiana region, northwest of Lucca, and the Casentino region, north of Zareza. 1303, October 11th, the death of Pope Boniface V III. 1304, July 20th, alliance of exiled white Guelphs and Ghibellines defeated at La Lastra outside Florence. Dante, not present. Don't know why that's there, but okay. But he wrote during that time the De Vigore e la Quinta and Convivo, both left incomplete. F. 1304 to 9, conceives and composes the Inferno, which is what we're going to play in a moment. 1308 to 9, in Lucca, perhaps with his wife and children. 1308 to 12, conceives and composes Purgatorio. 1309, Pope Clement the V moves to papacy from Rome to Avignon. 1310 to 12, Henry VIII, of VII of Luxembourg descends into Italy. Dante accompanies him on visits to several cities. What a nice guy. 1312 to 18, resides in Verona in the household of Congrane della Scala. 1313, death of Henry the VII. 1314, publishes in the Inferno, implores Italian cardinals to return the papacy to Rome. 1315, refuses Florence's offer to allow him to return in exchange for admission of guilt and payment of a reduced fine, publishes Purgatorio and begins Paradiso. 1317, writes the Monarchia. 1318 to 21, and Ravenna as guest of Guido Novella de Polenta. 1319 to 20, exchanges Latin elogues with Giovanni del Virgilio. 1321, completes Paradiso, contracts malaria during return from diplomatic mission to Venice, dies in Ravenna on September 13 or 14. RIP. And with that, that's all we need to know about Dante. We officially know everything we need to know. Don't need to look up anything else. That's it. So, as we're about to get started, I have to load up something very special, which is, of course, our opponent for today. We have, thank you to LibriVox, basically an entire audiobook website in the public domain. So I have almost 12 hours worth. The running time of the entire story here is 12 hours, 23 minutes, and 25 seconds. So, I have to beat that time to be able to say that Video Games wins this match. So what I will need to do is I will need to activate the desktop audio. I will then need to begin. So once I hit play on this section, we begin. So with 3, 2, 1, let's start.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
I'm gonna turn this up.
Recorded by Corey Samuel. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. Translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
We gotta beat this book.
Inferno, Canto 1. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward pathway had been
I do
lost.
hate those hot summers.
Ah me, how hard a thing it is to say what was this forest, savage, rough, and stern, which in the very thought renews the fear. So bitter is it, death is little more. But of the good to treat, which there I found, speak will I of the other things I saw there. I cannot
Ooh,
well
that's a
repeat how there
hardcore
I
look.
entered. So full was I of slumber at the moment in which I had abandoned the true way. But after I had reached a mountain's foot, at that point
Ooh.
where the valley terminated, which had with
Ew.
consternation
Yucky.
pierced my heart, upward I looked, and I beheld its shoulders, vested already with that planet's rays, which leadeth others right by every road.
This guy's a weirdo.
Then was the fear a little quieted.
I
But
like-
in my
I
heart's
liked his
lake
GIF
had endured
outfit.
throughout the night which I had passed so piteously. And even as he who, with distressful breath, forth issued from the sea upon the shore, turns to the water perilous and gazes, so did my soul, that still was fleeing onward, turn itself back to re-behold the pass, which never yet a living person left. After my weary body I had rested, the way resumed I on the
Oh,
desert
okay.
slope, so
Is
that
this
the
me?
firm foot ever was the lower,
Oh, this is my guy.
and lo, almost where the ascent began, a panther, light and swift exceedingly,
I'm
which
just
with a
guessing the
spotted
controls here at
skin
this
was
point.
covered o'er, and never moved she from before my face, nay, rather did impede so much my way, that many times I to return had turned. The time was the beginning of the morning, and up the sun was mounting with those stars, that with him were, what time the love divine, at first in motion set those beauteous things,
This guy sure had nice
so were
upper
to
body
me
strength.
occasion of good hope, the variegated skin of that wild beast, the hour of time, and the delicious season, but not so much, it did not give me fear, a lion's aspect which appeared to me. He seemed as if against me he were coming, with head uplifted, and with ravenous hunger, so that it seemed the air was afraid of him, and a she-wolf, that with all hungerings seemed to be laden in her meagreness,
Alrighty.
and many folk was caused to live forlorn. She brought upon me so much heaviness, with the affright that from her aspect came,
This sure does feel like God
I
of
the hope
War.
relinquished of the height. And as he is who willingly acquires, and the time comes that causes him to lose, who weeps in all his thoughts and is despondent, e'en such made me that beast withouten
No.
peace, which, coming on against me by degrees, thrust me back thither where the sun is silent. While I was
I was hit
rushing
by
downward to the
a big
lowland,
flaming rock.
before mine
I'm
eyes
mildly
did one present
inconvenienced.
himself, who seemed from long continued silence hoarse. When I beheld him in the desert vast,
Oh.
have pity on me, unto him I cried.
Have pity on me!
Whiche'er thou
as I'm
art,
backstabbed.
or shade, or real man. He answered me, not man, man once I was, and both my parents were of Lombardy, and Mantuans by country both of them. Sub Julio was I born, though it was late, and lived at Rome under the good Augustus, during the time of false and lying gods. A poet was I, and I sang that just, son of Anchises, who came forth from Troy. After that, Ilion the superb was burned. But thou, why'st go thou back to
That's
such
metal.
annoyance? Why climb'st thou
I don't
not
think
the
this is
mount
how death
delectable,
works.
which is the source and cause of every joy?
This is not a cause of joy right now.
Art thou that Virgilus, and that fountain which spreads abroad so wide a river of speech?
Ooh.
I made response to him, with bashful forehead. Oh, of the other poets, honour and light avail me the long study and great love that have impelled me to explore thy volume.
Okay, so
Thou art my master, and my author thou. Thou art alone the one from whom I took the beautiful style that has done honour to me. Behold the beast, for which I have
Death
turned
ain't
back.
shit.
Do thou
this seems
protect
so
me
far.
from her, famous sage,
Oh no!
for she doth
Pressing
make my
B!
veins and pulses tremble.
That didn't work.
Thee it behoves to take another road, responded he, when he beheld me weeping. If from this savage place thou wouldst escape, because this
This is
beast,
Call of Duty.
at which thou criest out, suffers not any one to pass her way, but so doth harass him that she destroys him, and has a nature so malign and ruthless, that never doth she glut her greedy will, and after food is hungrier than before. Many the animals with whom she weds, and more they shall be still, until the greyhound comes, who shall make her perish in her pain. He shall not feed on either earth or pelf, but upon
Alright.
wisdom, and on love and virtue. Twixt Feltro and Feltro shall his nation be. Of that low Italy shall he be the
There we
saviour,
go.
on whose account the maid Camilla died. Euryalus, Turnus, Nisus of their wounds. Through every city shall he hunt her down, till he shall have driven her back to hell, there from whence envy first did let her loose. Therefore I
Oh,
think,
no.
and judge it for thy
got
best,
owned
thou
again.
follow me, and I will be
Turns
thy
out hard
guide,
mode is hard.
and lead thee hence through the eternal place,
That's okay.
where thou shalt hear the desperate lamentations, shall see the ancient spirits disconsolate, who cry out each one for the second death. And thou shalt see those who contented are within the fire,
That's right.
because they
You got
hope to
this.
come, whene'er it may be, to the blessed people. To whom, then, if thou wishest to ascend, a soul shall be for that, the nigh more worthy. With her at my departure I will leave thee,
I will leave
because
thee,
that
death.
emperor who reigns above, in that I was rebellious to his law, wills that through me none come into his city. He governs everywhere, and there he reigns. There is his city and his lofty throne. Oh, happy he whom thereto he elects.
I
And
still
I
have not
to
heard
him,
the part where,
Poet,
you know, Dante
I thee
said,
entreat,
your soul is mine.
by that same God whom thou didst never know, that I may escape this woe and worse. Thou wouldst conduct me there, where thou hast said, that I may see the portal of St. Peter, and those thou makest so
That was a
disconsolate.
jump one.
Then he moved on, and I behind him followed. End of Canto 1. Inferno, Canto 2. Day was departing, and the embrowned air released the animals that are on earth from their fatigues, and I, the only one, made myself ready to sustain the war, both of the way
This would make a great
and
audiobook.
likewise of the woe, which memory that errs not shall retrace. O Muses, O high genius, now assist me. O memory, that didst write down what I saw, here thy nobility shall be manifest. And I began. Poet, who guidest me, regard my manhood, if it be sufficient.
Guard my
ere
manhood,
to the
death,
arduous pass
and my
thou dost
weird cross
confide me.
tattoo.
Thou sayest that of Silvius the parent, while yet corruptible, unto the world immortal went, and was there bodily. But if the adversary of all evil was courteous, thinking of the high effect that issue would from him, and who, and what, to men of intellect
We did it
unmeet it
twice.
seems
That's
not.
cheating.
For he was of great Rome, and of her empire, in the imperial heaven as father chosen. The which and what, wishing to speak the truth, was stablished as the holy place, wherein sits the successor of the greatest Peter. Upon this journey, whence thou givest him vaunt, things did he hear, which the occasion were both of his victory and the papal mantle. Thither went afterwards the chosen vessel, to bring back comfort thence unto that faith, which of salvation's way is the beginning.
Well, I guess he wasn't wrong.
But I, why thither come, or who concedes it? I not Aeneas am, I am not Paul,
I guess
Nor
death
I,
is
nor others think me worthy
not
of
a
it.
chump after all.
Therefore, if I resign myself to come, I fear the coming may be ill-advised. Thou art wise, and knowest better than I speak. And as he is, who
I guess they
unwills
expect
what
me to
he
kill
will,
death.
and by
All
new
right.
thoughts doth his intention change, so that from his design he quite withdraws. Such I became, on that dark hillside, because in thinking I consumed the empires, which was so very prompt in the beginning. If I have well thy language understood, replied that she of the magnanimous,
Boink.
thy soul attainted is with cowardice, which many times
I
a man
jumped.
encumbers so,
I should be able
it turns him back from honoured enterprise, as false sight doth the beast when he is shy. That thou mayest free thee from this apprehension, I'll tell thee why I came, and what I heard at the first moment when I grieved for
I
thee.
was kind of hoping it'd be a scripted
Among
loss.
those was I
but I
who
guess
are
not.
in suspense, and a fair, saintly lady called to me. In such wise I besought her to command me. Her eyes were shining brighter than the star,
I guess I gotta
and she
try a
began
little
to
harder.
say, gentle and low, with voice angelical, in her own language, O spirit, courteous of Mantua, of whom the fame still in the world endures, and shall endure,
Come on.
long-lasting as the world. A friend of mine, and not the friend of fortune, upon the desert slope is so impeded upon his way that he is turned through terror, and may, I fear, already be so lost that I too late have risen to his succour. From that which I have heard of him in heaven, bestir thee now, and with thy speech ornate, and with what needful is for his release, assist him so that I may be consoled. Beatrice am I, who do bid thee go. I come from there, where I would fain return. Love moved me, which compelleth me to speak. When I shall be in presence of my Lord, full often will I praise thee unto him. Then paused she,
Hoping I can.
and thereafter I began. O Lady of Virtue, thou alone through whom the human race exceedeth all, contained within the heaven that has the lesser circles. So grateful unto me is thy commandment,
Oh,
to
that
obey
was-
if
couldn't
'twere
block that
already
one.
done
Okay.
were late.
I'm learning.
No farther needst
Just
thou
like I'm
ope
learning
to
all
me thy
about, you
wish.
know.
But
Oh, it's
the
doing that.
cause,
It's
tell
doing
me
that. Don't
why
make
thou
cry
dost
thing
not
where it's
shun
like,
the here
you
descending
know, you can
down into
you
this
can decrease
centre,
the difficulty of
from the
books.
vast place thou burnest to return to. Since thou wouldst fain so inwardly discern,
We're not decreasing difficulty. This is hell.
she answered me.
We're in hell. We
Why, I
don't
am
do
not
anything
afraid to
lower than
enter
hard.
Of those things only should one be afraid,
Sorry, Inferno.
which have the
We're
power
in
of doing
Inferno.
others harm. Of the rest, no, because they are not fearful. God in his mercy such created me, that misery of yours attains me not, nor any flame assails me of this burning. A gentle lady is in heaven, who grieves at this impediment to which I send thee, so that stern judgment there above is broken. In her entreaty,
We're gonna get past
she
this
besought
point.
Lucia,
I swear, we're gonna
and
get
said,
past this.
Thy faithful one now stands in need of thee, and unto thee I recommend him. Lucia, foe of all that cruel is, hastened away, and came unto the place where I was sitting with the ancient Rachel. Beatrice, said she, the true praise of God, why succourest thou not him who loved thee so? For thee he issued from the vulgar herd. Dost thou not hear the pity of his plaint? Dost thou not see the death that combats him, beside that flood where ocean has no bourne?
Come on.
Never were persons in the world so swift to work their weal and to escape their woe, as I, after such
I would say
words
Don't Make
these
Cry
were
would be
uttered,
more fun than
came
this.
hither downward from my
But I
blessed
don't mind
seat,
difficulty.
confiding in thy dignified discourse, which honours thee, and those who've listened to it. After
It
she
is funny
thus
how
had
both
spoken unto
characters
me,
in Don't Make Cry
weeping,
and in
her
this are
shining
Dante.
eyes she turned away, whereby she made me swifter in my coming. And unto thee I came, as she desired, I have delivered thee from that wild beast, which barred the beautiful mountain's short ascent. What is it then?
RT!
Why dost thou delay? Why is such baseness bedded in thy heart?
Oops. There we go.
Daring and hardihood, why hast thou not?
How hast thou not,
Seeing
Death?
3 such ladies benedight, a caring for thee in the court of heaven, and so much good my speech doth promise thee, even as the flowerets, by nocturnal chill, bowed down and closed, when the sun whitens them, uplift themselves all open on their stems. Such I became with my exhausted strength, and such good courage to my heart there coursed, that I began, like an intrepid person. Oh, she
Bye-bye.
compassionate who succoured me, and courteous thou who hast
I guess I
obeyed
killed
so
Death.
soon the words of truth which he
That
addressed
seems
to
wrong.
thee. Thou hast my heart so with desire disposed to the adventure with these words of thine, that to my first intent I have returned. Now go, for one sole will is in us both, thou leader,
He just keeps
and thou
Death's
lord,
scythe.
and master thou. Thus said I to him, and when he had moved, I entered on the deep and savage way.
There's some nice water effects
End
there.
of Canto 2.
I'm guessing this is a CGI cutscene.
Inferno, Canto 3.
Yeah, this is CGI.
Through me the way is to the city dolent. Through me the way is to eternal dole.
To Eternal
Through
Dole.
me the way among the people lost. Justice incited my sublime Creator, created me divine omnipotence, the highest wisdom, and the primal love. Before
oh
me there were no created things,
no. Damn.
only etern, and I eternal last.
I, an eternal
All
loss.
hope abandon,
And
ye
I,
who
an
enter
I
in.
loss for sure.
These words in sombre colour I beheld written upon the summit of a gate, whence their sense is, Master, hard to me, and he to me, as one experienced.
Oh!
Here all suspicion
Boob
needs
alert!
must be
Boob
abandoned,
alert!
all cowardice must needs be here extinct. We to the place have come, where I have told thee, thou shalt behold the people dolorous, who have forgone the
Don't
good
look!
of
Don't,
intellect.
kids! Kids, don't look!
And after he had
Don't look,
laid his
kids.
hand on mine, with joyful mien, whence I was comforted, he led me in among the secret things. There, sighs, complaints, and ululations loud resounded through the air without a star,
We can't.
whence I,
Oh!
at the
No, 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 no.
wept thereat. Languages diverse, horrible dialects, accents of anger, words of agony, and voices high and hoarse, with sound of hands,
Beatrice, no!
made up a tumult that goes whirling on, forever in that air, forever black,
Oh,
even as the
no.
sand doth when the whirlwind breathes. And I, who had my head with horror bound, said, Master, what is this which now I hear? What folk is this, which seems by pain so vanquished? And he to me, this miserable mode maintain the melancholy souls of those who
And
lived
take
without
their souls,
an
just like
infamy or
in this
praise.
game.
Commingled are they with that caitiff choir of angels who have not rebellious been, nor faithful were to God, but were for self. The heavens expelled them, not to be less fair,
Come on.
nor them the nethermore abyss receives, for glory none the damned world would have from them.
We're doing good. Alright.
And I, O Master, what so grievous is to these, that maketh them lament so sore? He answered, I will tell thee very briefly.
So just like in the original,
These have no longer
Divine
any
Comedy,
hope
we
of
now
death.
have an upgrade system.
And this blind life of theirs is so debased, they envious are of every other fate. No fame of them the world permits to be. Misericord
Let's see.
and justice both disdain them. Let us not speak of them, but look and pass. And I, who looked again, beheld a banner, which whirling round ran on so rapidly, that of all pores it seemed to me
All the
indignant.
pores of my
And
360
after it there
console
came
body.
so long a train of people, that I ne'er would have believed that ever death so many had undone. When some among them I had recognized,
That's
I looked,
art, so it's okay.
and I beheld the
Those
shade
boobs
of
are
him
fine.
who made through cowardice the great refusal. Forthwith I comprehended, and was certain that this the sect
Ooh,
was
sippy.
of the caitiff wretches,
Some Mountain Dew.
hateful to God and to his enemies. These miscreants, who never were alive, were naked, and were stung exceedingly by gadflies and by hornets
Oh.
that were there. These did their faces irrigate with blood, which, with their tears commingled, at their feet by the disgusting worms was gathered up.
Let's keep that
And when to
locked
gazing
in.
farther I betook me, people I saw
you know
on
what
a
I
great
can
river's
do?
bank. Whence said I, Master, now vouchsafe
see
to
here.
me,
I'll turn
that I may know who these are, and what law makes them appear so ready to pass over, as I discern athwart the dusky light.
Yes, I
And
do.
he
I
to
have the
me.
boob key, hotkey
These
to the
things
letter
shall all
J
be
for the
known
J-Man.
To thee as soon as we our footsteps stay upon the dismal shore of Acheron. Then, with mine eyes ashamed and downward cast, fearing my words might irksome be to him, from speech refrained I till we reached the river. And lo,
Oh,
towards us coming in a boat, an
no,
old
no,
man,
no.
hoary with the hair of eld, crying, Woe unto ye, ye souls depraved! Hope never more to look upon the heavens. I come to lead you to the other shore, to the eternal shades in heat and frost. And thou, that yonder standest, living soul,
This seems like a
withdraw
nice
thee
guy.
from these people who are dead. But when he saw that I did not withdraw, he said, By other ways, by other ports, thou to the shore shalt come, not here for passage.
Dante's Inferno
a
is
lighter
very
vessel needs
anime.
must carry thee,
Just like the Divine Comedy
and
itself.
unto him the guide. Vex thee not, Charon.
Holy blast.
It is so willed where there is power to do that which is willed, and farther question not. Thereat were quieted the fleecy cheeks of him the ferryman of the livid
Holy
fame,
light, holy light.
who round his eyes had wheels of flame. But all those souls who weary were, and naked, their colour changed, and gnashed their teeth together, as soon as they had heard those cruel words. God they blasphemed, and their progenitors, the human race, the place, the time, the seed of their engendering and of their birth. Thereafter, altogether they drew back, bitterly weeping, to the accursed shore, which waiteth every man who fears not God. Charon the demon, with the eyes of glee, beckoning to them, collects them all together, beats with his oar whoever lags behind. As in the autumn time the leaves fall off, first one and then another, till the branch unto the earth surrenders all its spoils. In similar wise, the evil seed of Adam throw themselves from that margin one by one, at signals, as a bird unto its lure. So they depart, across the dusky wave, and ere
Alright, I gotta
upon the
remember
other
that.
side they land,
Holy light, holy
again
light.
on this side a new troop assembles. My son, the courteous master said to me, all those who perish in the wrath of God here meet together out of every land,
These dudes
and
are
ready are they
perishing.
to pass o'er the river.
What are these?
Because celestial justice spurs them
Bug
on,
demons?
so that their fear is turned into desire. This way there never passes a good soul. And hence, if Charon doth complain of thee, well mayest thou know now what his speech imports. This being finished, all the dusk champagne trembled so violently that of that terror the recollection bathes me still with sweat. The land of tears gave forth a blast of wind, and fulminated a vermilion light, which overmastered me in every sense. And as a man whom sleep hath seized, I fell. End of Canto 3. Inferno, Canto 4. Broke the deep lethargy within my head, a heavy thunder, so that I upstarted, like to a person who by force is wakened. And round about I moved my
Oops.
rested eyes,
I got distracted.
uprisen erect, and steadfastly
I did not think it was actually going
gazed
to drop that
to
quickly.
recognize the place wherein I was. True is it that upon the verge I found me of the abysmal
so
valley
dumb.
dolorous that gathers thunder of infinite ululations. Obscure, profound it was, and nebulous, so that by fixing on its depths my sight, nothing whatever I discerned therein. Let us descend now into the blind world, began the poet.
I'm definitely descending
Pallid
into the
utterly.
blind world right now.
I will be first, and thou shalt second be. And I, who of his colour was aware, said,
Not
How
gonna-
shall I come
not
if
gonna
thou
fuck
art
up this
afraid,
time.
who art wont to be a comfort to my fears? And he to me, the anguish of the people who are below here, in my face depicts that pity for which terror thou hast taken. Let us go on, for the long way impels
There we
us.
go.
Thus he went in, and thus he made me enter the foremost circle that surrounds the abyss.
My God, what have
There,
I done? Said
as
Dante
it seemed to
in the
me
year
from listening,
1300.
were lamentations none, but only sighs that tremble made the everlasting air. And this arose from sorrow, without torment, which the crowds had, that many were and great, of infants and of women
I need a
and
ground
of men.
pound move. That would help
To
me
me
out
the
here.
master good. Thou dost not ask what spirits these, which thou beholdest are? Now will I have thee know, ere thou go farther, that they sinned not,
I got lots
and
of
if
time.
they
You're
merit
right.
had, 'tis not enough,
Right.
because they had not baptism, which is the portal of the faith thou holdest. And if they were before Christianity, in the right manner they adored not God, and among such as these am I myself. For such defects, and not for other guilt, lost are we, and are only so far punished, that without hope we live on in desire.
I gotta kill all of hell's
Great grief
minions.
seized on my heart when this I heard,
Here we go.
because some people of much worthiness I knew, who in that limbo were suspended. Tell me, my master, tell me, thou, my lord, began I.
Tell me
with
thou,
desire
my
of
lord,
being
how my
certain
combo meter is
of that
doing.
faith which overcometh every error. Came any one by his own merit hence, or by another's, who was blessed thereafter? And he, who understood my covert speech, replied, I was a novice in this state, when I saw hither come a mighty one, with sign of victory incoronate. Hence he drew forth the shade of the first parent, and that of his son Abel, and of Noah, of Moses the lawgiver, and the obedient Abraham patriarch, and David king, Israel with his father and his children,
Oh no.
and Rachel, for whose sake he did so much, and others many, and he made them blessed. And thou must know that earlier than these never were any human spirits saved.
My redemption
ceased
bar
not
is
to
full.
advance because he
Activate.
spake.
Okay.
But still were passing onward through the forest. Forest, say I, of thick crowded ghosts. Not very far, as yet our way had gone, this side the summit, when I saw a fire that overcame a hemisphere of darkness.
Hang on, baby.
We were a little distant from it
I
still,
got my redemption bar
but
full.
not so far that I in part discerned not that honourable people held that place. O thou, who honourest every art and science, who may these be, which such great honour have, that from the fashion of the rest it parts them? And he to me, the honourable name that sounds of them above there in thy
come
light,
on.
wins grace in heaven that so advances
I
them.
did. Some of those dodge
In the meantime,
moves.
a voice was heard by me.
I can't blame the
All
game.
honour be to the preeminent poet. His shade
I end up like
returns
Dante if
again
I'm not
that
careful.
was departed. after the voice had ceased and quiet was, 4 mighty shades I saw approaching us. Semblance had they, nor sorrowful, nor glad. To say to me, began my gracious master, him with that falchion in his hand behold, who comes before the 3, even as their
Falchion!
lord. That one is Homer, poet sovereign. He who comes next is Horace, the satirist. The third
So basically,
is
if you're a poet,
and
you
the
go
last is
straight to
Lucan.
limbo. That's my
Because to
understanding.
each of these with me applies the name that solitary voice proclaimed, they do me honour, and in that do well. Thus I beheld
What?
assemble the fair school
I
of
did-
that
you saw
lord
me, I
of the
did the
song
roll.
preeminent, who o'er the others like an eagle soars. When they together had discoursed somewhat, they turned to me with signs of salutation, and on beholding this, my master smiled. And more of honour still, much more they did me, in that
I
they
think I'm
made
rolling
me
into
one
like
of
a
their
wall
own
or
band,
something, and that's why
so
I
that the
get
6th was
hit by the
I,
fire.
midst so much wit. Thus we went on, as far as to the light, things saying 'tis becoming to keep silent, as was the saying of them where I was.
See,
We
I
came
rolled
unto
there
a
and it didn't
noble
let me move
castle's
anywhere.
foot,
There's
7
something up.
times encompassed with lofty walls, defended round by a fair rivulet. This we passed over, even as firm ground. Through portals 7 I entered with these sages. We came into a meadow of fresh verdure. People were there with solemn eyes, and slow, of great authority in their countenance.
I'll just do.
They spake but seldom,
I'll do the straight thing.
and with gentle voices. Thus we withdrew ourselves upon one side, into an opening luminous and lofty, so that they, all of them, were visible. There opposite, upon the
This
green
method's working
enamel,
a lot better.
were pointed out to me the mighty spirits, whom to have seen I feel myself exalted. I saw Electra, with companions many, mongst whom I knew both Hector and Aeneas, Caesar, in armour with gerfalcon eyes. I saw Camilla and Penthesilea on the other side, and saw the King Latinus, who with Lavinia his daughter
Alright.
sat. I saw that Brutus,
saw
who
that
drove
Brutus as
Tarquin
well.
forth, Lucretia, Julia, Marcia, and Cornelia, and saw alone, apart, the Saladin. When I had lifted up my brows a little,
Is that
the
is that where we
master
gotta
I
go?
beheld, of those who know, sit with his philosophic family. All gaze upon him, and all do him honour. There I beheld both Socrates and Plato,
Let's
who
see.
nearer him before the others stand. Democritus, who puts the world on chance. Diogenes, Anaxagoras, and
I don't
Thales,
have enough souls.
Zeno.
Darn.
Empedocles, and Heraclitus. Of qualities I saw the good collector, hight Discorides, and Orpheus saw I, Tully and Livy, and moral Seneca, Euclid, geometrician, and Ptolemy, Galen, Hippocrates, and Avicenna, Averroes, who the great comment made.
Oh.
I cannot all of them portray in full, because so drives me onward the long theme, that many times the word comes short of fact. The sixfold company in 2 divides, another
Which
way
poet
my
is this?
sapient
We've
guide
heard about a
conducts
bunch of
me,
them so far.
forth from the
in the
quiet
story.
to the air that trembles, and to a place I come where
Alright.
nothing shines.
The magic screen.
End of Canto 4. Inferno, Canto 5.
Alright.
Thus I descended out of the first circle, down to the second, that less space begirds, and so much greater dole that goads to wailing. There standeth Minos horribly and snarls, examines the transgressions at the entrance, judges, and sends accordingly as he girds him. I say, that when the spirit evil-born cometh before him, wholly it confesses, and this discriminator of transgressions seeth what place in hell is meet for it, girds himself with his tail as many times as grades he wishes it
Monster
should be
Mash.
thrust down. always before him, many of them stand. They go by turns, each one unto the judgment. They speak, and hear, and then are downward hurled. O thou, that to this dolorous hostelry comest, said Minos to me, when he saw me, leaving the practice of so great an office. Look how thou enterest, and in whom thou trustest. Let not the portal's amplitude deceive thee. And unto him my guide.
Alright, so.
Why criest thou
can't block that.
too? Do not impede his journey fate ordained. It is so willed there, where there is power to do that which is willed, and ask no further question. And now begin the dulcim notes to grow audible unto me. Now I am come there, where much lamentation strikes upon me.
Much lamentation is striking
I
upon
came
me
into a
right now as
place
well.
mute of all light, which bellows as the sea does in a tempest, if by opposing winds 'tis combated. The infernal hurricane that never rests, hurtles the spirits onwards in its repine, whirling them round, and smiting it molests them. When they arrive before the precipice, there are the shrieks, the plaints, and
Shrieks.
the laments.
Those seem pleasant.
There they blaspheme the croissance divine. I understand that unto such a torment the carnal malefactors were condemned, who reason subjugate to appetite.
Ooh.
And as the wings of starlings bear them on, in the cold season,
Alright.
in large band and full, so doth that blast the spirits maledict. It hither, thither, downward, upward, drives them. No hope doth comfort them for evermore, not of repose, but even of lesser pain. And as the cranes go, chanting forth their lays, making in air a long line of themselves, so saw I coming, uttering
Yeah, that's right.
lamentations, shadows
Take
borne
that.
onward by the aforesaid stress. Whereupon said I, Master, who are those people
That's
whom
right,
the
that's
black
what the
air so
Beastmaster's
castigates? The first of those, of whom intelligence thou fain wouldst have, then said he unto me, the Empress was of many languages. To sensual vices she was so abandoned, that lustful she made licit in her law to remove the blame to which she had been led. She is Semiramis, of whom we read that she
Alright, big guy.
succeeded Ninus and was his spouse.
Let's open the door.
She held the
Let
land,
me in.
which now the Sultan rules. The next is she who killed herself for love, and broke faith with the ashes of Sichaeus. Then Cleopatra the voluptuous. Helen I saw, for whom so many ruthless seasons revolved, and saw the great Achilles, who at the last hour combated with love. Paris I saw, Tristan, and more than 1,000 shades did he name and point out with his finger, whom love had separated from our life. After that I had listened to my teacher, naming the dames of eld and cavaliers, pity
Alright, I
prevailed,
think we did it.
and I
We
was nigh
are,
bewildered. And I
in
began,
limbo.
O poet, willingly speak
think
would
we
I to
are
those
in-
two, who go together, and seem upon the wind to be so light.
I think.
And
Oh, wait, this is the
he to
entrance.
me,
We're not quite at the.
Thou'lt mark,
the point
when
giving
they shall
stage
be
yet,
nearer
are
to
we?
us, and then do thou implore them by love which leadeth them, and they will come. Soon as the wind in our direction sways them, my voice uplift I. O ye weary souls, come speak to us, if
You
no one
weary
interdicts
souls,
it.
let me climb on thee.
As turtle doves, called onward by desire, with open and steady wings to the sweet nest, fly through the air by their volition borne. So came they from the band where Dido is, approaching us athwart the air malign, so strong was the affectionate appeal. O living creature, gracious and benignant, who visiting goest through the purple air, us who have stained the world incarnadine. If were the King of the universe our friend,
There.
we would pray unto him to give thee peace, since thou hast pity on our woe perverse. Of what it pleases thee to hear and speak, that will we hear, and we will speak to you, while silent is the wind, as it is now.
Oh, Charon, I know
Sitteth
that
the
guy.
city wherein I was born, upon the seashore where
He's
the
a
Po
character from
descends,
Hades.
to rest in peace with all her retinue.
This is the Wilhelm scream
Love,
there.
that on gentle heart doth swiftly seize to this
And
man,
thus the
for
Wilhelm
person
scream did
beautiful
occur.
that was taken from me, and still the mode offends me. Love, that exempts no one beloved from loving, seized me with pleasure of this man so strongly, that, as thou seest, it doth not yet desert me. Love has conducted us unto one death. Cain awaiteth him who quenched our life. These words were borne along from them to us.
I think once we're
As soon
actually
as I had
in
heard
hell, we can give
those
ourselves
souls
a point
tormented,
here.
I
This
bowed
is
my
still-
face,
I still consider
and so
this
long
tutorial.
held it down
We're not,
until the poet said to me,
we're not out of
"What
this
thinkest?"
yet.
When I made answer, I began. Alas, how many pleasant thoughts, how much desire, conducted these unto the dolorous pass. Then unto them I turned me, and I spake, and I began. Thine agonies, Francesca, sad and compassionate to weeping make me. But tell me, at the
What?
time of those sweet sighs, by what and in what manner love
Who is that
conceded,
without death goes?
that you should know your dubious desires? And she to me, there is no greater sorrow than to be mindful of the happy time in misery, and that thy teacher knows. But if to recognize the earliest root of love in us thou hast so great desire, I will do even as he who weeps and speaks. One day we reading were for our delight of Lancelot, how love did him enthrall. Alone we were, and without any fear. Full many a time our eyes together drew, that reading, and drove the colour from our faces. But one point
What?
only was it that o'ercame us, when as we read of the
Oh,
much
my
longed
ass
for
kicked.
smile, being by such a noble lover kissed, this one, who ne'er
I'm getting
from
my
me shall be
ass double
divided,
kissed for sure.
kissed me upon the mouth all
Kissed me
palpitating.
upon the ass.
Galeotto was the book, and he who wrote it. That day no farther did we read therein. And all the while one spirit uttered this, the other did weep, so that for pity I swooned away, as if I had been dying, and fell,
How did-
even as a dead body falls.
What?
End of Inferno, Canto 1-5.
Oh my goodness! It seems that is the we have to give a point for Books. Books gets a point there. They managed to finish their first section. We got a pause here. We have to give a score. Let's see here. We're doing for football. So they are getting. Let's say they got the field goal. So they have now got 7 points. 7 to my 0. Once we get through this little stage here, though, I bet we'll get our points here. So this requires that. Alright. We'll get there. But that means, of course, let's load up number 2. Book 1 Inferno, Cantos VI through Canto X.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer,
Can't press anything
please
until
visit
they actually start.
LibriVox.org. This reading by Annie Coleman. www.anniecoleman.com.
Okay,
The Divine Comedy
here we go.
by Dante Alighieri. Translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Inferno, Cantos 6 to 10. Inferno, Canto 6. At the return of consciousness that closed before the pity of those two relations which utterly with sadness had confused me, new torments I behold, and new tormented around me, whichsoever way I move and whichsoever way I turn and gaze. In the third circle am I of the rain, eternal, maledict, and cold and heavy. Its law and quality are never new. Huge hail and water somber-hued and snow athwart the tenebrous air pour down amain. Noisome the earth is that receiveth this. Cerberus,
Come on.
monster cruel and uncouth, with his 3 gullets like a dog, is barking over the people that are there submerged. Red eyes he has, an
Die.
unctuous beard, and black, and belly large, and armed with claws his hands. He rends the spirits, flays and quarters them. Howl, the rain maketh them like unto dogs. One side they make a shelter for the other.
I have to
Oft
fight
turn
Cerberus in this
themselves the
game?
wretched reprobates. When Cerberus perceived us, the great worm, his mouths he opened and displayed his tusks. Not a limb had he that was motionless. And my conductor, with his spans extended, took of the earth, and with his fists well filled he threw it into those rapacious gullets, such as that dog is, who by barking
Starting to think
craves, and
there's
quiet
something they want
grows
me to do
soon as
here.
his food he gnaws. For to devour it he but thinks and struggles. The like became those muzzles, filth begrimed of Cerberus, the demon, who so thunders over the souls that they would fain be deaf. We passed across the shadows, which subdues the heavy rainstorm,
What?
and we placed our feet upon their vanity.
Alright, I get
that
it.
person
Alright,
seems.
I get what they want me to do.
They all were lying prone upon the earth,
We're
excepting
gonna
one
keep
who
spawning
sat
those
upright
things
as soon
until
as he
I
beheld us passing
actually
on
go across
before
that
him.
bridge.
O thou that art conducted through this hell, he said to me, recall me if thou canst. Thyself wast made before I was unmade. And I to him, the anguish which thou hast perhaps doth draw thee out of my remembrance, so that it seems not I have ever seen thee. But tell me who thou art that in so doleful a place art put, and in such punishment if some are greater, none is so displeasing. And he to me, thy city, which is full of envy, so that now the sack runs over, held me within it, in the life serene. You citizens were wont to call me Chiaco, for the pernicious sin of gluttony. I, as thou seest, am battered by this rain. And I
am
sad
battered
soul,
by this
am
rain
not
of fire
the
right
only
now,
one.
and knives.
For all these suffer the like penalty
Ticks.
for the like sin. And word no more spake he. I answered him, Chiaco, thy wretchedness weighs on me, so that it to weep invites me. But tell me, if thou knowest, to what shall come the citizens of the divided city, if any there be just, and the occasion tell me why so much discord has assailed it. And he to me, they, after long contention, will come to bloodshed, and the rustic party will drive the other out with much offense.
Come on! What?
Then, afterwards, behoves it this one fall within 3 suns, and rise again the other, by force of him who now is on the coast. High will it hold its forehead a long while, keeping the other under heavy burdens, howe'er it weeps thereat, and is indignant. The just are 2, and are not understood there. Envy and arrogance and avarice are the 3 sparks that have all hearts enkindled. Here ended he his tearful utterance, and I to him, I wish thee still to teach me, and make a gift to me of further speech. Farinata and Teggio once so worthy, Jacopo Rusticucci, Arrigo and Mosca, and others who on good deeds set their thoughts. Say where they are and cause that I may know them, for great desire constraineth me to learn, if heaven doth sweeten them, or
Not
hell
lowering that
in
difficulty.
venom. And he,
We're in hell.
they are among the blacker souls, a different sin downweighs them to the bottom. If thou so far descendest, thou canst see them. But when thou art again in the sweet world, I pray thee to the mind of others bring me. No more I tell thee, and no more I answer.
No more.
Then his straightforward eyes he turned askance, eyed me a little, and then bowed his head. He fell therewith prone like the other, blind. And the guide said to me, He wakes no more. This side the sound of the angelic trumpet, one shall approach the hostile potentate. Each one shall find again his dismal tomb, shall reassume his flesh and his own figure, shall hear what through eternity re-echoes. So we passed onward, o'er the filthy mixture, of shadows and of rain with footsteps slow, touching a little on the future life. Wherefore I said, Master, these torments here, will they increase after the mighty sentence, or lesser be, or will they be as burning? And he to me, Return unto thy science, which wills that as the thing more perfect is,
Come on.
the more it feels of pleasure and of pain.
Here we go.
Albeit that this people maledict to true perfection never can attain, hereafter more than now they look to be. Round in a circle by that road we went, speaking much more, which I do not repeat. We came unto the point where the descent is. There we found Plutus, the great enemy.
I'm finding a lot of great enemies here.
Inferno, Canto 7. Pape Satan, Alepe.
Ape Satan!
Thus Plutus with his clucking voice began, and that benignant sage who all things knew, said to encourage me, Let not thy fear harm thee, for any power that he may have shall not prevent thy going down this crag. Then he turned round unto that bloated lip, and said, Be silent, thou accursed wolf, consume within thyself with thine own rage.
Alright.
Not causeless is his journey to the abyss. Thus it is willed on high, where Michael wrought vengeance upon the proud adultery. Even as the sails inflated by the wind, involved together, fall when snaps the mast, so fell the cruel monster to the earth. Thus we descended into the
this move a
fourth
try.
chasm, gaining
That might help
still
us here.
farther on the dolesome shore, which all the woe of the universe insacts. Justice of God, who heaps up so many new toils and sufferings as I beheld, and why doth our transgression waste us so? As doth the billow there upon Charybdis that breaks itself on that which it encounters, so here the folk must dance their roundelay. Here saw I people, more than elsewhere, many, on one side and the other, with great howls, rolling weights forward by main force of chest. They clashed together, and then at that point,
Alright,
each
here we
one
go.
turned backward, rolling retrograde, crying,
Alrighty.
Why keepest, and why squanderest thou?
Why squanderest?
Thus they returned along the lurid circle, on either hand unto the opposite point, shouting their shameful metre evermore. Then each, when he arrived there, wheeled about, through his half-circle to another joust, and I, who had my heart pierced as it were,
no.
exclaimed,
Not
My
horny,
master,
man.
now declare to me what people these are, and if all were clerks, these shaven crowns upon the left of us. And he to me, All of them were asquint in intellect in the first life,
Oh, there's a
so
counter
much
move I could
that
have
there
gotten
with
there.
measure
Oh, well.
they no spending made. Clearly enough their voices bark it forth, whene'er they reach the 2 points of the circle, where sunders them the opposite effect. Clerks those were who no hairy covering have on the head, and popes and cardinals in whom doth avarice practice its excess. And I, my master, among such as these, I ought forsooth to recognize some few who were infected with these maladies. And he to me, Vain, thought thou, entertainest,
forgive you really
the
hard.
undiscerning life which made them sordid, now makes them unto all discernment dim. Forever shall they come to these two buddings. These from
What?
the sepulchre shall rise again, with the fist
And I
closed,
did all that forgiving.
and these with tresses
Tisk, tisk.
shorn. Ill-giving and ill-keeping the fair world have taken from them, and placed them in this scuffle, whate'er it be. No words adorn I for it. Now canst thou, son, behold the transient farce of goods that are committed unto
Behold this
fortune,
farce, horny
for
man.
which the human race each other buffet. For all the gold that is beneath the moons, or ever has been, of these weary souls, could never make a single one repose. Master, I said to him, now tell me also what is this fortune which thou speakest of, that has the world's goods so within its clutches? And he to me, O creatures imbecile, what ignorance is this which doth beset you? Now will I have thee learn my judgment of her. He whose omniscience everything transcends the heavens created, and gave who should guide them, that every part to every
All right, it's
part
going a
may
little better.
shine. Distributing the light in equal measure, he, in
We're
like
giving
manner
you
to the mundane splendors,
punch.
ordained a general ministress and guide, that she might change at times the empty treasures from race to race, from one blood to another, beyond resistance of all human wisdom. Therefore one people triumphs, and another languishes, in pursuance of her judgment, which hidden is,
Those little
as in the
guys
grass,
can do so
a
much
serpent.
damage.
Your knowledge has no counterstand against her. She makes provision, judges, and pursues her governance, as theirs the other gods. Her permutations have not any truce. Necessity makes her precipitate. So often cometh who his turn obtains. And this is she who is so crucified, even by
I
those
am
who
so
ought to give her
crucified
praise,
by this, for sure.
giving her blame
I
amiss
relate.
and bad repute. But she is blissful, and she hears it not, among the other primal creatures gladsome. She turns her sphere, and blissful she rejoices. Let us descend now unto greater woe. Already sinks each star that was ascending when I set out, and loitering is forbidden. We crossed the circle to the other bank,
Did Master
near to a
Shake write
fount
that
that
line?
boils, and pours itself
Loitering
along
is
a gully that runs
forbidden.
out of it. The water was more somber far than purse, and we, in company with the dusky waves, made entrance downward by a path uncouth. A marsh it makes, which has the name of Styx, this tristful brooklet, when it has descended down to the foot of the malign grey shores. And I, who stood intent upon beholding, saw people
remember
mud
left
besprent in
trigger
that
is blocked.
lagoon, all of them naked and with angry look. They smote
I'm
each
definitely
other
having an
not
angry
alone
look right
with
now.
hands, but
Very
with the
angry look.
head and with the breast and feet, tearing each other piecemeal with their teeth. Said the good master, Son, thou now beholdest the souls of those whom anger overcame, and likewise I would have thee know for certain, beneath the water people are who sigh and make this water bubble at the surface, as the eye tells thee wheresoe'er it turns. Fixed in the mire, they say, we sullen were in the sweet air which by the sun is gladdened, bearing within ourselves the sluggish reek. Now we are sullen in this sable mire. This hymn do they keep gurgling in their throats, for with unbroken words they cannot say it. Thus we went circling round the filthy fen, a great arc twixt the dry bank and the swamp, with eyes turned unto those who gorged the mire,
Yay.
unto the foot of a tower
Yay,
we came
mire!
at last. Inferno, Canto 8. I say, continuing, that long before we to the foot of that high tower had come, our eyes went upward to the summit of it, by reason of two flamelets we saw placed there, and from afar another answer them, so far that hardly could the eye attain it. And to the sea of all discernment turned, I said, What saith this, and what respondeth that other fire? And who are they that made it? And he to me, Across the turbid waves what is expected thou canst now discern, if reek of the morass conceal it not. Cord never shot an arrow from itself that sped away athwart the air so swift as I beheld
there
a
we
very
go.
little boat come o'er the water towards us at that moment, under the
Good
guidance
green
of a
stuff.
single pilot, who shouted, Now art thou arrived, fell soul!
Yeah, fell
Phlegius,
soul.
Phlegius, thou criest out in vain. For this once, said my lord, thou shalt not have us longer than in the passing of the slough. As he who listens to some great deceit that has been done to him and then resents it, such became Phlegius in his gathered wrath. My guide descended down into the
My
boat,
guide
and then he
descended
made me
down.
enter after him,
And he said,
and
"Oof."
only when I entered seemed it laden. Soon as the guide and I were in the boat, the antique prow goes on its way, dividing more of the water than 'tis wont with others. While we were running through the dead canal, uprose in front of me one full of mire, and said, Who art thou that comest here the hour? And I to him, Although I come, I stay not. But who art thou that hast become so squalid? Thou seest that I am one who weeps, he answered. And I to him, With weeping and with wailing, thou spirit
He
maledict,
died, please.
do thou remain.
What?
For thee I know,
I didn't
though
mean
thou
me.
art all defiled. Then stretched he both his hands unto the boat, whereat my wary master thrust him back, saying, Away there with the other dogs.
Away
Thereafter,
me, the
with
other
his
dog.
arms he clasped my neck. He kissed my face, and said, Disdainful soul, blessed be she who bore thee in her bosom. That was an arrogant person in the world.
Bosom.
Goodness is none that decks his memory.
It's a good thing
So
there's no
likewise
boobs in
here
books.
his shade is furious. How many are esteemed great kings up there, who here shall be like unto swine in mire, leaving behind them horrible dispraises. And I, my master, much should I be pleased if I could see him soused into this broth, before we issue forth out of the lake. And he to me, Ere unto thee the shore reveal itself, thou
Oh,
shalt
I
be
can block in
satisfied.
air. Okay. That's
Such a
very good to
desire
know.
'tis meet thou shouldst enjoy. A little
know
after
as I
that I
die.
saw such havoc
Again.
made of him by the people of the mire that still I praise and thank
There's
my
like a
God
harder
for it.
difficulty mode over
They
this.
all were
I don't-
shouting, At Filippo, Argenti!
I'm very glad I did not choose to
And that
play the
exasperate
Inferno hard
spirit
mode. That would've
Florentine turned round upon
embarrassing.
himself with his own
been- We'd
teeth.
still be fighting death right now.
We left him there, and more of him I tell not. But on mine ears there smote a lamentation whence forward I intent unbar mine eyes. And the good master said, Even now, my son, the city draweth near, whose name is Dis, with the grave citizens, with the great throng. And I,
Alright.
its mosques already, master, clearly within there in the valley I discern vermilion, as if issuing from the fire they were. And he to me, The fire eternal that kindles them within makes them look red, as thou beholdest in this nether hell. Then we arrived
This
within
hell,
the moats
alright, this
profound
hell.
that circumvallate that disconsolate city. The walls appeared to me to be of iron. Not without making first a circuit wide, we came unto a place where loud the pilot cried out to us, Debark, here is the entrance. More than 1,000 at the gates I saw, out of the heavens rained down, who angrily were saying, Who is this that without death goes through the kingdom of the people dead? And my sagacious master made a sign of wishing secretly to speak with them. A little then they quelled their great disdain, and said, Come thou alone, and he be gone who has so boldly entered these dominions. Let him return alone by his mad road. Try if he can, for thou shalt here remain, who hast escorted him through such dark regions. Think, reader, if I was discomforted at utterance of the accursed words, for never to return here I believed. Oh, my dear guide, who more than 7 times hast rendered me security, and drawn me from imminent peril that before me stood, do not
Come
desert
on.
me, said I. Thus undone, and if the going farther be denied us, let us retrace our steps together swiftly. And that lord who had led me thitherward said unto me, Fear not, because our passage none can take from us. It by such is given. But here await me in thy
different
weary
sin.
spirit
A
comfort and
different
nourish
sin.
with a better hope, for in this nether world I will not leave thee. So onward goes, and there
So onward
abandons me
goes.
my father sweet.
So onward goes.
And I remain in doubt, for no and yes within my head contend. I could not hear what he proposed to them, but with them there he did not linger long, ere each within in rivalry ran back. They closed the portals, those our adversaries on my lord's breast, who had remained without, and turned to me with footsteps far between. His eyes cast down, his forehead shorn had he of all its boldness, and he said with sighs, Who has denied to me the dolesome houses? And unto me, Thou, because I am angry, fear not, for I will conquer in the trial, whatever for defense within be planned. This arrogance of theirs is nothing new, for once they used it at less secret gate, which finds itself without a fastening still.
Alright, there we go.
Or it didst thou behold the dead inscription, and now this side of it descends the steep, passing across the circles without escort, one by whose means the city shall be opened. Inferno, Canto 9.
Be a good boy!
That hue which cowardice brought out on me beholding my conductor backward turn, sooner repressed within him his new color. He stopped attentive like a man who listens, because the eye could not conduct him far through the black air and through the heavy fog. Still it behoveth us to win the fight, began he. Else, such offered us herself, oh, how I long that someone here arrive.
Alright, let's try
Well,
to
I
capture some
perceived,
sins.
as soon as the beginning he covered up with what came afterward, that
My
they
favorite
were words
version of
quite different
DDR.
from the first. But none the less his saying gave me fear, because I carried out the broken phrase, perhaps to a worse meaning than he had. Into this bottom of the doleful conch, doth any air descend from the first grade, which for its pain has only hope cut off? This question put I, and he answered me, Seldom it comes to pass that one of us maketh the journey upon which I go. True it is, once before I here
Oh, boy.
below was conjured by that pitiless Erichtho, who
Peace
summoned
be
back
with
the
you.
shades unto their bodies. Naked of
I
me
hate,
short while the flesh
I
had
heel
been,
Pontius
before
Pilate?
within that wall
What?
she made me enter to bring a spirit from the circle of Judas. That is the lowest region, and the darkest,
Okay.
and farthest from the heaven which circles all. Well know I the way, therefore be reassured. This fen, which a prodigious stench exhales, encompasses about the city dolent, where now we cannot enter without anger. And more he said, but not in mind I have it, because mine eye had altogether drawn me towards the high tower with the red flaming summit, where in a moment saw I
Eat shit,
a
door.
prison, the three infernal furies, stained with blood, who had the limbs of women and their mien, and with the greenest hydras were begirt. Small serpents and cerastus were their tresses,
Can't trust it.
wherewith
There
their
might be a
horrid
boop
temples
here. We
were
don't know.
entwined. And he, who well the handmaids of the queen of everlasting lamentation knew, said unto me, Behold, the fierce Erinys. This is Megara, on the left-hand side, she who is weeping on the right, Alecto. Tisiphone is between. And then was silent. Each one her breast was rending with her nails, that beat them with their palms, and cried so loud, that I for dread pressed close unto the poet. Medusa come, so we to stone will change him, all shouted looking down. In evil hour avenge we not on Theseus his assault. Turn thyself round, and keep thine eyes close shut, for if the Gorgon appear, and thou shouldst see it, no more returning upward would there be. Thus said the master, and he turned me round himself, and trusted not unto my hands so far as not to blind me with his own. O ye who have undistempered intellects, observe the doctrine that conceals itself beneath the veil of the mysterious verse. And now there came across the turbid waves the clangor of a sound with terror fraught, because of which both of the
I
margins
got too
trembled.
distracted by being cuffed by
Not
a demon.
otherwise it was
that's
than
what
of a
happened.
wind,
I
impetuous
blinked.
on account of adverse heats, that smites the forest, and, without restraint, the branches rends, beats
I didn't
down
realize
and
Dante's
bears
Inferno
away.
was about,
Right
you know,
onward, laden with dust, it
trying to
goes,
get back my
superb,
wife.
and puts
Some
to flight
weird
the wild
fantasy.
beasts and the shepherds. Mine eyes he loosed and said, Direct the nerve of vision now
I gotta
along
remember,
that
I
ancient
have
foam.
a block button.
There yonder
I
where
gotta
that
use
smoke is
block
most
button.
intense. Even as the frogs before the hostile serpent across the water scatter all abroad, until each one is huddled in the earth. More than 1,000 ruined souls I saw, thus fleeing from before one who on foot was passing o'er the Styx with souls unwet. Far off his face he fanned that unctuous air, waving his left hand oft in front of him, and only with that anguish seemed he weary. Well I perceived one sent from heaven was he, and to the master turned, and he made sign that I should quiet stand and bow before him. Ah, how disdainful he appeared to me! He reached the gate, and with a little nod he opened it, for there was no resistance. Oh, banished out of heaven, people despised! Thus he began upon the horrid threshold. Whence is this arrogance within you couched? Wherefore recalcitrate against that will from which the end can never be cut off,
3 of
and
them?
which has many times increased your pain? What helpeth it to butt against your fates? Your Cerberus, if you remember well, for that still bears his chin and gullet peeled. Then he returned along the miry road, and spake no word to us, but had the look of one whom other care constrains and goads, than that of him who in his presence is. And we our feet directed towards the city, after those holy words, all confident.
Alright.
Within we
Block
entered
button,
without
holy
any
button.
contest,
Block button, holy
and
button.
I,
Gotta
whose
remember these.
inclination had to see what the condition such a fortress holds, soon as I was within, cast round mine
The
eye,
things I remember from,
and see
you know,
on every
church.
hand
Block
an
button and the
ample
holy button.
plain, full of distress and torment terrible. Even as at Arles, where stagnant grows the Rhone, even as at Pola, near to the Quarnaro, that shuts in Italy and bathes its borders. The sepulchres
Black button,
made
holy
all
button.
the place uneven. So likewise did they there on every side, saying that there the manner was more bitter. For flames between the sepulchres were scattered, by which they so intensely heated were, that iron more so asks not any art. All of their coverings uplifted were, and from them issued forth such dire laments, soothed seemed they of the wretched and tormented. And I, my master, what are all those people who, having sepulture within those tombs, make themselves audible by doleful sighs? And he to me, here are the heresiarchs, with their disciples of all sects, and much more than thou thinkest, laden are the tombs. Here, like together with its like, is buried, and more and less the monuments are heated. And when he to the right had turned, we passed between the torments and high parapets. Inferno,
die, old
Canto
worm.
10. Now onward goes along a narrow path between the torments and the city wall, my master, and I follow at his back. O power supreme, that through these impious circles turnest
Alright,
me,
you go.
I
Sick
began.
of you.
As
You go to
pleases
heck.
thee speak to me, and my longing satisfy. The people who are lying in these tombs, might they be seen? Already are uplifted the covers all, and no one keepeth guard. And he to me, they all will be closed up when, from Jehoshaphat, they shall return here with the bodies they have left above. Their cemetery have upon this side with Epicurus all his followers, who with the body mortal make the soul. But in the question thou dost put to me, within here shalt thou soon be satisfied, and likewise in the wish thou keepest silent. And I, good leader, I but keep concealed from thee my heart, that I may speak the less, nor only now hast thou thereto disposed me. O Tuscan, thou who through the city of fire goest alive,
Come on.
thou speaking modestly, be pleased to stay thy footsteps in this place. Thy mode of speaking maketh thee manifest, a native of that noble
Hate
fatherland,
these little twerps.
to which perhaps I too molestful was. Upon a sudden issued forth this sound, from out of one of the tombs, wherefore I pressed, fearing, a little nearer to my leader. And unto me he said, Turn thee, what dost thou? Behold there, Farinata, who has risen from the waist upwards, wholly shalt thou see him. I had already fixed mine eyes on his, and he uprose, erect with
I'm
breast
not
and
gonna
front,
lower the difficulty
even
setting
as
game.
if hell
I'm
he
never
had
going
in
to.
great despite. And with courageous hands and prompt, my leader thrust me between the sepulchres towards him, exclaiming, Let thy words explicit be. As soon as I was at the foot of the tomb, somewhat he eyed me, and, as if disdainful, then asked of me, Who were thine ancestors? I, who desirous of obeying was, concealed it not, but all revealed to him, whereat he raised his brows a little upward. Then he said, Fiercely adverse have they been to me, and to my fathers in my party, so that too several times I scattered them. If they were banished, they returned on all sides, I answered him, the first time and the second, but yours have not acquired that art aright. Then there uprose upon the sight, uncovered, down to the chin, a shadow at his side. I think that he had risen on his knees. Round me he gazed, as if solicitude he had to see if someone else were with me. But after his suspicion was all spent, weeping, he said to me, If through this blind prison thou goest by loftiness of genius, where is my son, and why is he not with thee? And I to him, I come not of myself. He who is waiting yonder leads me here, whom in disdain perhaps your Guido had. His language and the mode of punishment already unto me had read his name. On that account my answer was so full. Up starting suddenly he cried out, How saidst thou? He had. Is he not still alive? Does not the sweet light strike upon his eyes? When he became aware of some delay, which I before my answer made, supine he fell again, and forth appeared no more. But the other, magnanimous, at whose desire I had remained, did not his aspect change, neither his neck he moved, nor bent his side.
What?
And if, continuing his first discourse, they have that art, he said, not learned aright, that more tormenteth me, than doth this bed. But 50 times shall not rekindled be the countenance of the lady who reigns here, ere thou shalt know how heavy is that art. And as thou wouldst to this sweet world return, say why that people is so pitiless against my race in each one of its laws. Whence I to him, the slaughter and great carnage which have with crimson stained the Arbia, caused such orisons in our temple to be made.
This is not good.
After his head he with a sigh had shaken. There
on,
I was not
come on.
alone, he said, nor surely without a cause had with the others moved. But there I was alone, where every one consented to the laying waste of Florence, he who defended her with open face. Ah, so hereafter may your seed repose, I him entreated. Solve for me that knot which has tangled my conceptions here. It seems that you can see, if I hear rightly, beforehand whatsoever time brings with it, and in the present have another mode. We see, like those who have imperfect sight,
I hate you.
things,
I hate
he
these
said,
horny guys.
that distant
I hate them
are
so
from
much.
us. So much still shines on us the sovereign ruler. When they draw near, or are, is wholly vain our intellect. And if none brings it to us, not anything know we of your human state. Hence thou canst understand that wholly dead will be our knowledge from the moment when the portal of the future shall be closed.
Portal of the future?
Then I, as if compunctious for my fault, said, Now then you will tell that fallen one that still his son is with the living joined. And if just now in answering I was dumb, tell him I did it because I was thinking already of the error you have solved me. And now my master was recalling me, wherefore more eagerly I prayed the spirit that he would tell me who was with
I
him
swear,
there.
why do they add in these
He
little
said,
goons
"With
when the
more
three
than 1,000
big guys
here
all
I
together
lie.
are already enough of a
Within
threat as
here
it
is
is?
the second Frederick, and the cardinal, and of the rest I speak not." Thereon he hid himself, and I towards the ancient poet turned my steps, reflecting upon that saying which seemed hostile to me. He moved along, and afterward, thus going, he said to me, "Why art thou so bewildered?" And I in his inquiry satisfied him. "Let memory preserve what thou hast heard against thyself," that sage commanded me. "And now attend here," and he raised his finger. "When thou shalt be before the radiance, sweet, of her whose beauteous eyes
It's
all
just like
things behold,
one thing after another.
from
Come
her
on.
thou'lt know the journey of thy life." Unto the left hand then he turned his feet, We left the wall and went towards the middle,
They're testing
along
my
a path
patience!
that strikes into a valley,
Testing my patience.
which, even up there, unpleasant, made its stench. End of Section 2 of the Inferno, Cantos 6 through 10. Recorded by Annie
I
Coleman
can't believe it.
in St. Louis,
We
Missouri
have
on October
another
1st,
loss for video
2006.
games. Books so far are dominating. They now have reached 14 points. Of a hard day for books. But I say hard day for books, hard day for video games. But it's okay. What we're gonna have to do is just gonna load up the third one here. Book 1, Inferno, Canto 11 through 15.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Divine Comedy by
Divine
Dante
Comedy.
Alighieri, translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Canto 11 through Canto 15. Inferno, Canto 11. Upon the margin of a lofty bank, which great rocks broken in a circle made, we came upon a still more
These dudes
cruel
take off so
throng.
much health, no wonder I keep dying.
And there, by reason of the horrible excess of stench the deep abyss throws out, we drew ourselves aside behind the cover of a great tomb, whereupon I saw a writing, which said, Pope Anastasius I hold, whom out of the right
Hey
way
there, Doc Dennings.
Plotinus drew. Slow it behoveth our descent to be, so that the sense be first a little used to the sad blast, and then we shall not heed it. The master thus.
I think it's like the
And
fact that you
unto
can
him I
attack
said,
through my
Some compensation
combos is
find,
what's baffling
that
me
the time
still.
pass not idle. And he,
Even though I've played this
Thou
game
seest,
for at
I
least
think
over an
of them.
hour.
My son, upon the inside of these rocks, began he then to say, are 3 small circles, from grade to grade, like those which thou art leaving. They are all full of spirits maledict,
Come on,
but
there we go.
that hereafter sight alone suffice thee. Hear how and wherefore they are in constraint. Of every malice that wins hate in heaven, injury is the end, and all such end either by force or fraud afflicteth others. But because fraud is man's peculiar vice, more it displeases God, and so stand lowest the fraudulent, and greater dole assails them. All the first circle of the violent is, but since force may be used against 3 persons, in 3 rounds
Force against
'tis
3
divided
persons.
and
That's what's
constructed.
happening here.
To
They're
God,
connected.
to ourselves, and
They're
to
connected.
our neighbor can we use force.
It's almost as if it's based
I
on
say,
the same
on
story.
them and on their things, as thou shalt hear with reason manifest. A death by violence and painful wounds are to our neighbor given, and in his substance ruin and arson and injurious levies. Whence homicides, and he who smites unjustly, marauders and freebooters. The first round tormenteth all in companies diverse. Man may lay violent hands upon himself and his own goods, and therefore in the second round must perforce without avail repent whoever of your world deprives himself, who games and dissipates his property, and weepeth there, where he should joking.
Come on.
Violence can be done the deity, in heart denying and blaspheming him, and by disdaining nature and her bounty. And for this reason doth
What?
the smallest round seal with its
I did
signet
R2.
Sodom and Cahors,
RT, rather.
and who, disdaining God, speaks from the heart. Fraud, wherewithal is every conscience stung, a man may practice upon
There we
him
go.
who trusts, and him who
I got
doth
a
no
tiny blip of
confidence
health.
in
What an
burst.
honor.
This latter mode, it would appear, dissevers only the bond of love which nature makes. Wherefore, within the second circle nestle hypocrisy, flattery, and who deals in magic, falsification, theft and simony, panders and
Oh, there's like a
beraters, and the like
stupid,
filth.
quick time thing I'm
By
supposed
the other
to
mode,
press.
forgotten
I just
is
realized
that love
that.
which
Ugh.
nature makes, and what is after added, from
That's
which
why I was
there
like,
is a
how come
special
I'm-
faith engendered. Hence, in the smallest circle, where the point is of the universe upon which dice is seated, whoever betrays forever is consumed. And I, my master, clear enough proceeds thy reasoning, and full well distinguishes this cavern and the people who possess it. But tell me, those within the fat lagoon whom the wind drives and whom the rain doth beat, and who encounter with such bitter tongues, wherefore are they inside of the red city not punished, if God has given
Come on.
them in his
Go down.
wrath? And if he has not, wherefore in such fashion? And unto me he said, why wanders so thine intellect from that which it is wont?
Oh, his
Sooth, thy mind,
I forgot
where
again.
is it elsewhere looking? Hast thou no recollection of those words with which thine ethics thoroughly discusses the dispositions three, that heaven abides not, incontinence, and malice, and insane bestiality, and how incontinence less God offendeth, and less blame attracts? If thou regardest this conclusion well, and to thy mind recallest who they are that up outside are undergoing penance, clearly wilt thou perceive why from these felons they separated are, and why less wroth justice divine doth smite them with its hammer. O sun that healest all
man, I
distempered
pray to
vision,
thee indeed.
thou dost content me so, when thou resolvest that doubting pleases me no less than knowing. Once more a little backward turn thee, said I. There, where thou sayest
Virgil
that
was going
usury
off there for a
offends
moment,
goodness
book.
divine, and disengage the knot. Philosophy, he said, to him who heeds it, noteth not only in one place alone, after which manner nature takes her course from intellect divine, and from its art. And if thy physics
God.
carefully thou notest, after not many pages
I'm not
shalt
even
thou
in
find
limbo yet. I'm
that
only in the
this
gates
your
of
art
Inferno.
as far as possible follows, as the disciple doth the master, so that your art is, as it were, God's grandchild. From these two, if thou bringest to thy mind Genesis at the beginning, it behooves mankind to gain their
There is
life
an idea
and to
here
advance.
to having
And since
you know,
usurer takes
future-
another way,
future challenges
nature
such as this,
herself,
but
and in her
we'll have to
follower
see.
disdains he, for elsewhere he puts his hope. But follow now, as I would fain go on, for quivering are the fishes on the horizon, and the wane wholly over Caris lies, and far beyond there we descend the crag. Inferno, Canto 12.
Canto 12.
The place where to descend the bank we came was
Come on.
alpine, and from what was there,
Go down, goat
of
man.
such a kind that every eye would shun it, such as that ruin is which in the flank smote on this side of Trent the Adige, either by earthquake or by failing stay. For from the mountain's top, from which it moved, unto the plain, the cliff is shattered so, some path 'twould give to him who was above. Even such was the descent of that ravine, and on the border of the broken chasm the infamy of Crete was stretched along, who was conceived in the fictitious cow, and when he us beheld, he bit himself, even as one in
I am
anger
biting myself
wracks within.
too, for sure.
My sage towards him shouted, Peradventure thou think'st that here may be the Duke of Athens, who in the world above brought death to thee? Get thee gone, beast, for this one cometh not instructed by thy sister, but he comes in order to behold your punishments.
Alright.
As is that bull who breaks loose at the moment in which he has received the mortal blow, who cannot walk but staggers here and there. The Minotaur beheld I do the like. And he, the wary, cried, Run to the passage while he wroth, 'tis well thou shouldst descend.
Come on.
Thus down
Alright.
we took our way o'er that
Watch
discharge of
carefully.
stones, which oftentimes did move themselves
Oh, okay.
from the unwanted burden. Thoughtful I went, and he said, Thou art thinking, perhaps, upon this ruin, which is guarded by that brute anger which just now I quenched. Now will I have thee know,
Alright,
The other
alright.
time
Alright,
we
this is the
descended
farthest we've been yet.
well, this precipice had not yet fallen down. But truly, if I well discern, a little before his coming, who the mighty spoil bore off from Dis in the supernal circle, upon all sides the deep and loathsome valley trembled so that I thought the universe
Come
was
on.
thrilled
There we
with
go.
love, by which there are who think the world oft times converted into chaos. And at that moment, this primeval crag, both here and elsewhere, made such overthrow. But
Oh my
fix
God.
thine eyes below, for draweth near the river of blood, within which boiling is whoever by violence doth injure others.
Okay, I'm gonna wait till I get 500 more souls.
Blind cupidity, O wrath insane, that spurs us onward so in our short life, and in the eternal, then, so badly steeps us. I saw an ample moat, bent like a bow, as one which all the plain encompasses, conformable to what my guide had said. And between this and the embankment's foot, centaurs in file were running, armed with arrows, as in the world they used the chase to follow. Beholding us descend, each one stood still, and from the squadron 3 detached themselves, with bows and arrows in advance selected. And from afar one cried, Unto what torment come ye, who down the hillside are descending? Tell us from here, if not, I draw the bow. My master said,
Release me!
Our answer will we make to Chiron. Near you there, in evil hour, that will of thine was evermore so hasty. Then touched he me, and said, This one is Nessus, who perished for the lovely Deianira, and for himself did vengeance take. And in the midst, who at his breast is gazing, is the great Chiron, who brought up Achilles. That other Pholus is, who was so wrathful. Thousands and thousands go about the moat, shooting with shafts whatever soul emerges out of the blood, more than his
Alrighty.
crime allots. Near we approached unto those monsters' fleet. Chiron an arrow took, and with the notch backward upon his jaws, he put his beard. After he had uncovered his great mouth, he said to his companions, Are you aware that he behind moveth whatever he touches? Thus are not wont to do the feet of dead men. And my good guide, who now was at his breast, where the two natures are together joined, replied, Indeed, he lives, and thus alone me it behooves to show him the dark valley. Necessity and not delight impels us. Some one withdrew from singing Hallelujah, who unto me committed this new office. No thief is he, nor I a thievish spirit, but by that virtue through which I am moving my steps along this savage
Classic
thoroughfare,
environmental puzzle.
give us some one of thine, to be with us,
So...
and who may show us where to pass the ford, and who may carry this one on his back, for 'tis no spirit that can walk the air.
let's
Upon
see.
his right breast Chiron wheeled about, and said to Nessus, Turn, and do thou guide them, and warn aside if other band may meet you. We, with our faithful escort, onward moved along the brink of the vermilion
So I
boiling,
think what I need to do is I
wherein
need to
the
somehow...
boiled were uttering loud laments. People I saw within up to the eyebrows, and the great centaur said, Tyrants are these, who dealt in
Tyrants are
bloodshed
these.
and in pillaging. Here they lament their pitiless mischiefs. Here is Alexander and fierce Dionysus,
There we
who
go.
upon Sicily
Big
brought
brain.
dolorous years. That forehead there, which has the hair so black, is Azulin, and the other, who is blonde, Obiso, is of Este, who, in truth, up in the world was by his stepson slain. Then turned
there,
I to the
Sergio.
poet, and he
Oh, you were
said,
watching The Fate
Now,
and the Furious.
Be first
Okay.
to thee, and second I.
What'd you think of
A
that
little
one?
farther on, the centaur stopped above a folk, who, far down as the throat, seemed from that boiling stream to issue forth. A shade
I'm
he
wondering
showed
if
us
I was
on
supposed
one
to
side
put that
alone,
thing there, but I
saying,
guess we'll find out.
He cleft asunder in God's bosom the heart that
Yeah, I think
still
that movie's
upon
good,
the
for the
Thames
most
is
part.
honored. Then people saw I who from out of the river lifted their heads, and also all the chest, and many among these I recognized. Thus evermore and more grew shallower that blood, so that the feet alone it covered, and there across the moat our passage was.
Yeah, the Metal Gear movie's gonna be great.
Even
thanks
as
to Hobbs and
thou
Shaw, for
here
sure.
upon this side
And for,
beholdest
stuff with,
the boiling stream
with 8.
that I diminishes, the centaur said, I wish thee
Oh,
to
wow.
believe that on this other
My
side
my wife.
more and more declines its bed, until it reunites itself, where it behooveth
Oh, hey there, Rob.
tyranny to groan. Justice divine upon this side is
see.
goading that Attila.
Hi
who
there,
was a scourge
Orpheus.
on earth,
Greek
and
poet and
Pyrrhus
musician who
and
failed to
Sextus,
deliver his beloved from
and
the underworld,
forever
denounced for
milks the
attempting to
tears,
impede the fulfillment of
which
God's
with the
will.
boiling it
I like him a
conceals
lot in,
Rinur da
you know,
Cornetto
Hades,
and
so
Rinur
I will let
Hazo,
you live, sir.
who made upon the highways so much
Let's get you
war.
over to Hevan.
Then
Paradiso,
back he
sorry.
turned, and passed again the ford.
Alright, I'm gonna save these sins.
Inferno,
Yeah.
Canto 13.
Hey, Jacob.
Not yet had
It's been
Nessus
kicking my
reached
ass,
the
as you
other
can
side
see. I've been...
when we had put ourselves within a wood
But we're gonna try
that
our
was
best.
not marked by any path whatever. Not foliage green, but of a dusky color. Not branches smooth, but gnarled and intertangled.
Oof.
Not apple trees were there, but thorns with poison.
You got a little
Such
Guitar
tangled
Hero, you know,
thickets
just like
have
this.
not
This is how
before
exorcisms
so
work.
dense, those savage wild beasts that in hatred hold twixt Sinina
I've
and
reached
Cornetto,
holy level 2.
the tilled places. There do the hideous harpies make their nests,
Which
who
means...
chase the Trojans from the Strophides, with sad announcement of impending doom. Broad wings have they, and necks and faces human.
Oh, the books
and
marker?
feet.
That's how many levels...
And their great bellies
basically,
fledged.
like,
they
we've
make
gone through 2
laments
recordings so
upon the
far,
wondrous
and we're still not
streets.
even at Limbo yet.
And,
In
good
Dante's
master,
Inferno. That's why we're at 0
ere
right
thou
now.
enter farther, know that thou art within the second round. Thus he began to say, and shalt be, till thou comest out upon the horrible sand. Therefore look well around, and thou shalt see things.
See, I'm doing this on
that will
hard
credence
mode,
give
so
unto
it is
me.
actually hard.
I heard on all sides lamentations uttered, and person none beheld I who might make them, whence, utterly bewildered, I stood still. I think he thought that
F.
I perhaps might think so many
Unto what
voices
torment come ye,
issued
who down the
through those
hillside are
trunks from
descending?
people who concealed themselves from us. Therefore the master said, if thou break off some little
I
spray
have died
from any
a lot
of those
so
trees,
far.
the thoughts thou hast will wholly be made vain. Then stretch thy forth my hand a little forward, and plucked a branchlet off from a great thorn. And the trunk cried,
Alright.
why dost thou mangle me? After
Why
it had
dost thou
become
mangle
embrowned
me?
with blood,
That's what I've been
it
saying.
recommenced its cry. Why dost thou rend me? Hast
Why-
thou no spirit
This
of
guy's
pity
great.
whatsoever?
This guy's great.
Men once we were, and now are changed to trees. Indeed, thy hand should be more pitiful, even if the souls of serpents we had been. As out of a green brand that is on fire at one of the ends,
Ah,
and
shucks.
from the other drips and hisses with the wind.
I still
that
can't
is
get over this
escaping.
Call of Duty-esque
So
shit
from that
they've done
splinter
with the
issued
death
forth
screens.
together
That's still
both
so funny to
words
me.
and blood. Whereat I let the tip fall, and stood like a man.
Yeah, Vice Real did a good,
afraid.
you know?
Had he been,
They really were able
sooner
to
believe,
do a God of War.
the sage made answer. O thou wounded soul, what only in my verses he has seen. Not upon thee had he stretched forth his hand, whereas the thing incredible has caused me to put him to an act which grieveth me. But tell him who thou wast, so that by
Alright,
way
I
of
gotta
some
get this
amends, thy fame he may refresh up in the world to which he can return.
You know, it's hard to
Trump
tell
said.
if it's true, the book.
So
the books,
thy sweet words allure me. I cannot silent be,
I'm very far
and you
behind. I'm
best
sure
not
some of the stuff in the book will
that
happen.
I a little to the discourse am tempted. I am the one who both keys had in keeping of Frederick's heart, and turned them to and fro, so softly in unlocking and unlocking, that from his secrets most men I withheld. Fidelity I bore, the glorious office so great, I lost thereby my sleep and pulses. The courtesan who never from the dwelling of Caesar turned aside her strumpet
Come on.
eyes, death universal, and the vice of courts, inflamed against me all the other minds, and they, inflamed, did so inflame Augustus, that my glad honors turned to dismal mournings. My spirit in
I have not reached the part
disdainful
in the Dante's
exultation,
Inferno,
thinking
Divine
by
Comedy,
dying to
where we
escape
kill death
disdain
and steal his scythe.
me
Yes.
unjust against myself, the just. I, by the roots unwanted of this wood, do swear to you that never broke I faith unto my Lord,
Okay,
was so
thank
worthy
God.
of honor, and to the world, if one of you return,
Another one
let
of these.
him my memory comfort,
No.
which is lying
I hate
still
Monster
prostrate
Mash.
from the blow that envy dealt it.
Not fair.
Waited a while, and then, since he is silent, the poet said to me, lose not the time, but speak and question him, if more may please thee. Whence I to him, do thou again inquire concerning what thou thinkst will satisfy me, for I cannot, such pity is in my heart.
Holy light.
Therefore he recommenced. So may the man do for thee freely what thy speech implores.
Go, Crosses,
Spirit
go!
Incarnate, again be pleased to tell us in what way the soul is bound within these knots, and tell us, if thou canst, if any from such members ever is freed. Then blew the trunk amain, and afterward the wind was into such a voice converted. With brevity shall be replied to you, when the exasperated soul abandons the body whence it rent itself away. Minos consigns it to the seventh abyss. falls into the forest, and no part is chosen for it, but where fortune hurls it, there, like a grain of spelt,
Come on, go down.
germinates. It springs a sapling and a forest tree. The harpies,
Look at his
feeding
legs
then
jiggle.
upon
There's
its
a-
leaves,
Okay,
do
there we go.
pain create, and for the pain,
X.
like others, for our spoils
Y.
shall we return.
B.
But not
There we go.
that anyone may them revest, for 'tis not just to
Now
have
it's
what
fine.
one casts off.
Grr.
Here we shall drag them, and along the dismal forest our bodies shall suspended be, each to the thorn of his molested shade. We were attentive still unto the trunk, thinking that more it yet might wish to tell us, when by a tumult we were overtaken in the same way
I
as
am
he
reminded
who
that Venice
perceives the
Beach is a
boar
place in
and
California.
chase approaching to his stand, who hears the
All right,
crash
bye-bye.
of the beasts and branches, and two, behold,
Whee!
upon our left-hand side, naked and scratched, fleeing so furiously that of the forest every fan they broke. He who was
Looks
in
like we're
advance,
gonna have to
"Now,
jump.
help! Death! Help!" And the other one, who seemed to lag too much, was shouting, "Lano,
This is pretty cool.
were not so alert those legs of thine at joustings of the topo." And then,
All right.
perchance because his breath was failing,
Come on.
he grouped himself together with a bush. Behind them was the forest full of black she-mastiffs,
Oh boy, some bad QTEs.
ravenous
I'm ready.
and swift of
I
foot
say
as
as I'm gonna
greyhounds,
die for sure.
who are issuing from the chain. On him who had crouched down,
Why?
they set their teeth,
B.
and him they lacerated piece by piece. Thereafter bore away those aching members. Thereat my escort took me by the hand and led me to the bush, that all in vain was weeping from its bloody lacerations.
RB. No!
Oh,
Oh God, that was bad.
said,
Oh.
"A Saint Andrea, what helped it thee of me to make a screen?
I did
What
make a
blame
screen
have I
during
in
this
thy
part. What, ow.
Various life?" When near him had the master stayed
Alright, I'm ready.
steps,
RB!
said, "Who wast
What?
that through wounds
I'm gonna have
so
to,
many
like,
art
hold the
blowing
camera up
out
here
with
so you
blood
can see."
thy dolorous speech?" And he to us, "O souls that hither come to
Alright,
look upon the
watch me do it,
shameful
watch me do it.
massacre that has so rent away from me my leaves, gather them up beneath the dismal bush.
So this
I
version
of
I'm
that
playing is
city
actually
was
on the
which
Xbox
to the
Series X.
Baptist
I'm playing this
changed
via
its
Game
first
Pass.
patron. Wherefore,
It just thinks
he
it's an
for
Xbox
this
360
forever
game
with
right
his
now.
art will make me sad.
Oh, we're in limbo.
And were it
we
not
did it.
that
we
on
did
the
it.
pass
We did
of
it.
Arno, some glimpses
We
of him
have
are
officially
remaining
gotten
still.
points for
Those
video
citizens
games.
who afterwards rebuilt it upon the
7.
ashes left by Attila.
We're making our way
in
back up.
vain had
But
caused
also,
their
I'm
labor to
getting,
be done.
I need some food.
Of
Let's go to
my
the food camp.
own house.
I'm gonna get myself something.
I made myself a gibbet. Inferno, Canto 14. Because
Alright,
the
food,
charity
food,
of my
food.
native place constrained me, gathered I these scattered leaves, and gave them back to him, who now was hoarse. Then came we to the confine, where disparted the second round is from the third, and where a horrible form of justice is beheld. Clearly, to manifest these novel things, I say that we arrived upon a plain, which from its bed rejecteth every plant. The dolorous forest is a garland to it, all round about, as the sad moat to that. There close upon the edge we stayed our feet. The soil was of an arid and thick sand, not of another fashion made than that which by the feet of Cato once was pressed.
Back to
Vengeance
the
of God
game.
Oh, how much oughtest thou by each one to be dreaded, who doth read that which was manifest unto mine eyes. Of naked souls beheld I many herds, who all were weeping very miserably, and over them seemed set a law
Alrighty.
diverse. Supine upon the ground some folk were lying, and some were sitting all drawn up together, and others went about continually. Those who were going round were far the more.
I was
and
really
those
hungry,
were less
y'all.
who lay down to their torment.
I got all that food stuff
but
in there,
had
and
their
I hadn't
tongues
eaten
more
and
loosed
ate, you
to
know.
lamentation.
I mean,
O'er all the
shit.
sand waste, with a gradual fall, were raining down dilated flakes of fire, as of the snow on Alp.
edgy
without a
shit.
wind.
Oh boy.
As Alexander in those torrid
I'm ready
parts
for the
of India
edge.
beheld upon his host flames fall unbroken till they reached the ground.
Yep, we're in the
Whence
first
he
circle
provided
now.
with his phalanxes to trample down the soil, because the vapor better extinguished
This
was
little
while
border
it was
here is
single.
still the limbo.
Thus was descending
Limbo is one of those
the
weird
eternal
things where it's like it is and it
whereby
isn't.
the sand
so that's
was
why
set
the
on fire,
the border layer
like
here will
tinder
remain the same.
beneath the steel, for doubling of the dole. Without repose forever was the dance of miserable hands, now there, now
That's good
here,
to know.
shaking away from off them the fresh gleams.
Oh,
Master,
what do we got here?
began I, thou who overcomest all things except the demons dire,
I
that
found a
issued
relic,
against us
the eyes of
at
Saint
entrance the
Lucia.
gate. Who is that mighty one who seems to heed not the fire, and lieth
hell?
lowering and disdainful, so that the rain seems not to ripen him? And he himself, who had become aware that I was questioning
Chips and
my
food are
thoughts about
edgy.
him, cried, Such as I was living am I dead. If Jove should weary out his smith, from whom he seized in anger the
You're gonna
sharp
stab this door
thunderbolt
real hard.
wherewith upon the last day I was smitten, and if he wearied out by
Oh,
turns
no!
the others in Mongibello at the swarthy
Is that-
forge, vociferating,
Is that guy from?
Help.
Is that Baraka
Good
from
Vulcan,
Monster?
help.
No, sorry, not from Monster Hunter. From
even as
from,
he did there at the
Mortal
fight
Kombat.
of Phlegra, and shot his bolts at me with all his might, he would not have thereby a joyous vengeance. Then did my leader speak
It's the boss
with such
baby.
great force
It's boss baby,
that I had
everyone.
never
There he
heard him
is.
speak so
There's
loud.
Alec Baldwin.
O Capaneus, in that is not extinguished thine arrogance.
Vicereal Games
Thou
really loved
punished
to have
art
you fight
the more.
babies, didn't they?
Not any torment, saving thine own rage, would be unto thy fury pain.
and they were
complete.
always and babies are always a pain in the
Then
ass.
he turned round to me with bitter lip, saying, One of the 7 kings was he who Thebes besieged and
Take
held,
that, baby.
and seems to hold God in disdain, and little seems to prize him.
That's it.
But, as I said to him,
Baby
his
killer
own
mode.
respites are for his breast the fittest ornaments. Now, follow me, and mind thou do not place as yet thy feet upon the burning sand, but always keep them close unto the wood. Speaking no word, we came to where there gushes forth
I got killed
from the
by a
wood
baby.
little rivulet
That's sad.
whose redness makes my
Damn, they
hair
are hard.
still
They're kind of hard to
stand
hit at
on end.
times.
As from the Bullocame springs the brooklet, the sinful women later share among them.
Listen.
So
Right.
downward through the sand it went its way. The bottom of it, and both sloping banks, were made of stone.
Yeah, I figured
And the
they would do
margins
something with like
at the side.
unbaptized babies.
Whence I perceived that,
seems-
there the passage was.
It's like we gotta take on
And
this
all the
advice
rest
reel. We gotta
which I
take.
have shown to thee,
We gotta take.
since we have entered in within the gate,
Wah!
whose threshold
Can I skip the
unto
cut?
no
No,
one is
okay.
denied.
Can't skip it. That's
Nothing
fine.
has been discovered by thine eyes so notable
Look
as
at that!
is the
Look at little
present
Baraka.
river,
He's gonna be in Mortal
which
Kombat
all
someday.
the little flames above it quenches. These words were of my leader, whence I prayed him that he would give me largesse of the food, for which he had given me largesse of desire. In the midst there sits a wasted land, said he thereafterward, whose name is Crete, under whose king the world of
I'm gonna baptize this baby!
There is a mountain there that once was glad with waters and with leaves, which was called Ida. Now 'tis deserted, as a thing worn
I'm gonna
out.
save these babies!
Rhea once chose it for the faithful cradle of her own son, and to conceal him better, whenever he cried, she there had clamors made. A grand old man stands in the mount erect, who holds his shoulders turned towards Damietta, and looks at Rome as if it were his mirror. His head is
Baby
fashioned
one.
of refined gold.
Baby 2?
Pure silver are the arms and breast.
Baby
Then
3?
he is brass as far down as the fork. From
Baby
that point
4.
downward, all is chosen iron, save that the right foot is of kiln-baked
Is that
clay.
enough? Did I
And more he
satisfy the
stands
baby
on
killing
that than on
segment?
the other. Each part, except the gold,
Oh,
is
that,
by
oh, I
a
can
fissure,
throw them, okay.
asunder cleft, that dripping is with tears, which gathered together
Alright, get outta
that
here.
cavern.
Bye-bye.
From rock to rock they fall into this valley. Acheron, Styx, and Phlegethon they form. Then downward go along this narrow sluice unto that point where is no more descending. They form Cocytus. What that pool may be thou shalt behold. So here it is not narrated. And I to him, if so the present runnel doth take its rise in this way from our world, why only on this verge appears it to us? And he to me, thou knowest the place is round, and notwithstanding thou hast journeyed far. Still, to the left descending to the bottom, thou hast not yet through all the circle turned. Therefore, if something
I swear, this
look
sounds like
at us,
Mark Prosh is
it should
reading
not
this
bring
for some reason.
amazement to thy face. And I again, Master, where shall be found Lethe and Phlegethon? For of one thou art silent, and sayest the other of this reign is made. In all
Alright.
questions, truly thou
I found
dost
I
please
found
me.
a silver Judas
Replied he.
coin. Okay.
But the boiling of the red water might well solve one of them thou makest. Thou shalt see Lethe,
There's so many collectibles.
but outside this moat, there where the souls repair to lave themselves, when sin,
Alright.
repented of, has been removed. Then said
It's
he,
very 2010.
it is time now to abandon the wood.
You don't see this many
Take
collectibles
heed
anymore.
that thou come after me.
That's a
Away
lie. They're
the
plenty.
margins make
It's just, you
that
know,
are not burning.
I think they're contextualized
And over them
differently.
all vapors are extinguished.
The unblessed infants. Baptism
Inferno,
not have.
Canto
The
15.
one gate to the true faith
Now
was never
bears
shown
us
to these
onward
newborn
one of the hard
souls.
margins.
Limbo shows no
and
mercy
so
for these
the
babies.
brookless mists overshadows it. From fire it saves the water and the dikes. Even as the Flemings,
Alright.
twixt
Try this door
Ketzen
here.
and Bruges, fearing
hoping
the
I didn't
blood
miss
that
anything in the
towards
down to
them
the end of that
hurls
hallway.
itself, their bulwarks build to
Oh, that seems
put
bad.
the sea to flight, and as the Paduans along the Brenta to guard their villas and their villages, or ever Chiarentana feel the heat, in such similitude had those been made, albeit not so lofty, nor so thick.
Here we
Whoever
go.
he might be, the master made them. Now were we from
Alright.
the forest so remote, I could not
Ow.
have discovered where it was, even
Come
if
on.
backward I had turned myself.
Nope, nope, nope,
When
nope.
we, a
No
company
holy
of
light.
souls,
I just want to
encountered,
open the purple Gatorade lounge.
came beside
you
the
know,
dike,
Found.
everyone
Here we go.
gazed at us, as at evening we are wont to eye each other
Ow.
under a new moon. And so towards us
Alright, let me help you out,
sharpened they
dude.
their brows, as an old tailor
Electra,
at the
hold on.
needle's eye.
Hold on.
Thus scrutinized by such a family,
Killed her mother to
by
avenge your father's
someone I
wrongful
was
death.
recognized,
Alright,
who seized my garment's hem
Alright.
and cried out,
there we go.
"What a marvel!" And I, when he stretched forth his arm to me,
I know those
on
boobs
his
weren't
big
as noticeable as the
aspect
other ones
fastened
earlier
so
we've seen,
mine
but you
eyes,
know, we gotta be
that the
careful.
scorched countenance prevented
That's what the
not
J
his
hotkey is
recognition by
for.
my intellect.
For the J-Man
And
watching.
bowing down my
The
face
J-Man, of course, being
unto
me.
his own,
and
I
some
made
other guy.
reply, "Are you here, Ser Brunetto?" And he, "May it not displease thee, O my son, in a brief
Alright, I'm
space,
getting really
with
good
the
at
Brunetto
God's Guitar
Latini,
Hero.
backward return and let the trail go
Guitar
on."
Hero.
I said to him, "With all my power I ask it, and if
Bye-bye.
you wish me to sit down with you, I will, if
Alright.
he please, for I go with him." "Oh,
Let's
son,"
see.
he said, "whoever of this herd a moment stops, lies then 100 years, nor fans
The
himself
mana bar
when
increases.
smiteth
The
him the
health
fire.
bar increases.
Therefore, go on.
Righteous path.
I at thy
does more
skirts will
damage.
come,
Well, I
and
do like-
afterward will I rejoin
Yeah, let's
my
do that.
band, which goes lamenting its eternal
Lust!
doom. I did not dare go down from the road level to walk with him,
Okay, I'm glad we went through that
but
door.
my head bowed, I held as one who goeth reverently. And he began, "What fortune or what fate before the last day leadeth thee down here? And who is this that showeth thee the way?"
Back off.
"Up there,
Exploding
above us,
enemies, go bye-bye.
in the life serene," I answered him. "I lost me in a valley, for
Excellent.
ever yet my age
Up and over
had
here?
been completed. But yestermorn I turned my back upon it,
I thought
this
there'd be
one
a hidden
appeared to
camera
me,
angle or something, but I
returning
guess not.
thither,
Alright.
and homeward leadeth me along this road." And he to me, "If thou thy
Here
star
we go.
do follow, thou canst not
Let's
fail
see
thee of
here.
a glorious port, if well I judged in the life beautiful. And if I had not died
What
so
the hell? Did
prematurely, seeing heaven thus benignant
Did I
unto thee,
accidentally,
I would have given thee comfort in the work. But that ungrateful and
Let's
malignant
see.
people, which of old time from Fisole descended, and smacks still of the
I
mountain,
guess that's just a
granite,
nice little viewpoint.
will make itself for thy good deeds thy foe. And it is right,
Okay.
for among crabbed sorbs it ill
gonna heal
befits
ya.
the sweet fig to bear fruit. Old rumor in the world proclaims them blind, a people avaricious, envious, and proud. Take heed that of their customs thou do cleanse thee. Thy fortune so much honor doth reserve thee.
Ah,
One party,
these babies are so
the
powerful.
other shall be hungry for thee, but far from goat shall be the grass. Their litter let the beasts of Fisole make of themselves, nor let them touch the plant,
Come on.
if any still upon their dunghill rise.
I mean,
in
they're
which
doing the
may
same thing
yet
that like God of
revive
War
the
does when you're doing the
consecrated
punish
seed
absolve.
of those Romans.
You gotta let people
remained
do the
there
punish.
when the nest of such
or the
great
absolve.
malice it became.
Be a
If
nice
my
horny man
entreaty
now
wholly
in
were
heaven.
fulfilled, replied I to him, not yet would you be in banishment from human nature placed. For in my mind is fixed, and
I'm gonna
touches
help
now
these babies out.
my heart the dear and good paternal image of you, when in the world from hour to hour you taught me how
Yes!
a man becomes eternal.
Also,
and
I don't have
how
the
much I
follow
am
bot
grateful
thing up right now, but
while
thank you,
I
Sin
live
San, for following me
behooves
during
that
this. I appreciate
my
it.
language be discerned. What you narrate of my career, I write, and keep it to be glossed with other text by a lady who can do it if I reach her. This much will I have manifest to you,
Well, good to know,
provided
sir.
that my conscience do not chide me. For
I guess these
whatsoever
folks just get to be
fortune
statues
I am
in the
ready.
statue zone.
Such handsel is not new into mine ears.
Alrighty.
Therefore,
Yum,
let
yum, yum.
fortune turn her wheel around as it may please her, and the
Just gonna
churl
break
his
this shit.
mattock.
They don't mind, right? They're just
My
statues.
master thereupon, on his right cheek, did backward turn himself, and looked at me, then said, He listeneth well, who noteth it. Nor, speaking less on that account, I go
Oh, now
with
they got the
Seraphim,
budget in there.
and I ask who are his most known and most eminent companions. And he to me, To know of some is well, of others it were laudable to be silent, for short would be the time for so much speech. Know them in some, that all of
Dante,
them
you don't have to
were
murder anyone
clerks
anymore.
and
Dante!
men of letters, great
Okay, you
and
keep
of
being you.
great fame, and the world
Yeah, Virgil's just kind of just is
self-same
just being the
sin.
exposition guy, I guess. Right
Christian goes yonder with that wretched
now.
crowd,
Oh,
and
I
Francis
gotta break
of
those statues a
Accorso.
bit more.
and
Let's get back
thou
over here.
hadst seen there, had thou hadst a hankering
go.
for such
Yum, yum,
scurf,
yum, yum.
that one, who, by the servant of the servants, was transferred from Arno to Bacciglione, where he has left his sin-excited nerves.
Alright. Oop.
More would I say,
Oh, no,
but
damn it.
coming and discoursing can be no longer. For that I behold
I do
new
think it's funny
smoke
you get an
uprising
achievement for
yonder
just
from the
murdering
sand.
babies. That
A
is
people comes
something.
with whom I may not be.
That's a choice.
Commended unto thee be my tesoro, in
It's a
which I
type of
still
choice
live.
you'd make for a game like this.
No more I ask.
No more I ask of Limbo.
Then
Let's
he
move on
turned
to...
round,
I want to
and
actually make use
seemed
of
to
these
be
other
like
things I've made.
those who at Verona run for the green mantle across the plain, and seem to be among them the one who wins, and
Hey, Moose.
not the one who loses.
Let's make sure I got my...
End of Canto 11 through Canto 15 of the Divine Comedy. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox.
Oh.
Fall 2006.
This is the face I make when I'm looking like, is that a gummy worm?
Who comes into my house of pain?
My house of pain.
One who loves Beatrice.
I love my wife!
I smell only a traitor. Glutton.
Is this Groot?
Sniff again.
Sniff again!
To speak with the judge of again.
Also, I need to pause because we have once again another recording is finished, which means Books gets another point. Books, can you believe it? Books got another point there. Let's add a point for Books. Books now they make the field goal 21. 21. Books are doing, they're kicking my ass right now. Books are just like in school, but it's okay. We're gonna make a comeback here. Now for recording number 4, still in the Inferno. This is Canto 16 through 20.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit
These movies make me
LibriVox.org.
feel like I'm in hell.
Recording by Jennifer Crispin, Jefferson City, Missouri.
This guy is an
The
asshole.
Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. Translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Inferno, Canto 16 to 20. Inferno, Canto 16. Now was I where I heard the
Breath,
reverberation of water falling into the next round, like to that humming which the beehives made. Then shadows 3 together started forth, running from out a company that passed, beneath the reign of the sharp martyrdom. Towards us came they, and each one cried out, Stop thou, for by thy garb to us thou seemest to be some one of our depraved city. Ah me, what wounds I saw
The
upon their
designs,
limbs,
you know, for the most part, are pretty
loosened and
good.
ancient
I
by
think.
the flames burnt in. It pains me still but to remember it. Unto their cries my teacher paused attentive. He turned his face towards me, and now wait, he said. To these we should be courteous. And if it were not for the fire that darts the nature of this region, I should say that haste were more becoming to thee than them. As soon as we stood still, they recommenced the old refrain, and when they overtook us, formed of themselves a wheel, all three of them.
Here
As
all
champions
suspicion
stripped
need
and
must
oiled
be
are wont to do,
abandoned.
watching for their advantage and their hold, before they come to blows and thrusts between them. Thus wheeling round did every one his visage direct to me, so that in opposite wise his neck and feet continual journey made. And if the misery of this soft place bring in disdain ourselves and our entreaties, began one, and our aspect black and blistered, let the renown of us thy mind incline,
Oof.
to tell us who thou
Every
art,
time I think
who
I'm out
thus
of it, you
securely
know.
thy living feet dost move along through hell.
I keep
He in
missing
whose
some button
footprints thou
prompt that's
dost
supposed to
see me
happen there
treading,
for sure.
naked and skinless though he now may go, was of a greater rank than thou dost think. He was the grandson of the good Gualdrada. His name was Guido Guerra, and in life much did he with his wisdom and his sword. The other, who close by me treads the sand, Tegayo Aldobrandi is, whose fame above there in the world should welcome be. And I, who with them on the
Oh no,
cross
I got
emblazed,
killed by bad
Jacopo
breath.
Takuchi was,
Damn it.
and truly, my savage
A
wife
savage
more than aught
company.
else doth harm me. Could I have been protected from the fire? Below I should have thrown myself among them and think that the teacher would have suffered it. But as I should have burned and baked myself, my terror overmastered my goodwill, which made me greedy of embracing them. And I began sorrow and not disdain did your condition fix within me so, that tardily it wholly is stripped off. As soon as this my lord said unto me, words on account of which I thought within me, that people such as you are were approaching. I of your city am, and evermore your labors and your honorable names I with
These
affection have
designs remind
retraced
you of a
and
certain
earned.
artist.
I leave the Gaul
Yeah, I
and go
can't-
for
I
the
can't help
sweet
you
fruits
with,
promised to me by the voracious
What they're
leader,
referencing
but to
here.
the center first I needs must plunge. So may the soul for a long while conduct those limbs of thine, did he make answer then, and so may thy renown shine after thee. Valor and courtesy
Aha!
say if they dwell within our city as they used to do, or if they wholly have gone out of it. For Guglielmo Borsier, who is in torment with us of late, and goes there with his comrades, doth greatly mortify us with his words. The new inhabitants and the sudden gains, pride and extravagance have in thee engendered, Florence, so that thou weepst thereat already. In this wise I exclaimed with face uplifted, and the three, taking that for my reply, looked at each other as one looks at truth. If other times so little it doth cost thee, replied they all, to satisfy another, happy art thou, thus speaking at thy will. Therefore if thou escape from these dark places, and come to re-behold the beauteous stars, when it shall pleasure thee to say, I was. See that thou speak of us unto the people. Then they broke up the wheel, and in their flight it seemed as if their agile legs were wings. Not an amen could possibly be said, so rapidly as they had disappeared, wherefore the master deemed best to depart. I followed him, and little had we gone before the sound
Bud!
of water was so near us that speaking we should hardly have been heard. Even as that stream which holdeth its own course, the first from Monte Veso towards the east, upon the left-hand slope of the Apennine, which is above called Aquaceta,
Okay,
ere it down
got it.
descendeth into its low bed, and at Forli is vacant of that name, reverberates there above San Benedetto, from Alps by
I don't
falling at a
think
single
so.
leap, where for 1,000 there were room enough. Thus downward from the bank precipitate, we found resounding that dark-tinted water, so that it soon the ear would have offended. I had a cord around me girt, and therewithal I Walloon had designed to take the panther with the painted skin. After I this had all from me unloosed, as my conductor had commanded me, I reached it to him, gathered up, and coiled. Whereat he turned himself to the right side, and at a little distance from the verge he cast it down
It'd
into
be
that
very
deep
embarrassing
abyss.
if I died to the babies,
It
but that
must
seems
needs
like
be
that's
some
what's probably
novelty
going to happen.
respond, I said
Yep,
within
that's what happened.
myself, to the new signal. The master with his eye is following.
Who
so.
down the hillside are
Ah, me,
descending but
how
the
very
babies?
cautious men should be with those who not alone behold the act, but with their wisdom look into the thoughts. He said to me, soon there will upward come what I await, and what thy thought is dreaming must soon reveal itself unto thy sight.
Alright, do your bad breath.
Aye, to that
Bad
truth
breath
which
attack,
has the
come on.
face of falsehood, A man should close his lips as far as may be, because without
damn
his
it.
fault it
I
causes
did it
shame.
too early.
But here I cannot, and reader, by the notes of this my comedy to thee I swear, so may they not be void of lasting favor. Athwart that dense and darksome atmosphere,
Zdislav
I saw a
Brzezinski.
figure swimming
Okay.
upward come,
not have
marvelous
thought of
unto
that
every
name.
steadfast heart. Even as he returns who goeth down, sometimes to clear an anchor, which has grappled reef,
Run away.
for aught else that in the sea is hidden, who upward stretches and draws in his feet. End of Canto 16. Inferno, Canto 17.
There we
Behold
go.
the monster with the pointed tail, who cleaves the hills and breaketh walls and weapons. Behold him who infecteth all the world. Thus unto me my guide began to say, and beckoned him that he should come to shore, near to the confine of the trodden marble. And that uncleanly image of deceit came up and thrust ashore its head and bust, but on the border did not drag its tail. The face was as the face of a just man. Its semblance outwardly was so benign, and of a serpent all the trunk
Oh, I
beside.
forgot.
2 paws it had, hairy unto the armpits. The back and breast
Very-
and both the sides it had,
very
depicted
embarrassing
all
there.
with nooses and with shields.
Forgot how
With
to
colors
grab for a
more,
moment.
groundwork of broidery, never in cloth did Tartars make, nor Turks, nor were such tissues by Arachne laid. As sometimes wherries lie upon the shore, that part are in the water,
Sure
part on
can.
land, and as among the guzzling Germans there, the beaver plants himself to wage his war,
My Beatrice will be
so that
returned.
vile monster lay
Video
upon
games
the border,
will
which is
be
of
damned.
stone,
It will happen.
and shutteth in the sand. His tail was wholly quivering in the void, contorting upwards the envenomed fork, that in the guise of scorpion armed its
Nope.
point. The guide said, Now perforce must turn aside our way a little, even to that beast, malevolent, that yonder coucheth him. We therefore on the right side descended, and made
RT!
10 steps upon the outer verge, completely to avoid the sand and flame. And after we are come to him, I see a little farther off upon the sand
X.
a people sitting near the hollow place. Then said to me the master, So that full experience of this round thou bear away. Now go and
I'm
see
gonna
what
guess
thy
something with that
condition
spike wheel is gonna
is. There
happen.
let thy conversation be concise. Till thou returnest I will speak with him, that he concede to us his stalwart shoulders. Thus farther still upon
Alright.
the outermost head of that 7th circle all alone, I went, where sat the melancholy folk.
What did I
Out of
do
their
for my
eyes was
magic
gushing
again
forth their
for-
woe. This way,
that
that
move
way, they
work?
helped them with their hands, now from the flames and now from the hot soil. Not otherwise in summer do the dogs, now with the foot, now with the muzzle, when by fleas or flies or gadflies they are bitten. When I had turned mine eyes upon the faces of some, on whom the dolorous fire is falling, not one of them I knew, but I perceived that
Ah.
from the neck of each there hung a pouch,
I
which
thought.
certain color
Damn it.
had, and certain blazons.
Thought I had enough distance
And thereupon
there.
it
That's
seems
fine.
their eyes are feeding. And as I gazing round me come among them, upon a yellow pouch I azure saw, that had the face and posture of a lion. Proceeding then the current of my sight, another of them saw I, red as blood, display a goose more white than butter is. And one, who with an azure sow and gravid and blazoned had his little pouch of white, said unto me, What dost thou in the smoke? Now get thee gone, and since thou art still
Is
alive,
this a Metal Gear,
know that a
maybe?
neighbor of mine, Vitaliano, will have a seat here on my left-hand side. A Paduan am I with these Florentines. Full many a time they thunder in mine ears, exclaiming, Come the sovereign cavalier! He who shall bring the satchel with 3 goats. Then twisted he his mouth, and forth he thrust his tongue, like to an ox that licks
He
its
thrust his
nose.
tongue just
And
like this
fearing
boss
lest my
battle.
longer stay might vex him who had warned me not to tarry long, backward I turned me from those weary souls. I found my guide, who had already mounted upon the back of that wild animal, and said to me, Now be both strong and bold.
It's
Now we
entirely
descend by
possible Metal
stairways
Gear
such as
uses
these.
Divine Comedy
Mount
as a
thou in
reference,
front,
but I also
for I will
don't
be
know
midway,
if Hideo
so that the
Kojima
tail
has
may have no
read
power to harm thee.
the Divine Comedy.
Such as he is who has so near the egg of Fortune that his nails are blue already, and trembles all but looking at the shade. Even such became I at those proffered words. But shame in me his menaces produced, which maketh servant strong before good master. I seated me upon those monstrous shoulders. I wished to say, and yet the voice came not as I believed, Take heed that thou embrace me. But he, who other times had rescued me in other peril, soon as I had mounted, within his arms encircled and sustained me, and said, Now Geryon, bestir thyself.
Alright,
The
alright,
circle's
big
large and the descent be
Helmet
little.
Lord.
Think of the novel burden which
Do
thou
your fist
hast.
move.
Even as the little
Come
vessel
on.
shoves from shore, backward, still backward, so he thence withdrew. and when he wholly felt himself afloat, there where his breast had been he turned his tail,
Ah!
and that extended like an eel he moved, and with his paws drew to himself the air.
Alright,
A
once
greater
again,
fear I
we're
do not think there
almost
was, what
getting
time
closer.
abandoned fate on the reins,
Why?
or by the heavens, as still appears, were scorched.
X.
Nor when the wretched Icarus his flanks felt stripped of feathers by the melting wax, his father crying,
Alright.
"An ill way thou takest!"
Ill
Then was
way
my
thou
own when I
takest!
perceived myself on all sides in the air, and saw extinguished the sight of everything but of the monster. Onward he goeth, swimming slowly, slowly, wheels and descends, but I perceive it only by wind upon my face and from below. I heard already on the right the whirlpool, making a horrible crashing under us, whence I thrust out my head with eyes cast downward. Then was I still more fearful of the abyss, because I fires beheld and heard laments, whereat I trembling all the closer cling. I saw then, for before I had not seen it, the turning and descending by great horrors that were approaching upon diverse sides. As falcon who has long been on the wing, who without seeing either lure nor bird, maketh the falconer say, "Ah me, thou stoopest," descendeth weary, whence he started swiftly, through 100 circles, and alights far from his master, sullen and disdainful. Even thus did Geryon place us on the bottom, close to the bases of the rough-hewn rock, and being disencumbered of our persons, he sped away as arrow from the string. End of Canto 17.
Ah, it's. I
Canto
hate that
18.
move. I can't.
There is a place
Figure
in
out
hell
when to
called
block it.
Malaforge, wholly of stone and of an iron color, as is the circle that around it turns. Right in the middle of the field malign there yawns a well exceeding wide and
Alright.
deep, of which its place the structure will recount. Round then is that enclosure which remains between the well and the foot of the high, hard bank, and has distinct in valleys twain
Alright,
its
okay.
bottom.
Almost there.
As were for the protection of the walls, many and many moats surround the castles, the part in which they are a figure forms. Just such an image those presented there, and as about such strongholds from their gates unto the outer bank are little bridges. So from the precipice's base did
Damn it!
crags project, which intersected dikes and moats,
Left.
unto the well that truncates and collects them.
Alright.
Within this place, down shaketh from the back of Geryon, we found us,
Almost
and
had
the
it.
poet held to the left, and I moved on behind. Upon my right hand I beheld new anguish, new torment,
Ah!
and new wielders of the lash, wherewith the foremost Bolgia was replete. Down at the bottom were the sinners naked, this side the middle came they facing us, beyond it with us, but with greater steps.
Oh, it's so close.
Even as the Romans, for the mighty host, the year of Jubilee upon the bridge, have chosen a mode to pass the people over. For all upon one side towards the castle, their faces have
Ah!
gone to St.
Damn it!
Peter's. On the other side they go towards the mountain.
I almost had him.
This side and that, along the livid stone, beheld I horned demons with great scourges, who cruelly
I'm
were
so
beating them
close to
behind.
dying.
Ah me, how they did make them lift their legs at the first blows, and sooth not any one the second waited for, nor for the third. While I was going on, mine eyes by one encountered were, and straight I said, already with sight of this one I am not unfed.
Come on. Alright.
Therefore I stayed my feet to make him out, and with me the sweet guide came to a stand, and to my going somewhat back assented. And he, the scourged one, thought to hide himself,
There we go.
lowering his face, but little it availed him. For said I, thou that castest down thine eyes,
Come on.
if
RT.
false are not the features which thou bearest,
Oh, okay.
thou art Benedico Caccianico.
Yep, spiky wheel.
But what doth bring thee to such
With his
pungent
tongue,
passes?
though?
And he to me,
Oh!
Unwillingly, I
Oh,
thought,
no!
but places in thine utterance distinct,
Oh,
which makes me recollect the
no!
ancient world. I was the one who the fair Gisola induced to grant the wishes of the Marquis, however the shameless story may be told. Not the sole Bolognese.
And that's
am
when I call
who
a
weeps
toothache.
here. Nay, rather is this place so full of them, that not so many tongues today are taught,
Alright.
twixt Reno and Savena, to say Sipa. And if thereof thou wishest pledge or proof, bring to thy mind our avaricious heart. While speaking in this manner, with his scourge a demon smote him, and said, Get thee gone, pander, for there are no women here for coin. I joined myself again unto mine escort.
Get thee gone,
Thereafterward,
pander.
with footsteps few, we came to where a crag projected from the bank. This very easily
Oh,
did we
man,
ascend,
these folks
and turning to the
are
right
having a
along
bad
its
day.
ridge from those eternal circles we departed. When we were there, where it was
Alright.
hollowed out, beneath to give passage to the scourged, the guide said, Wait, and see that on thee strike the vision of those others evil born,
You
of
love
whom
to
thou
see some
hast not yet
synchronicity.
beheld the
You love to
faces,
see it.
because together with us they have gone. From the old bridge we looked upon the train, which towards us came upon the other border, and which the scourges in like manner smite. And the good master, without
Boy,
my
I almost have
inquiring,
enough for that
said
one.
to me, "See that tall one who is coming, and for his pain seems not to shed a tear? Still, what a royal aspect he retains,
I thought they were going to say, what a
That
royal
Jason is.
asshole.
who by his heart and cunning the Colchians of the Ram made destitute. He by the Isle of Lemnos passed along after the daring women pitiless
Okay.
had unto death devoted all their males. There with his tokens and with ornate words did he deceive Hypsipyle, the maiden who first herself had all the rest deceived. There did he leave
Oops.
her pregnant and forlorn. Such sin unto such punishment condemns him,
I
and
should
also
have
from
done,
Medea
you
is
always want to
vengeance
do
done.
the 1, 2, 3, not
With
the
him
1,
go
2.
those who in such wise deceive, and this sufficient be of the first valley, to know, and those that in its jaws its hold. We were already where the narrow path crosses athwart the second dike, and forms that of a buttress for another arch. Thence we heard people, who are making moan in the next bulge,
Alright.
snorting with their muzzles, and with their palms beating upon themselves. The margins were encrusted with a mould, by exhalation from below that sticks there, and with the eyes and nostrils wages war.
Alright.
The bottom is so deep, no place suffices to give us sight of it, without ascending
go.
the arch's back where most the crag impends. Thither we came, and thence down in the moat I saw a people smothered in a filth that out of human
I saw a
privy seemed
people
to flow.
indeed.
And whilst
Come
below
on.
there with mine eye I searched, I saw one with his head so foul with ordure, it was not clear if he were clerk or layman. He screamed to me, "Wherefore art thou so eager to look at me more than the other foul ones?" And I
Let's
to
see
him,
what's up here first.
"Because,
Anything?
if I remember,
Nope. Okay.
I have already seen thee with dry hair, and thou art Alessio Interminier of Lucca, therefore I eye thee more than all the others." And he, thereon, belabouring his pumpkin, "The flatteries have submerged me here below, wherewith my tongue was never surfeited." Then said to me the guide,
Okay.
"See that thou thrust thy visage somewhere farther in advance, that with thine eyes thou well the face attained, of that
think I gotta get
uncleanly
a
and
full-
dishevelled
let's see
drab,
here.
who there
One.
doth scratch herself with filthy nails, and crouches now, and now on foot is standing. That's the harlot, is it, who replied unto her paramour when he said, Have I great gratitude from thee? Nay, marvellous. And herewith let our sight be satisfied." End of Canto 18. Inferno, Canto 19.
I think
O
I gotta,
Simon
like,
Magus,
I gotta
O
jump
forlorn
off and hit and
disciples,
jump back on.
ye who the
That might
things
be
of
what they
God
want me
which
to
ought
do.
to be the brides of holiness rapaciously, for silver and for gold do prostitute,
At least they let
now
me
it
start off
behooves
back
for
here.
you the trumpet sound, because in this third Bolgia ye abide. We had already on the following tomb ascended to that portion of the crag which
Or
o'er the
maybe I
middle
just
of the
had to
moat
get,
hangs
like,
plumb.
really close.
Wisdom supreme, oh how great art thou showest
That's
in
all I
heaven,
had to do.
in
Okay.
earth, and in the evil world, and with what justice doth thy power distribute. I saw upon the sides and on the bottom the livid stone with perforations filled, all of one size, and every one was round. To me less ample seemed they not, nor greater than those that in my beautiful St. John are fashioned for the place of the baptizers, and one of which, not many years ago, I broke for someone who was drowning in it. Be this a seal all men to undeceive. Out of the mouth of each one there protruded the feet of a transgressor, and the legs up to the calf, the rest within remained. In all of them
Alright,
the
let's get
souls were
down
both
here.
on fire, wherefore the joints so violently quivered, they would have snapped asunder with cymbans. Even as the
Who we
flame
got
of unctuous things is wont
this
to move
time?
upon the outer surface only, so likewise was it there from heel to point. Master, who is that
is
one
the
who
king's
rides
command.
himself, more than his other comrades quivering, I said, and whom a redder flame is sucking? And he to me, If thou wilt have me bear thee down there along that bank which lowest lies, from him thou'lt know his errors and himself. And I, What pleases thee to me is pleasing. Thou art my lord, and knowest that I depart not from
Oh,
thy
did he
desire,
cheat?
and
Did he
knowest
cheat
what
on
is
his
not
lady?
spoken. Straightway upon the fourth dike
She
we
fell in
arrived.
love with Paolo, the
We
younger
turned,
brother
and on
of
the
her
left-hand
old
side
and deformed
descended down
husband.
into the
When the
bottom,
husband
full of
discovered her
holes and
adultery,
narrow.
he had the lovers killed.
And the good master yet from off his haunch deposed me
So
not
far,
till
these
to the
are not,
hole he
you know-
brought me of him who so lamented with
I'm
his
waiting for,
shanks.
like, a really bad
Whoe'er
person
thou
for
art
me to
that
go,
standest
okay,
upside
let's
down,
see.
O doleful soul, implanted like a stake, to say began I, if thou canst, speak out. I stood even as the friar who is confessing the false assassin who, when he is fixed, recalls him so that death may be
see.
delayed. And he cried out, Dost thou stand there already?
Dost
Dost
thou
thou
do,
stand there
Guitar
already,
Hero?
Boniface? By many years the record lied to me. Art thou so early satiate with that wealth, for which thou didst not fear to take by fraud the beautiful lady and then work her woe? Such I became, as people are who
Alrighty.
stand, not comprehending what is answered them, as if bemocked, and know not how to answer. Then said Virgilius,
Find peace.
Say to him
Fine
straightway,
peace.
I am not he. I am not he thou thinkest. And I replied as was imposed on me. Whereat the spirit
All right.
writhed with both his feet, then sighing with a voice of lamentation, said to me,
Let's hope this helps
Then
us
what
out.
wantest thou of me? If who I am thou carest so much to know, that thou on that account hast crossed the bank, know that I vested was with the great mantle, and truly was I son of the she-bear, so eager to advance the cubs, that wealth above and here myself I
What do we
pocketed.
got here?
Beneath my head the others are dragged down, who have preceded me in simony, flattened along the fissure of the rock.
that
Below
seems-
there I shall likewise fall, whenever that one shall come who I believed thou wast, what time the sudden question I proposed. But longer I my feet already
Seems like a
post,
boob.
and here have been in this way upside down, then he will planted stay with reddened feet. For after him shall come a fouler deed, from towards the west a pastor without law, such as befits to cover him and
They
me.
sure did put a lot of boobs
New
in this
Jason will
game.
he be, of whom we read in Maccabees. And as his king was pliant, so he who governs France shall be to this one. I do not know if I were here too bold, that him I answered only in this metre. I pray thee tell me now how great a treasure our Lord demanded of St. Peter first, before he put the keys into his keeping. Truly, he nothing asked but follow me. Nor Peter nor the rest asked of Matthias silver or gold, when he by
What do you
lot
gotta
was
say,
chosen
Virgil?
into the place the guilty soul had lost. Therefore stay here, for thou art justly punished, and keep safeguard over the ill-gotten money which
They gotta
caused thee
fuck
to be
forever.
valiant against Charles. And were it not that still forbids it me, the
Well,
reverence
okay,
for the
Virgil,
peace
you
of
do
fellowship
you,
thou
I
hadst
guess.
been keeping in the gladsome life, I would make use of words more grievous still, because your avarice afflicts the world, trampling the good and lifting the depraved. The
I think I gotta
evangelist
wait
you
for the
pastors
laser
had in
beam
mind,
to...
when she who sitteth upon many waters to fornicate with kings by him was seen. The same
Ah,
who with
damn.
the 7 heads was born, and power and strength from the 10 horns received, so long as virtue to her spouse
Alright.
was pleasing. Ye have made yourselves a god of gold and silver, and from the idolater how differ ye, save that he one, and ye 100 worship. Ah, Constantine, of how
I
much
did
ill
it!
his mother,
I
not thy
solved your
conversion,
puzzle!
but that marriage dower which the
Ow.
first wealthy father took from thee. And while I sang to him such notes as these, either that anger
I guess
or
I
that
did not, in
conscience
fact,
stung
solve
him,
your
he
puzzle.
struggled violently with both his feet. I think in sooth that it my leader pleased, with such contented lip he listened ever unto the sound of
I guess
true
I gotta
words
keep doing it
expressed.
until it's like open.
Therefore, with both
Okay.
his arms he took me up, and when he had me all upon his breast, remounted by the way where he descended, nor did he tire to have me clasped to him, but bore me to the
Oops.
summit of the arch,
A
which
little
from the
too
4th
early.
dyke to the 5th is passage. There
Looks like
tenderly
someone,
he laid his
you
burden
know,
down,
that could
tenderly
be
on
a
the
sex
crag,
joke,
uneven and
maybe.
steep. That would have been hard passage for the goats.
That
Then
goes
spoken
with
veiled to
this
me,
lust
another
girl.
vow. End of Canto 19. Inferno, Canto 20. Of a new pain
Alright,
behooves
do
me
it
to
again.
make verses and give material to the 20th canto of the first psalm, which is of the submerged.
Damn it!
I was already thoroughly disposed to peer down into the uncovered depth, which bathed
Alright,
itself with tears
I
of
gotta do
agony.
it twice.
And people saw I through the circular valley, silent and weeping, coming at the
Alright,
pace
timed
which in
that
this
right.
world the litanies assume. As lower down my sight descended
I did
on
the
them,
first time.
wondrously
Alright,
each
now-
one seemed to be distorted from chin to the beginning of the chest.
Now do it again.
For towards the reins the countenance was turned, and backward it behooved them to advance, as to look forward had been taken from them. Perchance indeed by violence of palsy, some one has been thus wholly turned awry, but I ne'er saw it, nor believed it can be. As God may let thee, reader, gather fruit from this thy reading. Think now for thyself,
Do
how I
it.
could ever keep my face
Okay, what do we got
unmoistened,
here?
when our own image near me I
Does that
beheld,
count as...
distorted
I
so
can't
the
really
weeping
see her
of the
nipples,
eyes.
so I think
Along
we're
the fishes
good
bathed
with,
behind her
with
hearts.
regular enemy types. Oh
Truly I
god!
wept, leaning upon a peak of the hard crag, so that my escort said to me, Art thou, too, of the other fools? Here pity lives when it is wholly dead. Who is a greater reprobate than he, who feels compassion at the doom divine? Lift up thy
Vile
head, and see
boob!
for whom opened the earth before the Thebans' eyes.
Please don't let me
Wherefore
start
they
back
all
at the
cried,
puzzle.
"Whither
Please,
rushest thou?"
please.
Amphieros?
Okay, thank
Why
you.
dost leave the war? And downward ceased he not to fall amain, as far as Minos, who lays a hold on all. See, he has made a bosom of his shoulders, because he wished to see too far before him. Behind he looks, and backward goes his way. Behold Tiresias, who his semblance changed, when from a male a female he became, his members being all of them transformed. And afterwards was forced to strike once more the two entangled serpents
It's
with
a
his
choice.
blade, ere he could have again his manly plumes. That Aruns is, who backs the other's belly, who in the hills of Luni, where there grubs the Cararese who houses underneath. Among the marbles white a cavern had for his abode, whence to behold the stars, and see, the view was not cut off from him. And she there, who is covering up her breast,
Oh, they're all
which
here.
thou
Wow.
beholdest not
Wonderful.
with gruesome tresses, and on that side has all the hairy skin.
Yeah,
is
I'm not a
Manto,
fan of this.
who
Not a
made quest
fan.
through many lands, afterwards tarried there where I was born, whereof I would thou list to me a little. After her father had from life departed, and
Oh
the
wait, let me
city
just
of
get.
Bacchus had
Let's get rid of
become
this as
a
soon as
slave,
possible.
she a long season wandered through the world. Above in beauteous Italy lies a lake, at the Alps foot that shuts in Germany, over Tyrol, and has the name Beneco. By 1,000 springs, I think, and more is bathed. Twixt Garda and Valcamonica, Panino, with water that grows stagnant in that lake. Midway are places where the Trentine passed her, and he of Brescia, and the Veronese might give his blessing if he passed that way.
Alright, come on.
Sitteth Peschiera, fortress fair and strong,
We're still doing
to
this?
front the Brescians and the Bergamasques, where round about the bank descendeth lowest. There of necessity must fall whatever in bosom of Beneco cannot stay,
Alright,
and
they're
flows a
gone.
river down
Thank
through
God.
verdant pastures. Soon as the water doth begin to run, no more Beneco is it called, but Mincio, far as Governo, where it falls
Not
in
not sure
Po.
about that
Not far it
character
runs before
design.
it finds a plain, in which it
Coulda-
spreads
coulda-
itself and makes it marshy,
Not a fan.
and oft 'tis wont in summer to be sickly. Passing that way, the virgin pitiless land in the middle of the fen
That's definitely
described,
something that has not
untilled and
aged
naked of
well
inhabitants.
11 years ago.
There to
say
escape
that
all
right now.
human intercourse, she with her servants stayed, her arts to practice, and lived, and left her empty
Oh,
body
they
there.
keep coming back.
The
Oh.
men thereafter who were
Wonderful.
scattered round collected in that place, which was made strong by the lagoon it had on every side. They built their city over those dead bones, and after her who first the place selected, Mantua named
Alright.
it, without other omen.
We're gonna make this.
Its people once within more crowded were, ere the stupidity of Casalodi from Pinamonte had received a seat. Therefore I caution thee, if e'er thou hearest originate
Oh,
my
she's got
city
clothes on.
otherwise,
Okay, good.
no falsehood may the verity defraud. And I, my master, thy discourses are to me so certain, and so take my faith, that unto me the rest would be spent coals. But tell me of the people who are passing, if any one noteworthy thou beholdest, for only unto that my mind reverts. Then said he to me, he who from the cheek thrusts out his beard upon his
Empress of
swarthy
many
shoulders,
tongues. Okay.
was, at the time when Greece was void of males, so that there scarce remained one in
Alright,
the cradle,
Virgil. Good
an
talk.
augur, and with Calchon's
Virgil,
gave
by
him
the way,
moment
has
in
still not
Alias,
given me his
when
name.
to sever
So,
the first cable.
for all I know, his
Eriphilus
name's
his
like
name
Ben
was,
and Jerry
and
or
so
something.
sings my lofty tragedy in some part or other, that knowest thou well, who knowest the whole of it. The next, who is so slender in the flanks, was Michael Scott, who
Michael
of a variety
Scott?
magical illusions knew
From
the
The
game.
Office?
Behold Guido Bonatti. Behold Asdente, who now unto his leather and his thread would fain have stuck. but
The
he
Michael
too late
Scott?
repents. Behold the
Oh,
wretched
well,
ones
I didn't
who left the
know
needle,
Dunder
the
Mifflin
spool
was
and
in.
rock, and made them fortune tellers.
Lucifer.
They wrought their magic spells with herb and image. But come now, for already holds
I'm
the
sorry,
confines
I have a
of both the
bad
hemispheres,
joke,
and
but-
under Seville touches the ocean wave, Cain, and the thorns. And yesternight the moon was round already. Thou shouldst remember well it did not harm thee,
Let's
from
see,
time to
where
time
do you
within the
go?
forest deep. Thus spake he to me, and we walked the while. End of Canto 20. End of Inferno, Canto 16 to 20.
Oh,
This is a LibriVox recording.
we gotta
All LibriVox recordings are in the public
give
domain.
another point for books.
For more information or to
Books.
volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Uh,
Recording by Jennifer Crispin,
28.
Jefferson City, Missouri.
books doing a good job. Books are going their way through. We're gonna make it now to Canto 21 through 25. Recording number 5. Here we go.
This is a LibriVox recording. The recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Canti 21 through
25.
Canto 21.
Wait, there's
From bridge to
two
bridge
people?
thus, speaking
Who
of
was
the
that
things which my
voice
father
just now
used to
correcting?
We came along and held the summit, when we halted to behold another fisher, Malabolgia, and other vain laments, and I beheld it marvelously done. As
Yeah, I
in the
guess
arsenal
yeah,
of the
books
Venetians,
ain't gonna
oils
win
and
blackjack, but they
ancient
won in
nations
everything
began to
else so
smear the
far.
unsound vessels over. For sail they cannot.
I'm trying
And
to figure
instead
out what
thereof
they
one
want
makes
me
his
to
vessel
do
new.
here.
One recocks the ribs of that which many a voyage has made. One hammers at the prow, one at the stern. This one makes oar.
Well, I guess in the meantime, I could
cordage
get
Another
some more
mends
help.
the mainsail and mizzen. Thus, not by fire, but by the art divine, was boiling down below.
I wonder if I can
there
actually
pitch,
take this
which on every side the bank belonged.
all the way
I
down
saw
there.
it, but I did not see within it aught but the bubbles that the boiling raised, and all swell up, and they subside compressed. The while below there fixedly I gazed, my leader, crying out, "Beware, beware!" drew me unto himself
Alright,
where
let's
I
see
stood.
if I can get ya.
Then I turned round as one who is impatient to see what it
Nope.
behoves him to escape,
Okay.
and whom a sudden terror doth own.
Maybe there
Who,
is.
while he looks, delays not his departure, and I beheld behind us a black devil, running long upon the crag of approach. Ah, how ferocious was he in his aspect, and how he seemed to me in action ruthless, with open wings and light upon his feet. His
I'm
shoulders,
trying to see, like, there must be a thing I can
sharp-pointed
push
were
this
high.
off
The
of.
sinner
I'm
did
guessing.
encumber both
I am
winds.
assuming that is the
Held
puzzle
clutch
they
the
want me to
city
do
of
here.
From off our bridge, he said, "O Malebranche, behold one of the elders of Saint Zita. Plunge him beneath, for I return with your others into that town.
That's good to
which is
know.
well furnished with them. All these are barators, except Bonturo, known to yes for money that is changed." He hurled him down,
Let's
and over
see.
the hard crag turned round, and never was a mastiff lucid in so much hurry to pursue a thief. The other sank, and rose again face downward, but the demon...
What would I like to hear you
Here
read?
the Santo Volto has no place. Here
Oh,
stands
like
one
jump
wise
from
and
there to another platform.
Therefore,
That's a good
before
idea.
gaffs thou
Okay,
wishest
let
not,
me.
do not uplift thyself above the pitch. They
I
seized
bet.
him then with more than
Let's
100
try-
rakes. They said,
Let's
"It here
see.
behoves thee to dance covered.
I
that
guess first I
thou
should
canst
save.
secretly mayst pilfer."
And I guess I am now
Not
noticing
otherwise
there's
the
a
cooks their
switch
scullions
down there
make,
that might
immerse
be.
into the middle of the cauldron the meat with hooks, so that it may not float. Said the good master to me, "That it be not apparent thou art here, crouch thyself down behind a jack, that thou mayest have some scream. For no outrage that is done to me, be thou afraid, because these things I know, for once before was I in such a scuffle." Then he
Oh,
passed
okay.
on beyond the bridge's head, and as upon the 6th bank he arrived, need was for him to have a steadfast front. With the same
I guess
fury,
I unintentionally
same
solved the puzzle.
dogs
I
leap
didn't.
out upon a mendicant, who on a sudden begs where it stops. They issued from beneath the little bridge, and turned against him all their grappling irons. But he cried out, "Be none
Oh,
of
was
you
I not
malignant,
supposed to go down
for
there?
those
I
hooks
thought
of
that
yours
was what I
lay
needed
hold
to
of me.
do, but
One of
okay.
you step forward, may hear me, and then take
I
counsel
thought
as to
I
grapple."
thought for sure.
They
That
all
seemed
cried
like there
out,
there
"Let
was a
Malakula
hole.
go."
I wanted to go
Whereat
in the
one
hole.
started, and the rest stood still. And he came to him, saying, "What avails it? Thinkest thou, Malakota, to behold me
Okay.
advanced into this place?" my master said, "safe hitherto from all your skill of fence, without the will divine and fate auspicious? Let me go on, for it in heaven is willed that I another show this savage road." Then was his arrogance so humbled in him, that he let fall his grapple at his feet, and
Okay.
to the others said, "Now strike him not." And unto me, my guide, "O thou who sittest among the splinters of the bridge crouched
I guess
down,
yeah. That's I
securely
use it
now
to.
return to me again." Wherefore I started and came swiftly to him, and all the devils...
If it's taking me too long
Here,
at a point, I'll probably will ask for help.
Thus beheld I once afraid the soldiers issue
Alright,
them
let's see.
safeguard from Caprona, seeing themselves among so many foes. Close did I press myself with all my person beside my leader, and turned not mine eyes from off their
I did it!
which was not good. They lowered their rakes, and "Wilt thou have me hidden?" I said to him, "on the ring." He answered, "Yes, see that thou make it with it." The same demon who was holding parley with my conductor turned very quickly and said, "Be quiet, Scarmignone," and said to us, "You can no farther go forward on this craft, because his line is shattered at the bottom of the 6th arch. And it is Still,
I don't. We don't see them. We don't see them. We don't see the boobs. They're being blocked by the wall. Actually, no, they're not. No, they're not. We gotta.
1,266 years were complete.
Here's what I will
Here
do.
the way was broken.
Let's
I
see
send in
here.
that direction some of mine.
This is
to
how
if
I'll see it.
anyone
I have it on
can
studio mode, so you can't see the boobs, but I can.
Step forward, Ali Kalkabri. Begin.
Alright, there we go.
And thou, so, Barbaricha, do thou guide the 10. Come forward, Libikoko and Draginyazo, and Tuska Chiriato and Grafiakana.
No one sees the boobs anymore.
Search ye all round about the boiling pitch. Let these be safe as far as the next crag, that all unbroken passes for the dens. Oh, what is it, master, that I see? Pray let us go, I said, without an escort, if thou knowest how, since for myself I ask not.
I'm on.
If thou art as observant as thou wantest, dost thou not see that they do gnash their teeth, their brows are threatening to us? And he to me, I will not have thee fear, let them gnash on according to their fancy, because they do it for those boiling wretches. Along the left-hand dike they wheeled about, but first had each one thrust his tongue between his teeth.
These ladies are very scary and tough. And it does not help that their whole deal is not great.
I have erewhile seen horsemen moving in, begin the storm, muster, and sometimes starting off for their escape. By couriers have I seen upon your land, O Aretines and foragers go forth, tournament stricken and the joustings run, sometimes with trumpets and sometimes with bells, with kettle drums and signals of castles.
Bible power, go!
With outlandish things, but never yet with bagpipes so uncouth did I see horsemen move, nor infantry, or ship by any sign of land or star. We went upon our way with the 10 demons, savage company, but in the church with saints, and in the tavern with the clowns.
Bible
See the whole condition
power!
of the Fulgen, and of the people who therein were burned. Even as the dolphins when they make a sign to mariners by arching the back, that they should counsel take to save their vessel. Thus sometimes to
Up! I gotta make that boob
and in less
thing
time
bigger.
conceal it, then it lightens. As on the brink of water in
There
a
we go.
ditch.
The frogs stand only with their muzzles out, so that they hide their feet in other bulb. So upon every side the sinners stood.
Sorry, we can't. Those boobs are very big. We can't let it. We
I
can't.
saw, and still my heart doth shudder.
Twitch will shut us down if we see boobs so ginormous.
Down another dog. Rafia Khan, who most confronted him, grappled him by his tresses, smeared with
Alright,
pitch,
I think she
threw
is
him up
gone.
so that he seemed annoyed. I knew before the names of all of them, so
Okay.
had I noted them when they were chosen, when they called each other and listened to them. O Ruby Hante, see that thou do lay thy claws upon her, so that thou mayst fight together. And I, my master, see to it if thou canst, that thou mayst know who is this luckless boy.
Alright, she's gone for now.
Near to the side of him, drew, asked him.
I'll worry when the time. Alright.
I in the kingdom of Navarre.
Ready for the boob
My mother
alert.
placed me
Ready.
servant to a lord, for she had borne me to a rival name, destroyer of himself.
Okay, she's.
Then I domestic was of good king Philip, and I set me there to practice barratry, for which I paid the reckoning in this heat. And Chiriato, whose mouth projected on either side, tusk, as if forward, caused him to feel how one of them could be. Among malicious cats the mouse had come, Barbaricha clasped him in his arms and said, "Stand to the side, while I am working."
So this is around when you quit the game, Rom.
Ask him again, he said, if more than wish.
Well, I guess you get to finally experience, depends how far we get, but maybe we'll see. Maybe you finally get to see the end of this game.
One who is elation under the pitch? And he, I separated lately from one who is a neighbor to him.
Are we actually in Lust now? Is this actual Lust? If this is actually the Lust zone, then maybe
we have borne too much.
I could finally switch to.
So that by rending
We're out of the.
Torah
If we're out of
Ike,
Limbo, truly.
Ike,
If we're out of Limbo,
Dragnazor
truly, then I guess we can say
wished to
goodbye
pounce upon
to
him.
Limbos and hello
Whence
to the
their
Lust
Decurion
zone.
turned round and around about with
All right, we're in the Lust tornado. Welcome
When
to
they
the
again
Lust
somewhat
zone.
were pacified,
Welcome to the Lust zone, everyone.
still was looking
I'm gonna count that as
commanded
getting
my
us
conductor
points.
without stay.
Um,
Was that one from
so
whom the
we're gonna
wolf
give
was parted?
ourselves.
Thou sayest thou hast made to come ashore? And he replied,
All right.
It was Friar Gomita.
Of Galura, vessel of all fraud, who had the enemies of his lord in hand, and dealt so with them each results thereafter. Money he took, smoothly off, as he says. In other offices, very easy. Not me, the sovereign. War gatherers with one Dom Miquel Zanque of Logodoro, of Sardinia to gossip, never do their tongues grow tired. Oh, me, see that when White grinds his teeth. Still farther goes me.
Leave me alone!
To scratch my itch. The Grand Provost
Damn it.
turned to Farfarello, rolled his eyes about as if to strike, said, "Stand aside there, thou."
Yeah, the multiple readers in this section of this, I wish they kept to having, like, one reader doing a voice. Not sure what they're,
But let the Malebranche cease, so that these may not their revenges fear. And I, now sitting in this very place, for one that I am, make 7. I shall whistle, as our custom is, to do whenever one of us comes out. Cagnazzo at these words, his muzzle lifted, shaking his head, and said, "Just hear the trick which he has thought of, down to throws." Whence he, who snares in great abundance, responded, "I by far too cunning am, when I procure far greater sadness." How he keen held not end, but running counter into the rest, said to him,
1, 2,
"Thou not,
3,
I will not
come
follow
on.
thee, Hobgoblin, but I will beat my wings above the pitch, height thee left, be the bank a shield, see if thou alone canst countervail me. O thou who readest, thou shalt learn the sport, each to the other side,
Ah!
as averted, he first, most
Those-
reluctant was to do it.
Those hotted
The
boobs.
Navarrese selected well his time, planted his feet on land, and in a moment leaped and released himself from their design, whereat each one was suddenly stung with shame, and most was cause of each. Therefore he moved and cried, "Thou art worthy."
Alright.
But little it availed, for wings could not outstrip fear. The other one went under.
It's a good thing Dante isn't alive today to, see what the EA Games is accusing him of. To my knowledge, Dante did not do, this stuff here, but I could be wrong. You know, maybe he did.
On his companion, and grappled with him. Right
Maybe he
above
did
him.
kill the, you know, maybe he did kill Death, and that's why he was able to make such good material.
Both of them a sudden intercessor was the heat, nevertheless surprising, such a degree of lamenting the others, Barabatic check, horrible all their gasps, very sweet on this side and that, to their distance. Stretched their hooks where the pigeons snare, were already big, crust, and in this manner busy did we.
Inferno, Canto 23. Silent, alone, and without company.
Definitely not silent
We
alone
went,
right now.
The one in front, the other after, as go the minor friars along their way. Upon the fable of Aesop was directed my thought, by reason of the present quarrel, where he has spoken of the frog and mouse. For Mo and Issa are not more alike than this one is.
Huh?
Well, we couple end and beginning,
Okay.
steadfast mind. And even as one
Don't know how I did that.
another springs,
Didn't like that.
so afterwards from that was born another, which the first fear within me double made. Thus did I ponder. These
Okay.
on our account are laughed to scorn.
I'm ready with the J
With
key.
injury and scoff so great that much I think it must annoy them.
Hotted boob.
If
Hotted
anger be
boob.
grafted on ill will, they will come after us more merciless than dog upon the leveret, which he sees.
Okay, oh no.
I felt
It's a
my
good thing
hair
I'm not
stand
showing you
fall
this.
on end already with
It's a
terror
good thing I'm
and
not
back
showing you
to
this.
me
It's
when I said, Master, if thou hidest
those
not
boobs
thyself
are on
in the
display.
wake of Malebranche, I am in dread. We have them now behind us, so I imagine them. I already feel them.
Oh no, you're right. You're right.
And
Let
he,
me. We gotta.
If I were made of leaded glass,
gotta make the boob alert
thine
bigger.
outward image should I
Make
not
the
attract
boob bigger.
sooner to me than I imprint the ear. Just now thy thoughts came in among my
Alright,
own
there
with
we
similar
go.
attitude and similar face, so that of both one counsel soul I made. If pre-event
Now no one will see it.
that we to the next Volga can descend, we shall escape from the imagined chase. Not yet he finished rendering such opinion, when I beheld
No one will ever know the horrors
with outstretched wings,
that EA Games
not
were
far
doing.
remote, with will to seize upon it.
My leader on a sudden ceased me up, even as another by awakened, close beside her, sees the enkindled flames, takes her son and flies, does not stop,
Oh my.
taking more care of him than of herself, so that she clothes her only with a shift.
You know, the
Down
game.
from
You
the
know,
top
when
of
I
the
made
hard
that potted
edge,
boobs up ahead, I didn't. You know, it really
one
was
side,
true.
other, the air ran so swiftly the water from the sluice, covering the field, and the landfill mill, pierced in patterns and approaches, stood my master down on the border, bearing me with him in his rescue way, as his own son, not as a companion. Hardly fed of the ravine below.
Also, this is a part without boobs, so I can.
Was not afraid.
The boobs aren't here yet.
By providence, which had ordained to place the masters in the remote, power passed painted people there below me now, went about with footsteps very slow,
weeping, and in their semblance tired and
Alright.
vanquished. They had on mantles with the hoods low down.
before their eyes, and passion left alone.
Yeah, you know exactly what's going on the screen. You don't need to worry.
They gilded ours so that it dazzles, and all lead is so heavy, Frederick used to put them on the string. Oh, everlastingly, heaving again returned, still to the left hand, intent on herself, but owing to the weight, the weary folk came on so
bad.
each motion. Whence I into my leader, see now find someone who made by deed or deed, and thus in going
Okay,
move
now
them
I need
about.
to make sure.
One who understood the
Boob
Tuscan
alert
speech cried to us
on-
from behind, "Stay your feet, ye who so runneth
And-
forth the dusky air.
There we go.
Perhaps thou'lt have for me what thou demandest." Whereat the leader
There we
turned
go.
him and said, "Wait." And then according to his
Yep, and there she is in all her boob glory.
show great haste of spirit in their faces to be with me.
Oh.
The burden, narrow way to
I missed the part where babies
They
come out of her
long
giant
skins,
nipples.
Skin,
Look, what? Wow, what a
then to
what a
each
game.
set together. He, by the passion of his throat, seems living. If dead they are, by what privilege are they recovered? He stole. Then said to me, "Tuscan, who to the college of miserable hypocrites are come, do not disdain to tell
I mean,
us who thou art.
I had to make sure,
Thou
Rom.
then,
I had to make sure.
Born was I, and well, a great town on the fair river Long, and with the body am I've always had. And who are ye, whom there trickles down
All right,
upon your cheeks
come on.
such grief
Good
as
night.
What things upon you so sparkles? And one replied to me,
Damn it! I thought I could make it to the
Light
health
so
thing in
heavy
time.
that the
That's
weeds
okay.
Cause in this way their balances to creep.
Yeah, these two voices are throwing me
Frati
off.
Godenti were we, and Bolognese.
I Catalano and he Liringo named, and together take by the city, as the want is to take one man alone, for maintenance of its peace. We were such that still it is apparent. O friars began, wherein you quittest, and said no more, for mine eyes that rush one crucified, fixed in his prayer. When me he saw,
Alright, come on.
flowing into his beard with suspiration.
Can I grab you, please?
Said to me, "This transfixed one."
This is not the way I wanted to grab you, but okay.
One man to torture the people. Crosswise and naked as he can pass, thou perceivest. Needs must feel whoever passes first how much he goes. And likely his father-in-law is punished within this moat.
Damn.
And the others of the council, which for the Jews.
The city dwarf near whose name is Dis.
Thereupon I saw Virgilius marvel over him, who was extended on the cross so vile. Then he directed to the friar his voice. Be not displeased, granted thee to tell us if to the right hand any path sloped down,
Alright.
which we two issue without constraining some of the black angels.
Alright, come on.
Then he made answer, nearer than thou hopest, there is a rock, that forth from a great circle proceeds, and crosses all the blue valleys, save that at this, 'tis broken, 'tis not rigid, you will be able to mount up the roof, and the sidewalk slopes. The leader stood a while with head bowed down, and said, "The business badly counted, who grapples with his foot, sinners yonder." And the friar, "Many of the devil's vices, once heard I alone.
Alright, we got that one down.
He's alive, father.
And then I gotta
Thereat
remind
my
myself.
leader with great strides went on, somewhat disturbed with anger in his looks, whence from the heavy
There we go.
laden I departed, after the prince of his beloved feet.
And boob alert, activate.
Inferno, Canto 24. In that part of the youthful year wherein the sun his locks beneath
I'm ready.
Aquarius tempers, and now the nights draw near to half the day.
What time the hoarfrost copies on the ground the outward semblance of her sister.
I really don't know why
Little
Cleopatra is the leader of
The
Lust,
husband,
but
whose forage paleth rises
Okay.
and looks, and seeth the champagne all in flame, where he beats his flank, returns indoors, and up and down walks. Poor wretch, he knows not what to do. Then he
I'm gonna
returns
save
to
this baby here.
Seeing the world has changed his countenance in little time,
He takes his shepherd's crook and forth the little lambs to pasture drive. Thus did the master fill me with alarm when I beheld his forehead so disturbed. Into the ailment
Alright,
came
3,
soon as
2,
the last
1.
For as we came
Holy
to
light!
the wood bridge, he returned to me with that sweet look which at the mountain's foot I first beheld. His arms he opened after some advisement to think himself elected, looking first well at the ruler and laid hold of me.
Okay, that makes sense
Even as
actually.
he who acts and meditates, for I it seems that he provides before me. So upward lifting me towards the summit of the drop, he scanned another crag, saying, that one prattle after, tried first, such that the whole.
Alright.
This was no way
Okay,
one
activate!
For hardly we, like, I pushed upward, unable to ascend the jag.
You wouldn't know it, but I'm kicking ass right now. You don't need to know.
Shorter was the
I'm doing awesome. Don't worry about me.
But I had been
When we're out of the haunted boob zone, don't worry, we'll be.
found as well. as
Everything
all
will be
light.
right as
Structure
rain
which
again.
valley doth report, one bank rises and the other sinks. Still we arrived at length upon the point wherefrom the last stone breaks itself asunder. The breath was from my lungs so milked away, when I was up that I could go no farther. Nay, I sat down upon the first arrival. Now it behoves thee thus to put off sloth, the master said. For sitting upon
I'm hurting her nails. Uh-oh.
which whoso his life consumes, such vestige leaveth him.
In a different angle, you could barely see her boobs. Oh, no, never mind.
And therefore raise thee up, who are come with anguish with spirit that will come to perfect battle, if with his heavy body sink not. The longer stairway behoves thee mount. 'Tis not enough for these to have departed. Let it avail thee, if thou understand.
Oh, okay.
Then I uprose, showing myself provided better with breath than I did feel myself, and said, Go on, where I am strong and bold. Upward we took our way along the crag.
Nails are expensive. You are right.
Difficult, more precipitous far.
Alright, so I need to.
Speaking I went, not to appear exhausted, whereat a voice from the next moat came forth, not well adapted to continue the words. I know not what it said. Door the back, down so the arch that passes them. But he seemed moved to end.
Yep, it's just me and the lust. We're laughing away.
Dark, therefore I, Master, see that thou arrive at the next round, and let us descend the hall. For as from hence I hear and understand not, so I look down, nothing I disturb.
And I died.
Other response, he said, I make thee not, except the doing.
Oh
The
well.
modest asking ought to be followed by
Let's
the deed
see.
in silence. We from the bridge descended at its head, where it connects itself with the and I beheld therein a terrible throng of serpents, of such a monstrous kind that still congeals my blood. But Libya boasts no longer of her sin.
Gonna make you blow up.
Jaculi and Fairy she breeds, with Chinkri and its band. Neither so many plagues nor so malignant nor sure, all nor with whatever place is. Among this confused and most dismal throng, renegade and frightened, without the old
Alright.
They had their hands with the serpent's bone. These riveted upon the reins and tail of the horn one. Lo, only was upon our side, parted for the serpent which was fixed. There where the neck is knotted to the shoulder. For so
Ow.
nor I was written, as he took fire and burned, and ashes wholly behoved it that in falling he became. And when he on the ground was thus destroyed, the ashes drew together, and of themselves into himself.
I kind of wish I was just at the Beatrice, or sorry, not Beatrice part, the Cleopatra part. I don't understand why that keeps getting me to die from these losers.
Feeds not on tears and incense.
Not a fan.
And as he is who falls, and knows not how, by force of demons who to earth down drag him, or other operations. When he rises and round him looks, he which he has suffered, and looking smiles. Such was that sinner after he had risen. Justice of God, O how sweet it is, that blows like bees and vengeance for the The guide thereafter
Can you
asked
please?
him who he was.
Please.
Whence he was. I reigned from Tuscany, short to
Please, Rip.
Bestial life, not a human.
Not me! Don't rip me!
Uncheap beast. Pistoia is worthy man. And I end the guide. Tell him to stop and ask what crime has thrust him here below. For once a man of blood and rank.
Let us descend!
And
And by descend, I mean rise up a weird platform. Alright.
Faced with a melancholy shame. And said, it pains me more that thou hast caught me in this misery than when I
Alright, we got
what
this.
What thou demandest, I cannot deny. So low am I put down, because I robbed the sacristy of the barrel, and falsely once was laid upon another. But thou mayest not such a sight enjoy, if thou shalt e'er be out of
Let me do my combo! Come on. At least let me do my holy light.
Pistoia
Come on.
first of Neri groweth meager, then Florence doth renew her men and manners. Mars draws a vapor up from Baldi Agra, which is with turbid clouds over the ground.
I missed hearing about Michael Scott. I miss Michael Scott. I would like to hear more about him, please, in this story.
This I say.
When's he gonna show up in the video game?
Inferno, Canto 25. At the conclusion of his words, the thief lifted his hands aloft with both the figs.
Come on.
crying, Take that, God, for at thee I aim them. From that time forth, the serpents were my friends, for one entwined itself
Can
about
you
his
go
neck,
away?
and
Please!
I will not tell speak more. And
Okay.
round his arms another,
Jay.
and we bound him, clinching itself together so in front,
And
that with them he could not a motion make.
back at it again with the
Pistoia,
boob, girls!
Pistoia, why resolve not to burn myself to ashes and to perish, since in ill doing thou thy seed accelerate? Through all the somber circles of this hell, the spirit I saw not against God so proud, not he who fell at Thebes down from the wall. He fled away and spake no further word, and I beheld the centaur full of rage, come crying out, where is the scoffer? I do not think
Well, I died again.
Maremma has so many serpents as he had all
Why
along
do they
his back,
gotta make this so hard?
as far as
And
where
hard
our
mode. Why is
countenance
hard
begins.
mode so hard? I ask.
Upon the shoulder,
I ask because I refuse to put it on normal.
with wings wide open as a dragon lion, and he sets fire to all that he encounters. My master said, that one is Caucasus, who beneath the rock upon Mount Seven created oftentimes a lake of blood. He goes not on the same road as his brothers by reason of the fraudulent theft he made of the great herd which he had near to him, whereat his torturous actions ceased beneath the mace of Hercules, who pre-adventure doomed him 100, and he felt not 10, while he was speaking thus.
Alright, you go.
And spirits
You go over here.
had underneath us come,
And you go over here. Thank you.
nor my leader. Until
I'm
what
not allowed to
time
grab
shouted,
you.
Who are you? On which
I have to wait for
account
some
I
weird
stole
moment
the
where
phone,
I'm able to do some
and then we
weird
were intent on them alone.
thing that I don't like.
I did not know them, but it came to pass, as it is wont to happen by some chance, that one to name the
I
other
saw
was
a people
compelled,
smothered in filth
exclaiming,
that out of human
"Where
okay.
can Kianfa have remained? Whence I, so that the leader might attend, upwards from
God.
chin to nose my figure lay.
I should have known better
Thou
indeed.
art
I should have blocked
slow
more
now to
or
believe
pressed
what
the
I
square
shall
button.
say, it will no marvel be, for I
Dante,
saw
you should have
hardly
pressed the
committed
square button more.
As I was
These are
holding
the
raised
goblins.
over
I don't
my
understand
brow,
why you're dying to
behold,
them so
certain
often.
6 feet darts forth in front of one and fastens wholly on him. With middle feet it bound him round the paunch, and with the forward ones his arm did seize, then thrust its teeth through one cheek and the other. The hindermost it stretched upon his thighs, and put its tail through in between the two, and up behind along the rein outspread it. Ivy was never fastened by its barbs into a tree so as this horrible reptile upon
Right, I'm
the
waiting. Do
flame
your weird
his own.
your combo so I can do mine. Thank you.
Then they stuck close as if of heated wax. They had been made to mix their color.
Is it hotted
Nor
boob
one
time?
nor the other seemed now what he was.
It's hotted boob time. Okay.
Even as proceedeth on before the flame upward along
We're gonna get through
the
this.
brown
We're gonna get
color
through
was
this.
not
I
black
refuse.
yet, and the white dot.
I refuse to stay on the
other
boob
two
alert
dogs,
forever.
Each of them cried out, "O me, Angelo, how thou changest! Behold, thou now art neither two nor one. Already the two heads have become one. When there appeared to us two figures mingled into one face, wherein the two belonged.
Alright. Baby 1.
Of the four lists
Baby
were
2.
fashioned the two arms, the thighs and legs, the belly.
See,
and
I'm
the
just
chest.
laughing off
Members
screen.
became
I'm laughing
but
off
never
screen
yet.
right now. It's just 'cause I'm having so much
Every
fun.
original aspect there was cancelled too, and yet none of the distorted image appeared, and such departed with slow pace. Even as a lizard under the great scourge of days came to earth, exchanging hedge, lighting appeareth with the
Alright,
road
baby
of
1.
Thus
I
did
need
it
that
appear
health.
coming
I
towards
need
the
these
valley.
babies to go away.
The two
Baby?
others, a small fiery serpent, livid and black as is a peppercorn. And in that part whereas is first
Alright.
received our ailment, if one of them transfixed, then down it fell in front of him extended. The one transfixed looked
Alright,
at
there
it,
we go.
but said not, nay, rather with feet motionless he yawned, just as if sleep or fever had assailed him.
Come
He of
on,
the serpent
get me up
gazed,
there.
And it hit him. One through the wound, the other through the mouth, smoke violently in the smoke communal. Henceforth be silent, Luca, where he mentioned wretched Sibelius and Nasidius, and wait to hear
Alright.
what now shall be shot forth. Be silent over the Cadmus and the Refusa, for if
There we go.
him to a snake
Now to
her
get
to a
the
fountain,
purple Gatorade.
converts he favored, that I grudge him
Off
not.
screen purple Gatorade. I'm
And
having
two
so much
natures
fun.
never front to front
Me and my
as
demon
he
friends, we're
did.
just having a
For the
ball.
both
We're all
forms
we're all
to
friends
them
now.
already were. Together they responded in such wise that to a fork the serpent cleft his tail.
They just let me
and
take their
each of them
souls.
did
I just think that's funny.
The legs
We all think
together
it's
with
funny.
the thighs themselves adhered so that in little time, the juncture, no sign whatever made of his appearance. He with the cloven tail assumed the figure. The other
Okay,
one
good.
was losing,
Alright.
and his skin became elastic, and the other's hard. I saw the arms draw inward at the armpits, and both feet of the reptile that were short lengthen as much as those contracted were. Thereafter the hind feet together
Alright.
twisted became the member that a man conceals, and of his own the wretch had two created.
So I
While
have
both of
to
them
basically light her on fire, or light her boobs on fire or something. That's what I'm guessing they want me to do.
The one uprose. and
Come on,
the
give me-
other fell,
give me-
Not away their pious lips, underneath which each one is not
Okay, I do not have
Even
a
the
single
skin
clue what
was
I'm supposed to do.
from excess of matter which came thither.
I am stuck on the boob puzzle. I cannot believe it.
What did not back
And
the
I
line
died.
Was retained of that excess made to the face a nose.
How do you
and the
get
lips
stuck on a
within
boob
flowers
puzzle?
Was befitting. He who lay prostrate thrust his
How does
finger
one get
forward
stuck
and
on that?
backwards, ears into his head, in the same manner as the snail its horns. And so the tongue, which was entire and active,
Can't believe I got
goes
stuck
deep
on a
with
boob
the
puzzle.
horns
It's
and the
pathetic.
bark fork, and the other closes up, and the smoke leaves.
And yet entirely on
The
brand
soul,
for me.
which to a reptile had been changed, along the valley hissing takes to flight.
I think I'm the reason why they never made a sequel to this game. I'll never
Then
never
he
get past the
turned
boob puzzle.
upon him his new shoulders and said to the other, "How hast thou also run, crawling thou done on this way?" In this way I beheld the seventh phallus shift and reshift, and here be my excuse, the novelty, if aught from 10 press. And notwithstanding
come
that
on.
mine eyes might be somewhat bewildered, and my mind
I'm gonna
was
die
blank,
again.
they could not
God.
flee away so secretly.
This is...
but that I plainly saw Puccio Sciancato. And
It's
he
just
it
a
was
shame that I'm in
whose
hell and there's no such thing as a
three
normal or easy
companions
mode, you know?
came in the beginning
It's a
like
shame.
watching. The other was he whom thou, Gavial,
But we're in hell, and these are the things we have to deal with.
End of Inferno.
Or, sorry, Inferno.
21 to 25.
Let's see. I would have thought, like, at least, you know, there would have been, like, a more powerful slashes, you know, sort of ability I would get by this point, but I guess not. I guess not. The titty trickery is getting to me. I will admit, I'm getting heated up. I might have to go back to the food cam and get some food because I am I'm getting hot and bothered over this titty business. Let me tell you. Okay. Did that. Alright, that moves. That move's cool. I gotta remember that move. Okay. Deer weird. Alright. Alright, come on. Okay. Alright. I got one. And I got none. The titties get me again. That, oh, also, I have completely blanked and realized the desktop audio is, I got distracted. Books get another point. The books are getting another point here. We got 35 now for books. I can't believe it. I got too distracted. Think we are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are now on 6. 26 through 30 of the Inferno.
This is a LibriVox recording.
I'm gonna turn down my the game audio just a tiny bit so we can hear the Inferno a bit better.
Please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aaron.
This guy's kind of quiet. I turned up his volume all the way.
By Dante Alighieri. Translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Inferno, Canto 26 to 30.
I bet I could turn down the game audio a bit more.
Canto 26.
There we go.
Rejoice, O Florence, since thou art so great that over sea and land
now we can
thou
hear
beatest
this
thy
person
wings,
just
and throughout
fine.
hell thy name is spread abroad. Among the thieves 5 citizens of thine, like these I found, whence shame comes unto me, and thou thereby to no great honor risest. But if when morn is near,
no great
our
honor
dreams
happening
are true,
here, that's for sure.
Feel shalt thou in a little time from now what Prato, if none other, craves for thee. And if it now were, it were not too soon. Would that it were, seeing it needs must be, for 'twill grieve me more the more I age. We went our way, and up along the stairs the Borns had made us to descend before.
The Borings?
Remounted my conductor and drew me. And
I don't know why I didn't try
the
this.
solitary path among the rocks and ridges
This is an
of the
easy
clay,
way to get rid of
the
these
foot,
dudes.
without the hand, sped not at all. Then sorrowed I, and sorrow now again.
See, I'm not losing
When
any
I
health at
direct
all
my
now.
mind to what I saw, and more my genius curbed.
You
than I
can't
am
kill
wont,
me
that
now.
it may run
I'm
not
too
unless
busy
virtue guide it,
engaging
so
with
that
your
if
game
some good
mechanics. You
star
can't
or
stop
better
me.
thing have given me good, I may myself not grudge it.
I'm
As man is
engaging with the
Hun,
game
who on the
mechanics.
hill rests at the time when he who lights the
Press
world his
B!
countenance keeps least concealed.
Yay!
While as the fly
Now
gives
it's
place
just the
unto
two
me,
of them.
seeth the glowworms down along the valley, perchance there where he ploughs and makes his vintage. With flames as manifold resplendent all was the eighth Bolgia, as I grew aware as soon as I was where the depth appeared. And such as he who with the bears avenged him, beheld Elijah's chariot at departing, what time the steeds to heaven erect uprose. For with his eye he could not follow it, so as to see aught else than flame alone,
Okay.
even as a little
Bye-bye.
cloud ascending upward. Thus each along the gorge of the
How am I
entrenchment
already
is
almost
moving,
dead?
for not one reveals the theft, and every flame a sinner steals away.
Why are they so
I stood upon
strong?
the bridge uprisen to seize,
That's not
so
fair.
that if I had seized not
But then again,
on a
that's
rock,
hell.
down had I fallen without
That's
doing
Inferno,
good.
sorry. I gotta stay on brand.
And the leader,
It's Inferno.
who beheld me so attent, exclaimed, "Within the fires the spirits are, each swathes himself with that wherewith he
Alright,
burns.
I have 0 health, and now it's
My
time for.
master, I replied,
By
By hearing thee I am more sure, but I surmise
This is what
thou
happens when I
already
have it on
might be
studio
so,
mode,
and
and
already
I
wish
can't
to ask
immediately.
thee, who is within that fire which
Ah,
comes
we
so
almost
flash
saw
at
a
top?
boob there. We
It
almost
seems
saw a boob.
uprising
That would
from
have
the
been
pyre
terrible.
where was Eteocles with his brother placed.
That would have been
He answered
terrible.
me, within there are
Alright, now
tormented
I'm gonna
Ulysses
try to
and
solve the
Diomed,
titty puzzle,
and thus
I
together
guess.
They unto vengeance run as unto wrath. And there within their flame do they lament the ambush of the horse, which made the door whence issued forth the Romans' gentle seed. Therein is wept the craft, for which being dead, Didamia still deplores
you know,
Achilles.
This is how
and pain
this is
for
how
the
we're gonna have to
blade when
win.
there is born. If they within those sparks possess the power to speak, I said, thee, master, much I pray and re-pray that the prayer be
And I
worth
died
1,000, if thou make no denial of awaiting until the horned flame shall hither come. Thou seest that with desire I lean towards it.
Why? Why is this
To
so
me,
hard?
Worthy is thy entreaty of much applause, and therefore I accept it. But take heed that thy tongue restrain itself. Leave me to speak, because I have conceived that which thou wishest. For they might disdain perchance, since they were Greeks, discourse of thine. When now the flame had come unto that point, where to my leader it seemed time and place,
All
after
right.
this fashion did I hear him speak. O ye who are twofold within one fire, if I deserved of you while I was living, if I deserved of you or much or little when in the world I wrote the
Maybe this
lofty
was
verses,
okay.
do not move on. But one
So
of you
far, just
declare
mashing
whither,
B is
being
helping me
lost,
out here.
He went away to die. Then of the antique flame, the greater horn,
Was that all I needed to do this
began
whole
to wave
time?
itself about, even as a flame doth which the wind fatigues.
Ah!
Thereafterward, the summit to and fro, moving as if it were the
Okay.
tongue that spake, it uttered
Whew!
forth a voice, and said,
Lord,
when
almost
I
saw
from
a
Circe
boob.
had departed,
Close.
who concealed me more than a year there, near unto Gaeta, or ever yet.
I can't wait
Aeneas
till we're
named
done
it
with this
so.
section and we can
Nor
finally
fondness for my son, nor reverence
maybe
for my old father,
hold off on the
nor
boob
the due
alert for a bit.
affection which joyous should have made Penelope, could overcome within me the desire I had to be experienced of the world and of the vice and virtue of mankind. But I put forth on the high open sea with one sole ship, and that small company by which I never had deserted been. Both of the shores I saw as far as
All right,
Spain,
baby, go
far as
bye-bye.
Morocco, and the Isle of Sardis, and the
And
others
baby, go
which
bye-bye.
that sea bathes round about.
Alright, now it's time
I and
to
my
try to
company
figure
were
out
old
this
and
video
slow,
game puzzle.
When at that narrow
Okay.
passage we arrived, where Hercules his landmarks set as signals, that man no further onward should adventure.
So I think I
On
have
the
to
right
move
hand
the
behind me I
snake
left Seville,
and then find the
and on
switch
the other
that makes the
already
fire
I had
happen.
left Ceuta. O brothers, who amid 100,000 perils, I said, have come unto the west, To this so inconsiderable
Come on,
vigil
get
which
me
is
up
the
there!
norm of your senses,
This
still
fucking
be ye
hell!
unwilling to deny the knowledge, following
hell?
the son of the unpeopled world.
What? More like what the
Consider ye
Inferno.
seed from which ye sprang. Ye were not made to live like unto brutes, but for
What the
pursuit of
Inferno, am I
virtue and
right?
of knowledge. So eager did I render my companions with this brief exhortation for the voyage, that then I hardly could have held them back. And having turned our stern unto the morning, we of the oars made wings for our mad flight.
I want to get
evermore
up
gaining on the
to your
larboard
puzzle,
side.
please.
Already all the stars of the other
Okay.
pole the night beheld, and ours so very low it did not rise above the ocean floor. 5 times rekindled, and as many quenched, had been the splendor underneath the moon, since we had entered into the deep path, when there appeared to us a mountain, dim from distance, and it beheld to me so high as I had never any one beheld.
Maybe I have to do it like twice
Joyful
in one
we were.
area.
And soon it turned to weeping. For out of the new land a whirlwind rose, and smote upon the forepart of the ship. 3 times it made her whirl with all the waters. At the
Oh wait, I
4th
have
time
to
it
get
made the
to
stern
both,
uplift,
maybe.
and the
It's-
prow downward go, as pleased another, until the sea above
Alright.
us closed again. Canto
No,
27.
okay. I thought that was it.
Already was the flame erect and quiet, to speak no more, and now
Alright.
departed from us with the permission of the gentle poet.
I'm on.
When yet another which behind it came
Raise up
caused
there.
us to turn our eyes upon its top by a confused sound that issued from it. As
Okay,
the
I am
Sicilian
lighting her
bull
boobs on
that
fire,
bellowed
okay.
First with the lament of him, and that was right, who with his file had modulated it. Bellowed so with the voice of the afflicted that notwithstanding it was made of brass, still it appeared with agony transfixed.
Alright,
Thus by
we're
not
back in
having
the no
any
boob
way of
zone.
issue at first from out the fire.
But we know
whose
there's
own
still
language
could come
converted
ahead.
the
We gotta be
melancholy word.
prepared.
But afterwards, when they had gathered way up through the point, giving it that vibration the tongue had given them in their passage out, we heard it said, O thou at whom I aim my voice, and who but now was
Alright.
speaking Lombard, saying, Now go thy way, no more
Now
I
go
urge
thy
thee.
way.
Because I
Go-
come
go
to
thy
cancel
way,
thee
boobs,
late,
go
to
thy
stay
way.
and speak with me, let it not irk thee. Thou seest it irks not me, and I am burning. If thou but lately into this blind world hast fallen down from that sweet Lycian land, wherefrom I bring the whole of my transgression, say if the Romanuals have peace or war.
I tell thee why
For
I came,
was
and when
from
I heard the
mountains
first
there
moment when
between
I grieved
Urbino
for
and the
thee
yoke
in the
where
boob
Tiber
zone.
I still was downward bent and listening, when my conductor touched me on the side, saying, Speak thou, this one a Latian is. And I, who had beforehand my reply in readiness, forthwith began to speak. O soul,
So
that
far,
down
okay.
below
B
there
button,
art
still
concealed.
the way to go.
Romania thine is not, and never has been without war in the bosom of its tyrants. But open war I none have left there.
As long as the game allows me to do
For
the
then
B
it
button.
stands as it long years have stood.
The precious B
The
button.
eagle of Polenta there is brooding, so that she covers Servia with her vans. The city which once made thou long
Gosh.
resistance, and of the French a sanguinary heap, beneath the green paws finds itself again. Verruccio's ancient mastiff, and the new, which made such bad disposal of Montagna, where they are wont to make wimbles of their teeth. The cities of Lemon and Santerno governs the lioncel of the
Oh,
white
Moose.
hare,
That's good.
who changes sides twixt summertime and winter, and that of which the Savio bays the flank, even as it lies between the plain and mountain.
Go, my
living
magic
between
crosses,
tyranny
go!
and free state. Now I entreat thee, tell us who thou art. Be not more stubborn than the rest have been, so that thy name hold front there in the wind.
I'm definitely gonna die here.
After the fire a
I
little more had
screwed this
roared
one
in
up.
its own fashion, the sharp point it moved this way and that, and then gave forth such breath. If I believe that my
I'm very
reply
glad
were
I
made
didn't
to
do any
one who the
punishments for
world with
death
airly
sitting, because I
flame,
would.
this
If it was
flame
like
without
drinking a
more
drink or
flickering
something,
would
I'd be
stand
dead.
Still. But inasmuch as never from this death did anyone return, if I hear true, without the fear of infamy, I answer, I was a man of arms, then Cordelier, believing thus begirt to make amends. And truly my belief had been fulfilled, but for the high priest, who may ill
I can see why you punched out. This is very frustrating.
And how and wherefore I will have thee here.
In a lot of
While I
ways,
was
it's
still
very
the form of bone
frustrating.
and pulp my mother gave to me, the deeds I did were not those of a lion, but of a fox.
I think this is
The
an,
machinations
you know,
and the covert ways
I don't
knew
think
them
this is
all,
quite as
and
smooth
practiced so their
playing-wise
craft,
as a God of War.
that to the ends
I
of
don't
the
think
earth
very
the sound
highly of
went
God
forth.
of War in general.
When now unto that
not a
portion
fan
of
of that
mine age
series.
I saw myself arrive,
I played the
when
first and
each
the third
ought
one, I
to
was
lower
like,
the
eh,
sails
but
and coil away the rope.
I think those
That
handled
which
this
before
kind of
had
combat
pleased,
a
then
bit better, in my
displeased me.
opinion.
And penitent and confessing
Granted,
I
I'm
surrendered.
playing on hard.
Ah,
Maybe
woe is
normal
me.
things weren't a bit
And it would
better.
have bestead me. The leader of the modern Pharisees,
But
having a
that
war
still
near
doesn't
unto
excuse
Laodicea,
all of
and
the
not with Saracens,
shit in
nor
this
with the
game
Jews,
that is,
for
you know,
each one of his enemies was Christian,
content-wise.
and none of them had been
Not just how it
to conquer
plays, obviously, but
nor merchandising in the Sultan's
there's
land,
some shit
nor the
here
high
that
office,
is
nor the
not
sacred
cool.
orders, in him regarded, nor in me that cord which used to make those girt with it more meagre.
Honestly, the
But
sex
even as
minigame in
Constantine
God of
sought out
War,
Sylvester
while
to cure his leprosy
I think
with
Kratos' whole deal
So
sucks,
this
but
one sought
I would
me
rather
out
have
as
the,
an
the,
adept,
the press square to
cure him of
fuck
the
in
fever of his
comparison to
pride.
this weird shit here.
Counsel he asked of me, and I was silent because his words appeared inebriate. And then he said, Be not thy heart afraid. Henceforth I thee absolve.
Alright.
And thou instruct me how to raise Palestrina to the ground. Heaven have
Alright,
I power
come
to
on.
lock and to unlock, as thou dost know. Therefore the keys are two, the which my predecessor held not dear. Then urged me on his weighty arguments there. where
Like,
my
there is a
silence
juggle
was
thing, but you
defense.
also have to unlock
And
shit
said
to
I,
get to the juggle
Father,
parts.
since thou washest me of that sin into which I now must fall, the promise long with the fulfillment short will make thee triumph in the lofty seat.
I'm not changing the difficulty, sorry, we're in
Francis
hell.
came afterward when I was dead for me. But one of the
But
black
it's
cherubim
like,
said to him, Take him
if
not.
I just had,
Do
I
me
could
no
have
wrong.
gotten a counter.
He must come down among my servitors because he gave the fraudulent advice from which time forth I have been at his hair. For who repents not cannot be absolved, nor can one both repent and will at once, because of the contradiction which consents not.
Alright, come on.
O miserable me, how I did shudder when he seized on me, saying, Peradventure thou didst not think that I was a logician. He bore me into Minos, who entwined 8 times his tail about his stubborn back, and after he had bitten it in great rage, said, Of the thievish fire a culprit this. Wherefore,
it.
here where thou seest I am lost, and vested
At
thus
least
in
one of
going
the
I do
one
not
of the
know.
annoying ladies is gone.
When it had thus completed its recital, the flame departed, uttering lamentations, writhing and flapping its sharp-pointed horn. Onward we passed, both I and my conductor.
Yeah, that's the thing about God
up
of War
o'er the
is that,
crag
like,
above another arch, which the moat
it's-
covers, where is paid
knows
the
what it's
fee by
doing.
those who,
Alright.
sowing discord, win their burden.
Alright.
Canto 28. Whoever could, e'en with untrammelled
gonna happen.
words, tell of
I
the
got it
blood and
ready.
of the wounds in full which now I saw by many times narrating? Each tongue would for a certainty fall short, by reason of our speech and memory, that have small room to comprehend so much.
Alright. If I get to 15, then
If we're
okay,
again assembled,
finally,
all the people
I'm gonna
which
try
formerly
getting this
upon the fateful land
damn
of Puglia
counter.
were lamenting for their blood
Press
shed
L
by the
just before
Romans
enemy
in the
attacks to
lingering war
counter.
that of the rings made such illustrious spoils as Livy has recorded, who errs not, with those who felt the agony of blows by making counterstand to Robert Guiscard, and all the rest whose bones
Alright,
are gathered
time
still
to-
at Separano, where a
Who we got
renegade
here?
was each a
Apollo
Pelian, and at
Malatesta.
Tagliacozzo,
He committed
where without
adultery
arms the
with
old
Francesca,
Alardo
the
conquered.
wife of his brother.
And
He
one
spends
his limb
eternity
transpierced,
yearning for his
and
beloved,
one lock
enveloped
off,
in the
would
winds
show
of lust.
it would be nothing to compare
Eh,
with the
he's
disgusting
fine.
mode
Let's
of
get
the
him outta
ninth
here.
Bolgia.
Up.
A cask by losing centerpiece or cant was never
This is
shattered
how you
so,
heal the soul.
as I saw one rent from the chin to where one breaketh wind.
This is
Between
how
his
you
legs
heal the
was hanging
soul.
down his entrails. His heart was visible, and the dismal sack that maketh excrement of what was eaten. While I was all absorbed in seeing him, he looked at me and opened with his hands his bosom, saying,
My
See
hand, my
how
bosom.
now I rend me, how mutilated see is Mahomet. In front of me doth Ali weeping go, cleft in the face from forelock unto chin, and
Give me them
all
souls.
the others whom thou here beholdest, disseminators of scandal.
I
and of
betrayed my
schism
brother,
while
now I'm
living
going
were,
to heaven!
and
Whee!
therefore are cleft thus. A devil is behind here, who doth cleave us thus cruelly, unto the falchion's edge, putting
Well, that's good to
again
know that, you
each
know,
one of us
now
this
Waypoint
noon
can
when
know
we
that
have
I
gone
saved
around
his
the
soul.
doleful road,
For
by
their...
reason that our wounds are closed again, ere any one in front of him repass. But who art thou that musest on the crag, perchance to postpone going to the pain that is adjudged upon thine accusations?
Alright, where'd it go?
Nor death hath reached him yet, nor guilt doth bring him, my master made reply, to be tormented, but to procure him full experience. Me, who am dead, behooves it to conduct him down here through hell, from circle unto circle.
Maybe there's something else
And
down
this
here
is
I missed.
true as
Maybe.
that I speak
Let's
to
see.
thee.
Entirely possible.
More than 100 were there when they heard him, who in the moat stood still to look at me, through wonderment oblivious of their torture. Now say to Fra Dolcino, then, to arm him, thou who perhaps wilt shortly see the sun, if soon he wish not here to follow me, so with provisions, that no stress of snow may give the victory to the Novaris, which otherwise to gain would not be easy. After 1 foot to go away he lifted, this word did Mahomet say unto me, then to depart upon the ground he stretched it.
There we go.
Another one who had his throat pierced through, and nose cut off close underneath the brows, had no longer but a single ear, staying to look and wonder with the others before the others did his gillet open, which outwardly was red.
I got shot by some purple.
And said, O thou whom guilt doth not condemn, and whom I once saw up in Latian land, unless too great similitude deceive me, call to remembrance Pier de Medicina, if e'er thou see again the lovely plain that from Vercelli slopes to Macabo, and make it known to the best two of Fano, to Messer
I would
Guido
like to get
and
over here.
Angelello likewise, that if foreseeing here be not in vain, cast over from their vessel shall they be, and drown near unto the Catolica, by the betrayal of a tyrant fell.
Me save.
Between the isles of Cyprus and Majorca, Neptune ne'er yet beheld so great a crime, neither of pirates nor Argolic people. That traitor who sees only with one eye and holds the land, which some one here with me would fain be fasting from the
Semiramis,
vision
the
of,
legendary
will make
queen
them come
of
into a
Astria,
parliament.
was so given to lust
Then
that
will
she
do
made
so,
legal
that to
those sensual
Sicarius
vices
near
that she was
they
often
shall not
accused.
stand
Now
in
she
need of
suffers
vow
for
or
her
prayer.
desires.
And I
I want
him,
more souls, so
show to me and
we're gonna
declare if thou wouldst have me bear up news of thee. Who is this person?
I have no idea what these vices are.
Then did he
I'm
lay
gonna
his
hope
hand
they're
upon
nothing
the
too
jaw of one of
bad.
his companions, and his mouth oped, crying, This is he, and he speaks not. This one being banished, every doubt submerged in Caesar by affirming
I let
before
one
armed,
sin get
always
away.
with detriment
Just but
allowed
one.
delay. Oh, how bewildered unto me appeared.
Yeah, the
with
vice
tongue
was probably
asunder and his
fucking.
windpipe slit. Curio, who in speaking was so bold. And one who both his hands
I should be able to
dissevered
plug in a
had,
Guitar Hero
the stumps
controller.
uplifting through the murky air so that the blood made horrible his face, cried out, Thou shalt remember
Heavenly
Mosca also, who said, Alas, a thing done has an end, which was an ill seed for the Tuscan people.
Let's
and
see.
death unto thy race, thereto I added, whence he accumulating woe on woe, departed like a
15.
person sad and crazed. But I remained to look upon the crowd, and saw a thing which I should be
Let's make that
afraid
more
without
powerful.
some further proof even to recount. If it were not the good conscience
All right.
reassures me, that good companion
Let me
which
get a
emboldens
trophy from
man
you.
beneath
There we
the
go.
hauberk of its feeling
I got
fear.
the Arrow of Paris.
I truly saw, and still I seem to see it.
Let's see.
A trunk without a head walk in like manner as the others of the mournful
I'm not a bad
herd.
guy, so I'm not allowed to
And
have
by the
those
hair it
powers,
held,
I
the head
guess.
dissevered, hung from the hand in fashion of a lantern.
Oops!
And that upon us gazed and said, Oh,
Darn.
me. It of itself made to itself a lamp. And they were two in one.
That's okay.
and one
We'll
in
do a
two.
better job
How
at
that can
getting
be,
this
He
here.
knows who ordains it. When it was come close to the bridge's foot,
This
it
is
lifted
everyone's
high
favorite
its
part of the
arm
game, right?
With all the head to
Watch
bring
those
more
little
closely
balls
unto
get
us
collected.
its words,
This is my
which
favorite
were,
part.
Behold now the sore
I remember this part from
penalty.
the Divine Comedy.
Thou who dost breathing go to the dead.
Thou who dost
beholding.
press X in time,
Behold if any be as
thus
great
gets
as
the
this.
sin eruptured.
And so that thou may carry news of me, know that Bertram de Born am I, the same who gave to the young king the evil comfort. I made the father and the son rebellious. Achitophel not more with Absalom and David did with his accursed
Is that
Rhoda.
the one Undertale fight with the
Because I
Hot
parted
Topic
persons so
reskin?
united.
Yeah,
Parted
this is
do
the
I now
Undying
bear
fight.
my brain, alas,
This is definitely the Undying
from
fight.
its beginning which is in this
Alright.
trunk. Thus
So I got
is observed in me
this.
the counter.
I should have probably saved after doing that, but it's like...
Canto 29. The many people and the
Okay.
diverse wounds these
That's-
eyes of mine had
I
so
guess I don't know
inebriated,
how I missed
that
that
they
jump
were wishful to
initially the
stand
first
still
time, but
and
you
weep.
know, it's fine.
But said Virgilus,
Oh,
what dost thou
I
still
guess I
gaze
saved
at?
a new file.
Why is thy sight still riveted down there among the mournful mutilated shades? Thou hast not done so at the other Bolgia. Consider, if to count them thou believest.
I got another
that
piece
2
of
and
coin
20
from
miles
Judas
the valley
here.
winds, and now the moon is underneath our feet.
Hip hip hooray.
Henceforth the time allotted us is brief, and
Let's
more is
see.
to be seen than what thou seest. If thou hadst, I made answer thereupon, attended to the cause for which I looked, perhaps
Let's
a longer
see.
stay thou wouldst have pardoned. Meanwhile my guide departed, and behind him I went, already making my reply, and superadding, in that cavern where
And
I held
super
mine
add-
eyes
okay.
with such
Let me
attention
lower
fixed,
my-
I think a spirit
There
of
we
my
go.
blood laments the
So I don't
sin
have
which
to
down
waste
below
as much
there
time
cost
trying to
so
go,
much.
like...
Then said the
see.
master, Be no longer broken thy thought from this
Hmm.
time forward upon him. Attend elsewhere, and let there him remain. For I saw below the little bridge pointing at thee, and threatening with his finger.
I thought I
fiercely,
could grab that.
and
I
heard
guess
him called
not.
Jerry de Bello.
Consume within thyself
So
thine own
wholly
range.
At that time wast thou impeded by him who formerly held Altaforte.
That's
Thou
fine.
didst not look that way. So he departed. O my
Okay.
conductor, his own violent death, which is not yet avenged for him, I said, by any who is sharer in the shame, made him disdainful, whence he went away, as I imagine, without speaking to me, and thereby made me pity him the more. Thus did we speak as far as the first place upon the crag, which the next valley shows down to the bottom, if there were more light.
I wonder if there is maybe...
When we were now right over the last cloister of Malebolge, so that its lay brothers could manifest themselves unto our sight, diverse lamentings pierced me through and through,
Trying to
which with
see
compassion had their arrows barbed, whereat mine ears I covered with my hands.
Here.
What pain would be, if from the hospitals of Valladiciana, twixt July and September, and of Maremma and Sardinia,
Okay, no.
all the diseases in one mote were gathered. Such was it here, and such a stench came from it as from putrescent limbs is wont to issue. We had descended on the furthest bank from the long crag.
So
upon the
clearly
left-hand
there's
stem,
somewhere around here I
and
gotta
then
go.
more vivid was my power of sight down towards the bottom, where the ministress of the High Lord, Justice Infallible, punishes forgers, which she here records. I do not think a sadder sight to see was in Aegina, the whole people sick. When was the
Alrighty.
air so full of pestilence, the animals down to the little worm all fell, and afterwards the
Gosh.
ancient people, according as the poets have affirmed, were from the seed of ants restored again.
So I
Then
did
was
that.
it to behold through that dark
we
valley
got
the
this thing
spirits languishing
here.
in diverse heaps.
I guess there's
This
something
on the
up
belly,
top.
that upon the back one of the other lay,
how do
and
I get
others
up there?
crawling shifted themselves among the dismal road.
Oh,
We step
literally
by
that.
step went onward.
Alright, I'm
without
ready to...
speech,
The J
gazing
button is
upon and
ready.
listening to the sick, who had not strength enough to lift their bodies. I saw two sitting leaned against each other, as leans in heating platter against platter.
Why does she
and
look
head
like someone
quickly
from
spotted over
Reboot?
with Scabs. And never saw I plied a currycomb by stable boy for whom his master waits, or him who keeps awake unwillingly, as every one was plying fast the bite of nails upon himself, for the great rage of itching which no other succor had.
Up.
And the nails
Good lord.
downward with them dragged the scab, in fashion as a knife the scales of bream, or any other fish that has them largest. O thou that with thy fingers dost dismay,
You broke your
began
promise.
my leader unto one of them, and makest of them pincers now and then. Tell me if any Latian is with those who are herein. So may thy nails suffice thee to all eternity unto this
Beatrice!
work. Latians are we, whom thou so wasted seest, both of us here, one weeping made reply. But who art thou that questionest about us? And said the guide, One am I who descends down with this living man from cliff to cliff, and I intend to show hell unto him. Then broken was their mutual support, and trembling each one turned himself to me, with others who had heard him by rebound. Wholly to me did the good master gather, saying, Say unto them whate'er thou wishest. And I began, since he would have it so. So may your memory not steal away in the first world from out the minds of men, but so may it survive neath many suns. Say to me who ye are, and of what people. Let not your foul and loathsome punishment make you afraid to show yourselves to me. I of Arezzo was, one made reply, and Albert of Siena had me burned. But what I died for does not bring me here. 'Tis true, I said to him, speaking in
So
jest,
she
that I could rise
just
by
like
flight
spit
into
out
the
a
air,
dude.
And he who had conceit but little wit would have me show to him the art. And only because no Daedalus I made him, made me be burned by one whom held him as his son.
Again, if they're
But
if
unto
they
the
just
last
didn't
bull
show the
dog
boobs,
that
we
can, for
we'd
Alfred
be able to
within
see
the
this
world,
neat
I
little
Minos,
little thing
who
here.
cannot err, has me condemned.
Yeah, who amongst us has not spat a dude
And
out?
to the
That is
poet
fair.
said I, Now was ever so vain a people as the Sienese? Not for a certainty the French by far. Whereas the other
Antony.
leper who had heard me replied
Antony,
unto my speech,
I'm gonna help
taking
you out,
out
my
Stickle,
dude.
who knew the art of moderate expenses, and Niccolo, who the luxurious use of cloves discovered earliest of all within that garden where such seed takes root. And taking out the band, among whom was squandered Caccia de Asian, his vineyards and vast woods, and where his wit the Abadulado
Oh damn!
preferred.
Alright, this dude's fucking me
But
up.
that thou know who thus dost second thee against the sea.
This dude fucked me up. I
Make
did.
sharp thine eye
Can't
towards
believe
me,
it.
so that my face well answer thee. And thou shalt see I am Capoccio's shade, who meddles falsified by alchemy. Thou must remember, if I well describe thee, how I a skilful ape of nature was. Canto 30. 'Twas at the time when Juno was enraged for Semele against the Theban blood, as she already more than once had shown, so reft of reason Athamas became, that seeing his own wife with children twain
Damn.
walking encumbered upon either hand, he cried,
I will,
Spread
you know,
out the nets,
that's right. You
that
know,
I may
let
take
you
the
was not
lioness
spit
and her
out
whelps
dudes,
upon
you
the
know.
passage, and then extended his
I will not
unpitying
cast that
claws,
stone.
seizing the first, who had the name Learchus, and whirled him round and dashed him on a rock.
Ow.
And she, with the other burthen, drowned herself. And at the time when fortune downward hurled the Trojans
This
arrogant,
dude's kicks
for all
are
things gave,
kicking my ass.
so that the king was with his kingdom crushed. Hecuba sad, disconsolate, and captive, when lifeless she beheld Polyxena, and of her Polydorus on the shore of ocean was the dolorous one away. Out of her senses like a dog she barked, so much the anguish had her mind distorted. But not of Thebes, the Furies, nor the Trojan were ever seen in any one so cruel and goading beasts, and much more human members, as I beheld two shadows pale and naked, who, biting in the manner, ran
Damn.
along that a boar does. When from the sty turned
Anthony knows
loose,
how to kick a guy
one
while
to
he's
Capriccio
down.
came, and by the nape seized with his teeth his neck, so that in dragging it made it his belly grate the solid bottom, and the Aretine, who trembled, had remained, said to me, that mad sprite is
This
the
way
only
there
Chichi,
never passes
and
a
Raven
good
goes thus
soul.
harrying other people.
Inferno.
Oh, said I to him, so may not the other set teeth on thee. Let it not
I really
move
should have
thee
considered
to
having
tell
like
us
a
here it
strategy
is,
guide
ere it
out.
dart hence.
Oh well.
And he to me, that is the ancient ghost of the nefarious Myrrh, who became beyond all rightful love her father's lover. She came to sin with him after this manner by counterfeiting of another's form, as he who goeth yonder undertook that he might gain the lady of the herd to counterfeit in himself Busso Donati, making a will and giving it due
Alright.
form. And after the 2 maniacs had passed on whom I held mine eye, I turned it back to look upon the other evilborn.
I gotta
I
once
saw one
again
made in
cut up
fashion of a
Cleopatra's, fingers
If he
here.
had only had the groin cut off just at the point at which a man
You
is
can't currently
killed.
see her, but she's gonna pop out at any moment. We
The heavy
can't.
dropsy,
The
but so
boobs could
disproportioned
at
is
any
the limbs
point come
between,
here. We just cannot
which it
risk
ill
it.
concocts, that the
I
face
cannot risk
correspond
everyone's
not to the belly,
souls.
compelled him so to hold his lips apart as does the hectic, who because of thirst one
See, the
towards
boobs are
chin,
back.
the other upward turns. O ye who without any
Okay.
torment are, and why I know
Let's
not,
see.
in the world of woe, he said to us. Behold and be attentive
How is that
unto the
combo
misery of Master Adam.
unblockable?
I had while living much of what I wished, and now, alas, a drop of water craved. The rivulets that from the verdant hills of Cassinton descend down into Arno, making their channels
I
to be
died
cold and
again.
moist, ever
I saw
before me
people
stand,
smothered
and
in
not
filth
vain.
out of human privy
For
seem
far
to
more
flow.
doth their image dry me
from
up
the
than the
inferno.
disease which strips my face of flesh. The rigid justice that chastises me draweth occasion from the place in which I sinned, to put the more my sighs in flight. There's Romena, where I counterfeited the currency imprinted with the Baptist, for which I left my body burned above. But if I here could see the tristful soul of Guido, or as Alessandro, or their
I'm starting to
brother,
think Cleopatra's
the
not
brand
going
is
to show
found,
up
I
in the
did
Divine
not take the
Comedy.
sight.
I don't know.
One is
Something
within already,
seems
if
something
the raven
seems up.
shades that are going round about speak truth. But what avails it me whose limbs are tied? If I were only still so light that in 100 years I could advance 1 inch, I had already started on
Divine
the way,
Comedy.
seeking him out among this squalid folk, although the circuit be 11 miles, and be not less than half a mile across. For them am I in such a family.
Alright.
They did induce me into coining florins, which had 3 carats of impurity. And I to him. Who are the 2 poor wretches that smote like unto a wet hand in winter, lying there
Oh,
close
dear.
upon thy right hand confined? I found them here,
I am
replied
getting
he,
owned once
when I
again.
reined into this chasm, and since they have not turned, nor do I think they will forevermore. One the false woman is who accused Joseph, the other false
What, folks,
Simon,
is
Duke of
this?
Troy.
Which seems
From
by
acute
pain so
fever they send
vanquished.
forth such reek. And one of them, who felt himself annoyed at being peradventure named so darkly, smote with the fist upon his hardened paunch. It gave a sound, as if it were a drum, and Master Adam
Yeah,
smote him
well,
with
this is a
both,
different part of the
with
boo
arm
battle.
that did not seem to be
Um,
less hard, saying
to be
to him,
fair,
although
this
be
is the
taken from me all
official.
motion from my
Yeah, actually, I don't
limbs
even
that
know if
heavy
this
are,
is the official
I have
boo
an
battle.
arm
I'm going
unfettered for
against a
such
different
need.
dude.
Whereat he answer made,
Antony.
When thou didst go unto the fire, thou hadst it not so ready, but hadst it so and more when thou wast poignant. The dropsicle, thou sayest true in that, but thou wast not so true a witness there, where thou wast questioned of the truth at Troy.
Alright, I got some
If I
help out of
spake
her there.
thou falsifiedst the coin, said Sinon, and for one fault I am here, and thou for more than any other demon. Remember, perjurer, about the horse, he made reply, who had the swollen belly.
Okay.
And rueful be it thee, the whole world knows it. Rueful to thee the thirst wherewith cracks thy tongue, the Greek said, and the putrid water that hedges so thy paunch before thine eyes. Then the false coiner, so is gaping wide thy mouth for speaking
Damn it, I
evil
got
as
killed
to
by her
him.
giant boob.
Because if I have thirst and humor stuff me, thou hast
didn't
the
see it,
burning
but trust
and
me,
the
it
head
happened.
that aches. And to lick up the mirror of Narcissus thou wouldst not want words many to invite thee. In listening to them I was wholly fixed, when said the master to me, Now just look, for little wants it that I quarrel with thee. When I heard him in anger speak to me, I turned me round towards him with such shame that still it eddies through my memory. And as he is, who dreams of his own harm, who dreaming wishes it may be a dream, so that he craves what is, as if it were not. Such I
Alright.
became, not having power to speak.
going a little
for to
better so
excuse
far.
myself I wished, and still excused myself, and did not think I did it.
Her nails look a little worse,
Less
you know,
shame doth
in this
wash
lighting.
away a greater fault, the master said, than this of thine has been. Therefore thyself disburden of all sadness. And make account that I am I beside thee, if e'er it come to pass that fortune bring thee where there are people in a like dispute.
Alright.
For a base wish it is, to wish to hear it.
Alright, take care, Rom.
End of Inferno, Canto 26 to 30.
Thank you very much. I think after we reach halftime, we might have to we might have to, switch up the difficulty here. I have met my match for sure. Okay. Block. Gosh. And also, I just realized the audio has ended once again. Books gets another score. Can you believe it? Can you believe it, everyone? 35 is their current score. They've now got another field goal with a touchdown. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 1, 2. Had to remember basic multiplication for a moment. Let's quickly transition so you can see the current score just before we put the boob alert right back up there as we head to Believe Now. Oh dear, what were we on? Number 6. So now we're on number 7. We're on the last bit of the Inferno.
This is a LibriVox recording.
We're the last
All
bit of
LibriVox
Inferno.
recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marlo Diane. ForbiddenDragon.blogspot.com.
Gosh.
The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri.
I definitely like this
Translated by
person's
Henry
energy
Wadsworth
as well.
Longfellow. Inferno. Canto
Inferno.
31 to 34. Inferno. Canto
Inferno.
31. One and self-same tongue first wounded me, so that it tinged the one cheek and the other, and then held out to me the medicine. Thus do I hear that once Achilles' spear, his and his father's, used to be the cause first of a sad and then a gracious boon. We turned our backs upon the wretched valley, upon the bank that girds it round about, going across it without any speech. There it was less than night and less than day, so that my sight went little in advance, but I could hear the blare
Almost at the
of a
halfway
loud
point
horn,
of this dude's
so
health
loud
bar.
it would have made each thunder faint.
I say that, and
which, counter to it following
I did the
its
wrong
way,
spell.
mine
I
eyes
kept
directed
hitting the
wholly
wrong
to
button,
one place.
and that would have.
After the dolorous discomfiture, when Charlemagne the holy emprise lost, so terribly Orlando sounded not. Short while my head turned thitherward I held, when many lofter towers I seemed to see, whereat I, Master, say, what town is this? And he to me, because thou
Let's
peerest
see.
forth, athwart the darkness at too great a distance, it happens that thou errest in thy fancy. Well shalt thou see, if thou arrivest there, how much the sense deceives itself by distance. Therefore a little faster spur thee on. Then tenderly he took me by the hand and said,
Alright, now I'm gonna get some
"Before we
health back.
farther have
As you can
advanced,
tell by the
that
green
reality
glowing light,
may
I'm gonna get
seem
some
to
health
thee
back.
less strange. Know that these are not towers, but giants, and they are in the well, around the bank, from navel downward, one in all of them. As, when the fog is vanishing away, little by little doth the sight refigure, where in
Hast
the
thou
mist
no
that
pity
clouds the
whetsoever?
air conceals.
That's what I'm
So
saying to the
piercing
game.
through the dense and darksome air, more and more near approaching toward the verge, my error fled, and fear came over me, because as on its circular parapets Montenegrione crowns itself with towers, even thus the margin which surround the well, with one half of their bodies turreted, the horrible giants, whom Jove menaces,
The horrible giants,
even
just like this
now
boob
throughout
lady.
the heavens
A
when he
horrible
thunders.
giant.
And I of one already
I'm saying
saw
boob
the
lady
face,
as if, this isn't based on
shoulders
a real
and breast
person.
and great part of the belly, and down along
she
the
might as well not
sides
be.
both of his arms. Certainly
Like, Cleopatra
nature,
looks
when
more
she
like
left
Medusa
the making of animals like these, by taking such
From, like, Kid
executors from
Icarus
Mars.
Uprising.
And if of elephants and whales she doth not repent her, whosoever looketh subtlety, more just and more discreet, will hold her for it. For where the argument of intellect is added unto evil will and power, no rampart can the people make against it. His face appeared to me as long and large as is at Rome the pine cone of St. Peter's, and in proportion were the other bones, so that the margin, which an apron was, down from the middle, showed so much of him above it, that to reach up to his hair, 3 Frieslanders in vain had vaulted them, for I beheld 30 great palms of him, down from the place where man his mantle buckles.
God.
Raphael me Amalek Isabariel Mai began to
Please
clamor
tell me
with
I don't have to fight
ferocious mirth,
Cleopatra after
which
this.
were not befitting sweeter
I want to be out of the
songs.
lust zone very
And on to
badly.
him, my guide, soul
My
of
guy,
light,
I want to be out of the
to
lust
thy
zone.
horn and vent thyself with that, when wrath or other passion touches thee. Search round thy neck, and thou wilt find the belt which keeps it fastened. O bewildered soul, and see it, where it bars thy mighty breast. Then said to me, he doth himself accuse. This one
I
is
think I would
Nimrod,
get used to their attack
whose
pattern
evil
by now.
thought one language in the world is still not used. Here, let us leave him and not speak in vain, for even such to him is every language as his to others, which to none is known. Therefore a longer journey did we make, turned to the left in a crossbow shot. Off we found another far more fierce and large. In binding him who might the master be, I cannot say, but he had pinioned close behind the right
This
arm,
way
and
there
in
never
front the
passes
other.
a good soul.
The chains
Canto 3.
that held him so begirt about from the neck down that on the part uncovered it wound itself as far as the 5th gyre. This proud one wished to make experiment on his own power against the supreme Jove, my leader said, whence he has such a guerdon. Emphialtes is his name. He showed great prowess. What time the giants terrified the gods. The arms he wielded, never
There we
more
go.
he moves.
Up,
And I
come
to
on,
him,
let's move up,
if
let's move
possible,
up.
I should wish that of the measureless Briarus these eyes of mine might have experience. Whence he replied, Thou shalt behold Antaeus, close by here, who can speak and is unbound, who at the bottom of all
Can
crime
I finally
shall
get to
place
his
us.
halfway point for once?
Much farther yon is he whom thou wouldst see, and he is bound and fashioned like to this one, save that he seems in aspect more ferocious. There never was an earthquake of such might that it could shake a tower so violently as Emphialtes suddenly shook himself. Then was I more afraid of death than ever, for nothing more was needful than the fear, if I had not beheld the manacles.
If
Then
it's
we
another
proceeded
hour, I'm
farther
not
in
done with the
advance,
fight. I should
until
probably make a
Antinous
rule that I should
came,
just lower the
who
difficulty
full
for
5
real.
ells without the head,
We'll
forth
see.
issued from the cavern. O thou who in the valley
It would be very
fortunate,
infuriating
which
for me
Scipio the
looking
hair
back
of
on
glory
this
made
if
when
a
Hannibal
good third
turned
of
back
the
with all his
stream
host,
was on
once
the no
brought
boob
the
stream.
1,000 lions for thy prey, and who hast thou been at the mighty war among thy brothers? Some it seems still think the sons of earth the victory would have gained. Place us below, nor be disdainful of it. There where the colt doth lock Cocytus up.
Come on.
Make us not go to Tydeus, no Typhoeus.
We know Tydeus.
This one can
that's
give
where
of
we
that
are right
what
now, the
here
Tydeus
is longed
level.
for. Therefore stoop down and do not curl thy lip. Still in the world can he restore thy fame, because he lives and still expects long life, if to itself grace call him not untimely. So said the master, and in haste the other, his hands extended and took up my guide, hands whose great pressure Hercules once felt. Virgilius, when he had felt himself embraced, said on to me, "Draw
Can't believe I got
that I
double
may take
teamed.
thee."
He did a
And
sword
of
thing and then
himself
she
and
smashed me
one
with her
bundle
hand.
made.
Again.
As seems the Caricenda, to behold beneath the leaning side where goes a cloud above it so that opposite it hangs. Such did Antaeus seem to me, who stood, watching to see him stoop, and then it
I'm
was
trying to
I
watch to
could
see
have
this
wished
dude
to go
stoop,
some
for
other
sure.
way. But lightly in the abyss which swallows up Judas with Lucifer, he put us down, nor thus bowed downward may he there delay, but, as a mast does in a ship, uprose.
Alright, come on.
Inferno, Canto 32. If I had rhymes both rough and stridulous, as were appropriate to the dismal hole down upon which thrust all the other rocks, I would press out the juice of my conception more fully, but because I have them not without fear, I bring myself to speak. For 'tis no enterprise to take in jest to sketch the bottom of all the universe, nor for a tongue that cries Mama and Baba. But may these ladies help this verse of mine, who helped Amphion in enclosing Thebes, that from the fact the word be not diverse. O rabble ill-begotten above all, who are in the place to speak of which is hard, 'twere better ye had here been sheep or goats, when we were down within the darksome well beneath the giant's feet, but lower far, and I was scanning still the lofty wall, I heard it said to me, "Look how thou steppest, take heed thou do not trample with thy feet the heads of the tired, miserable brothers." Whereat I turned me round, and saw before me and underfoot
I
a
gotta
lake,
figure this game out.
that from the frost the semblance had of glass, and not of water. So thick a veil ne'er made upon its current in winter time Danube in Austria, nor there beneath the frigid sky the dawn, as was here, so that if Tabernic had fallen upon it, or Pietrapania, and the edge would not have given a creak, as to croak the frog doth place himself with muzzle out of water, when it is dreaming of gleaning oftentimes the peasant girl, livid as far down as where
I'm
the
almost
shade
at the halfway
appears,
point with
where
him,
the disconsolate shades within the ice,
I say
setting
that.
their teeth
I think I've
onto
said
the
that
note
several
of
times
storks.
in this,
Each one his countenance
very
held
long
downward
fight.
bent, from mouth the cold, from eyes the doleful heart.
I feel like he keeps
Among
learning new
them witness of
powers!
itself procures. When round about me, somewhat I had looked, I downward turned me, and saw two so close the hair upon their heads together mingled. Ye who so strain your breasts together, tell me, I said, who are you? And they bent their necks, and when to me their faces they had lifted, their eyes, which first were only mist within, gushed o'er the eyelids, and the frost congealed the tears between, and locked them up again. Clamp never bound together wood with
Maybe I
wood
need to get
so
like the.
strongly,
Let me make sure I even
whereat
have
they,
like my
like two
counter
he-goats
skill.
butted together, so much wrath o'ercame
No, I do.
him. And one, who had by reason of the cold lost both his ears, still with his visage downward, said, Why dost thou so mirror thyself in us? If thou desire to know who these two are, the valley whence Basenio descends belong to them, and to their father, Albert. They from one body came, and all Cania thou shalt search through, and shall not find a shade more worthy to be fixed in gelatin. Not he in whom were broken breast and shadow at one and the same blow by author's
When
hand.
I get caught in his combos, that's what gets
not,
me. I'm just gonna let him kill
Not
me here.
he who me encumbers. So with his head I see no farther forward, and bore the name of Sassel Mascheroni.
I really
Well
thought I could
knowest
beat the
thou
book,
who
but I
you
might
are,
actually lose
thou
to the
art
Divine
custom,
Comedy.
And that thou put me not to further speech, know that I, Camision de Pazzi, was and wait Carlinio to exonerate me. Then I beheld 1,000 faces, made purple with cold.
Let's see.
Whence o'er me came a shudder, and
Alrighty.
evermore will come at frozen ponds.
Alright,
And while
come
we were
on, Dante.
advancing
Let's
towards
see
the
if you can
middle,
win this
where
one.
everything of weight unites together, and I was shivering in the eternal shade. Whether 'twill or destiny or chance, I know not, but in walking 'mong the heads, I struck my foot hard in the face of one. Weeping, he growled, "Why dost thou trample me, unless thou comest to increase the vengeance of Monteperti? Why dost thou molest me? And I, my master, now wait here for me, that I through him may issue from a doubt. Then thou mayest hurry me, as thou shalt wish." The leader stopped, and to that one I said, who was blaspheming vehemently still, "Who art thou, that thus reprehendest others? Now who art thou, that goest through Antinoria smiting," replied he, "other people's cheeks, so that if thou wert living 'twere too much?" "Living I am, and dear to thee it may be," was my response, "if thou demandest fame, that me the other knows
Damn
thy
it!
name
That was the
place.
closest I had
And
gotten
he to
to
me,
reaching.
for the
And that's really
reverse I
sad.
long.
These health bars
Take
are too
thyself hence,
big!
and give me no more trouble, for ill thou
They're too
knowest
big to
flatter
do
in
anything
this
interesting.
hollow. Then by the scalp behind I seized upon him and said, "It must needs be thou name thyself, or not a hair remain upon thee here." Whence he to me, "Though thou strip off my hair, I will not tell thee who I am, nor show thee, if on my head 1,000 times thou fall." I had his hair and hand already twisted, and more than one shock of it had pulled out, he barking, with his eyes held firmly down.
My eyes are held firmly down
Then
right
cried
now.
another,
Staring at this controller.
"What doth ail thee, Boca? Is not enough to clatter with thy jaws, but thou must bark? What devil touches thee?" "Now," said I care not to have thee speak, accursed traitor, for unto thy shame I will report of the veracious news."
Okay.
"Be gone," replied he, "and tell what thou wilt, but be not silent if thou issue hence of
come
him
on.
who had just now his tongue so prompt. He weepeth here the silver of the
Ugh!
French I saw.
I keep falling for that
Thus
same
canst thou
combo!
praise it,
Come
him of
on, Jack,
Dura,
come
there
on.
where the sinners stand out in the cold. If thou shouldst question me who else was there, thou hast beside thee him of Beccaria, of whom the gore at Florence
Might
split
need to look
asunder.
up, like,
Gianni
an
del
actual code
Salendier, I
here,
think,
like an
may
actual-
be yonder
okay,
with
I need to
Ganellian
pause.
and Tebelido, who opted for Xenia when the
Dante's
people slept.
Inferno.
Already we had gone away from him, when I beheld two frozen in one
Antony,
hole, so that
fight.
one head a hood was to the other. And even as bread through hunger is devoured, the uppermost and the other set his teeth, there where the brain is to the nape united. Not in another fashion Tydeus gnawed the temples of Menelipidus in disdain, that one did the skull,
So,
and the other
so you just have to
things.
do attacks and
O
then
thou
run
who
away.
showest
That's
by
what they
such
recommend you
bestial
do.
sign thy hatred against him
That
when
seems
thou art
really
eating.
boring.
Tell me the wherefore, said I, with this compact, that if thou rightfully of him complain, in knowing who ye are,
It is
and
very
his
hard,
transgression,
Danny. Hello
I
there.
in
It
the
is very
world
hard with the
above
boobler.
repay thee for it.
Granted, I have a
That
separate
wherewith
screen that lets me see what's
I
happening
speak
here.
be not dried up.
Gosh.
Inferno, Canto 33.
Inferno.
His mouth uplifted from his grim repast, that sinner, wiping it upon the hair of the same head that he behind had wasted.
Ooh, wait!
Then he began, Thou wilt that I renew the desperate grief which wrings my heart
Alright.
already.
You can't see him
To
right now.
think
He's
of
doing a big
only
old
ere I
green
speak it.
aura charge.
But
He
if
thinks
my
he's getting
words
healed,
be
and I'm
seed
saying,
that
nuh-uh.
may bear fruit of infamy to the traitor
Don't
whom
think
I
so.
gnaw. Speaking and weeping shalt thou see together. I know not who thou art, nor by what mode thou hast come down here, but a Florentine thou seemest to me truly, when I hear thee. Thou hast to know I was Count Ugolino, and this one was Ruggieri the Archbishop. Now I will tell thee why I am such a neighbor. That by the effect of his malicious thoughts, trusting in him I was made prisoner, and after put to death I need not say.
Alright.
But nevertheless, what thou canst not have heard, that is to say,
I'm sorry.
how cruel was my death.
Hey Sarah, sorry I can't show you the
Here shalt
boobs.
thou and shalt
Let's switch
know
for
if he
you.
has wronged me. A narrow perforation in the mule
Also,
which
thank you for
bears
subscribing.
because
I
of me
appreciate
the
it.
title of famine, in which others still must be locked up, had
come
shown me through its opening many moons already, when I dreamed the evil dream which of the future rent from me the veil. This one appeared to me as lord and master, hunting the wolf and whelps.
If only you
upon the
could see this
mountains
boss fight,
which
you can
the
understand my
Pisans
frustration.
cannot look or see. With sleuth hounds gaunt and eager and well trained, Guglielmi with Sistamondi and Lelafrianci had sent me out before him to the front. After brief course seemed unto me forspent the father and the sons, and with sharp tushes it seemed to me I saw their flanks ripped open.
It's weird that they
When
like
I before
introduce
the
like this
morrow was
mechanic
moaning
with her
amid their
fingers, and then
sleep,
you
I
don't
heard
do
my
it for like such a.
sons, who
I've
with
yet
me
to see her do
were,
it
and
again
asking
because I
after
keep
bread.
dying even close to his
Cruel
halfway.
indeed art thou, if
little
yet thou
point here.
grieve not, thinking of what my heart
Alright, come on.
foreboded me. And weepest thou not? What art thou wont to weep at? They were awake now, and the hour drew nigh at which our food used to be brought
These game
to
mechanic
us.
mind games,
And
yeah.
through his
You gotta watch.
dream
You gotta
was
be
each
careful.
one apprehensive. And I heard locking up the under door of the horrible tower, whereat without a word I gazed into the faces of my sons. I wept not, I within so turned to stone. They wept, and darling little Anselm mine said, Thou dost gaze so, father, what doth ail thee? Still not a tear I shed, nor answer made all of that day, nor yet the night thereafter, until another sun
It's still
rose on the
bizarre.
world.
Okay.
As now a little glimmer made its way into the dolorous prison, and I saw upon 4 faces my very own aspect. Both of my hands in agony I bit, and, thinking that I did it from desire of eating, on a sudden they uprose, and said they, Father, much less pain 'twill give us if thou do eat of us. Thyself did clothe us with this poor flesh, and do thou strip it off. I calm me then, not to make them
Antony
more
is definitely
sad.
stripping off my
That day we all
flesh
were
for
silent, and the next. Ah, obdurate earth, wherefore didst thou
Also, I am
not
very
open?
glad that
When we had come unto the 4th day,
I'm not. I can finally
Dado
get some
threw
help.
himself
Oh
down
dear,
and
I'm.
stretched before my feet,
If
saying,
I
My father, why dost thou not help me? And there he died. And as thou
There he
seest me, I
died!
saw the 3 fall.
I'm surprised I
one
didn't
by
die right
one
there.
Between the 5th day and the 6th.
That would have been very
whence
funny
I
and
betook
timely.
me, already blind, a groping over each, and 3 days
Well, there I
called
died
them
for
after they
real.
were dead. Then hunger did what sorrow could not do. When he
My
had
newer
said
combos?
this, with his eyes distorted, the wretched skull resumed he with his teeth, which, as
Oh,
a
they
dog's
assume
upon
I've been
the
doing the
bone, were
demon
strong.
path. Known.
Ah, Pisa, thou uproarium of the people, of the fair land there where the sea doth sound, since slow to punish thee thy neighbors are.
Yeah, I do not have these combos
Let the
that they
Capabria and the
expect me to have
Gorgana
because I've
move
been a
and
good
make a
boy.
hedge across the mouth of Arno, that every person in thee it may drown. For if Count Ugolino had the fame of having in thy castles thee betrayed, thou shouldst not on such cross have put his sons, guiltless of any crime, thou modern Thebes. Their youth made Ulagazione and Regatta, and the other 2 my song doth name above.
Alright.
We pass still further onward, where the ice and nether people ruggedly in swaths, not downward turned, but all of them reversed. Weeping itself there does not let them weep, and grief that finds a barrier in the eyes turns itself inward to increase the anguish. Because the earliest
Anthony
tears
likes
are
doing this
cluster
weird-
form, and in the manner of a crystal visor,
This weird, like,
fill all the cup
charge
beneath
kick.
the eyebrow fold. And
Don't know why.
notwithstanding that, as in a callous, because of cold, all sensibility its station had abandoned in my face.
Maybe some boobs are allowed for
Still,
Twitch, but
it
these
appeared
would
to
not
me
be.
I felt
I
some
promise
wind.
you.
Whence I, my master, who sets this in motion, is not below here every
The boobs are
vapor
too
quenched.
big, and
Whence he to me,
you know,
full soon shalt thou beware, thine eye shall answer.
Two
Make
out
to
there.
thee of this, seeing the cause which raineth down the blast. And one of the wretches of
Yeah,
the
we just
foul
gotta kill Mark
crust
Antony.
cried out to us, O soul so merciless that the last port is given unto you, lift from
Let's
mine
see.
eyes the rigid veils that I may
well, I
vent the
finally made it to the
sorrow
halfway
which impregnates
point,
my
you know,
heart
for
to
the
live,
first time,
ere the weeping
and then I
reconvene.
died right there.
Whence I to him,
I sighed.
if thou wouldst
out of
have
me.
me help thee, say who thou wast, and if I free thee not, may I go to the bottom of the ice. Then he replied, I am Friar Elbigerio, he I am of the fruit of the bad garden, who here a date am getting for my fig. Oh, said I to him, now art thou too dead, and he to me, how may my body fare up in the world? No knowledge I possess. Such an advantage has this Potamia, that sometimes the
Okay.
soul descendeth here
That
sooner
okay, that
than
went a little
Atropos
better.
in motion sets it.
That went a little better.
And that thou mayest more willingly remove from
The
off my countenance
IGN
these glassy
strategy
tears,
guide is assuming
know that
things
as
of how
soon
I'm
as
playing
my
this
soul
game that I
betrays,
have just not been
as
doing.
I have
so
done, his body by a demon
sadly,
is
will
taken
not be
from
of much
him,
help to me.
who thereafter rules it, until his time has wholly been revolved. Itself down rushes into such a cistern, and still perchance above appears the body of yonder shade that winters here behind me. This thou shouldst know if thou hast just come down. It is Sir Branca d'Oria, and many years have passed away since he is thus locked up. I think, said I to him, thou dost deceive me. For Branca d'Oria is not dead as yet.
What the hell?
And eats and drinks and sleeps and puts
Okay,
on
I need to show
clothes.
this. I'm gonna risk
In
the
mode
boob alert
above,
for a
said
moment,
he,
just to show what is
of
happening here.
Malbranche, there where is boiling the tenacious
What the
pitch,
hell?
and yet has Michael Zanse not arrived.
Game?
When this one
Game?
left the devil in his steed, in his own body,
This
in
is
1
truly
year of
Inferno.
kin, he made together with him the betrayal. But hitherward stretched out thy hand forthwith, open my eyes, and open them I did not. And to be rude with him was courtesy. Genesee, ye man at variance.
Oh no,
of
I gotta
every
look away
virtue,
from her.
Full of every vice. Wherefore are ye not
Bubble
scattered
alert!
from
Bubble
the
alert!
world?
Bubble alert!
For with the vilest spirit of
Anita.
Romagna, I found of you one such who for his deeds and soul, already in
let's
cocytus
minimize.
baths, and still above in body, seems alive. Inferno,
Okay.
Canto 34.
Let's see what we can do here.
Vixilla regis prodient inferni, toward us. Therefore look in front of thee, my master said, if thou discernest him. As when there breathes
I wonder if
a
I can
heavy
actually, like,
fog,
attack
or when
her.
our hemisphere is darkening into night.
Nope, I'm just
appears
trapped
far
in-
off a mill that wind is turning. Methought that such a building then I saw. And, for the wind, I drew myself behind my guide, because
I
there
thought I was in
no other
lust.
shelter.
Why am I?
Now was I, and with fear and verse I
How did
paced
this happen?
There where the shades were wholly covered up, and glimmered through like onto
Anthony!
straws and glass. Some prone or lying, others stand erect. This with the head, and that one with the soles. Another bow
This is something else.
face to feet inverts. When in advance so far
Whoa!
we had proceeded,
At this
so
rate,
was
I
my
am gonna reach the
master
final
pleased
level.
to show me the creature who once had the beauteous semblance. He from before me moved, and made me stop, saying, "Behold this, and
God.
behold the place where
Okay.
thou with fortitude must arm thyself." How frozen
Is there a
I
way I can
became
just
and
die?
powerless then. Ask it not, reader, for I write it not.
Holy
because
shit,
all
wait!
language would be
This
insufficient.
this home's in!
I did not die, and I alive remain not. Think for thyself now, hast thou aught of wit, what I became, being of both deprived. The emperor of the kingdom Dolores, from his mid-breast forth issued from the ice, and better with a giant I compare, than do the giants with those arms of his. Consider now how great must be that whole, which unto such a part conforms itself.
Just mash B, Jack. Just
For he
mash
is
B.
fair
It's okay.
once, as he is now foul, and lifted up his brow against his Maker, which may proceed from him all tribulation. Oh, what a marvel it appeared to me when I beheld 3 faces on his head, the one in front, and that vermilion was.
Let's just do
2
this
were the
until
others, the
we
bejoined
win.
with this, above the middle part of either shoulder, and they were joined together at the crest. And the right-hand one seemed twixt white and
Alright,
yellow. The left was such to look upon as those
Nope,
who come
can't look
from
at
where
her.
the Nile falls valleyward. Underneath each came forth 2 mighty wings, such as it befitting were so great
So
a
I
bird.
reached the point of her fight
Sails
where
of the
she would be
sea I
doing
never
her.
saw so large. No feathers had they, but as of a bat their fashion was.
Am I allowed to
And
jump?
he was waving them, so that 3 winds proceeded forth therefrom.
Am I able to
Thereby,
do this at any one?
Cocytus
Come
Holy
on.
was congealed.
Now I
With
really
6
can't
eyes
because
did
I
he
have to be
weep,
able
and
to
down
attack
3
her
chins
for her to
trickled
stop the healing.
teardrops in the bloody drivel. At every mouth he with his teeth was crunching a sinner in the manner of a brake, so that he 3 of them tormented thus. To him in front the biting
is
was
so
as
weird.
naught unto the clawing. For sometimes the
What am I
spine
supposed to
utterly
do?
stripped of all the skin remained.
Like, what happens?
That soul up there, which has the greatest pain, the master said.
Is there a
Judas
way I'm able to,
Iscariot.
like...
With head inside, he plies his legs without.
Oh my
Of
god.
the 2 others, who head downward are,
I gotta...
the one who hangs from the black jaw.
Do I have to,
is
like,
Brutus.
quit and then try
See how he
to...
rise himself and speaks no word. And the
Well, I'm
other,
gonna take a break.
who so
I'm gonna let her
stalwart
do her
seems,
thing
is
for a bit.
Cassius.
I'm gonna get some food.
But night is reascending, and 'tis time that we depart.
Oh shit, the food
For we
cam's
have
off.
seen
Let
the
me,
whole. As seemed him good,
me get
I
this
clasped
food
him
can
round
back
the
up.
neck, and he the vantage seized of time and place, and when the wings were opened wide apart, he laid fast hold upon the shaggy sides, from fell to fell descended downward, then between the thick hair and the frozen crust. When we were come to where the thigh revolves, exactly on the thickness of the haunch, the guide, with labor and with hard-drawn breath, turned round his head where he had had his legs, and grappled to the hair, as one who mounts, so that to hell I thought we were returning. Keep fast thy hold, for by such stairs as these, the master said, panting as one fatigued, must we perforce depart from so much evil. Then through the opening of a rock he issued, and down upon the margin seated me. Then towards me he outstretched his wary step. I lifted up mine eyes, and thought to see Lucifer in the same way I had left him, and I beheld him upward hold his legs. And if I then became disquieted, let stolid people think who do not see what the point is beyond which I had passed.
Oh, shit, it
Rise
was
up,
upside
the
down.
master said, upon thy feet. The way is long,
Let's get
and
this,
difficult the road. and now the sun to
Fix
Middle
super
Tierce
quick.
returns. It was
I
not
can't believe
any
my
palace
food has
corridor,
not,
there where we were, but dungeon
Nope,
natural,
wrong thing.
with floor uneven and unease of light. Ere from the abyss I tear myself away, my master.
There we go.
Said I when I had arisen, to draw me from an error, speak a little. Where is the ice, and how is this one fixed thus upside down? And how in such short time from eve to morn has the sun made his transit? And he to me, thou still imaginest thou art beyond the centre, where I grasped the hair of the fell worm who mines the world. That side thou wast, so long as I descended, which round I turned me thou didst pass the point to which things heavy draw from every side, and now beneath the hemisphere art come, opposite which overhangs the vast dry land, and 'neath whose cope was put to death the man who without sin was born and lived. Thou hast thy feet upon the little spear which makes the other face of the Judicia. Here it is morn, but it is evening there.
Oh, Danny, I didn't realize you
And
followed
he
me.
who
Thank
with his
you.
hair a stairway made us, still fixed remaineth as he was before.
Let's check back and see
Upon
how
this
the game's
side
doing.
He fell down out of heaven, and all the land that whilom here emerged, for fear of him, made of the sea a veil, and came to our hemisphere, and peradventure to flee from him. What on this side appears, at the place vacant here and back recoiled. A place there is below, from Beelzebub, as far receding as the tomb abstends, which not by sight is known, but by sound.
Well,
Of
I
a
guess I
small
have to
rivulet
quit.
That there descendeth through chasm within the stone, which is gnawed with course that winds about and slightly falls. The guide and I into that hidden road now entered, to return to the bright world, and without care of having any rest.
308.
We mounted up, he first and I the second. till I
Hopefully it's
beheld
not
through
too
a
far
round
back.
aperture
That'd
some
be
of the
very
beauteous
unfortunate.
things that heaven doth bear.
And I think we have to
Thence
finally
we
do
came
it.
forth to
I'm sorry,
re-behold
y'all.
the stars.
We gotta do Zealot. I tried.
End
We gotta.
of Inferno, Canto 31 to 34. End of the Divine Comedy, Inferno, by Dante Alighieri, and translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
We got owned there, folks.
Recorded by Marlo Diane, April 6 to 7, 2006.
Books gets another
Biscuit
point.
West, Prince
They have
Edward
managed to
Island.
finish the entirety of the Divine Comedy Inferno section, so we are very behind. We're very behind, but that's okay. They're gonna keep going towards Purgatory. If they don't finish the story by the time we beat the game, they automatically lose, so...
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by Catherine Eastman.
Am I allowed to skip these
www.stanford.edu/Seastman. On May 21st,
I'm not allowed to skip
2006.
the cutscene! Damn!
The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri.
I guess we get to see the...
Translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Purgatorio, Canto 1
I guess we
through
get to see
5.
this again.
Canto 1. To run o'er better waters hoists its sail the little vessel of my genius now, that leaves
Boob.
behind itself a sea so cruel. And of that second kingdom will I sing, wherein the human spirit doth purge itself, and to ascend to heaven becometh worthy. But let dead poesy here rise again, O holy muses, since that I am yours, and here Calliope somewhat ascend, my song accompanying with
might
that
have to,
sound of which the miserable magpies felt the
increase
blows
the
so
size
great
of the boob alert
that they
by about a
despaired
bit.
of pardon. sweet color of the oriental sapphire that was
Just to prevent
upgathered in the
any
cloudless
terrifying
aspect of
side
the pure
boob.
air, as far as the first circle.
Beatrice
unto
looks
mine
like a
eyes did
Boba
recompense
character.
delight, soon
I mean, she
as
kind of does
issued
now.
forth from the dead air, which had with sadness filled mine
And
eyes
now Mark
and
Antony
breast.
once again
The
spawns
beauteous
from,
planet that to love incites was making all
gets
the
you a good
Orient
look at Mark
to
Antony.
laugh, veiling the fishes that were in her escort.
Alright.
To the right hand I turned,
Hold
and
on.
fixed my mind upon the other pole.
Let's
and
see
saw
how
four stars,
regular
ne'er
Zealot
seen
mode
before,
does in
save by the
comparison.
primal people,
Maybe-
rejoicing in their flamelets seemed the heaven. Oh, thou septon trienal and widowed sight, because thou art deprived of seeing these. When from regarding them I had withdrawn, turning a little to the other pole, there where the wain had disappeared already, I saw beside me an old man alone, worthy of so much reverence
Alright.
in his look that
This
more
time we're gonna
owed
try
not
not
to
to get,
father any
bopped
son.
out of existence here.
A long beard, and with white hair intermingled he wore, in semblance like unto the tresses, of which a double list fell on his breast. The rays of the 4 consecrated stars did so
So far,
adorn
we're
his
losing a
countenance
lot
with
less
light,
health than
that
we
him I
have been
saw
doing
as
this
were
whole
the sun
time
before
in
him.
the hard mode, which just
Who
makes
are
me
you?
think that maybe
Ye
this game
who
was
counter
easy
the blind river,
only
have
because of
fled
damage
away
output,
from the eternal prison.
which I think is bullshit.
Moving those venerable plumes, he said, "Who guided you? Or who has been your lamp in issuing forth out of the night profound that ever
All right.
black makes the infernal valley? The laws of the abyss, are they thus broken? Or is there changed in heaven some counsel new, that being damned, ye come unto my crag?
Be damned!
Then did my leader lay his grasp upon me, and with his words and with his hands and signs, reverent he made in me my knees and brow. Then answered him, I came not of myself. A lady from heaven descended, at whose prayers I aided this one with my company.
Alright.
But, since it is thy will more be unfolded of our condition, how it truly is, mine cannot be that this should be denied thee. This one has never his
It
last
really was
reason
just a
to,
damage output
but by
thing.
his folly
That's
was
all
so
hard
near
mode
to
was
it
this whole
that
time.
very little time was there to turn. As I have said, I unto him was sent to rescue him, and other way was none than this to which I have myself betaken. I've shown him all the people of perdition, and now those spirits I intend to show, who purge themselves beneath thy guardianship. How I have brought him
Alright.
would be long to tell thee. Virtue descendeth from on high, that aids me to lead him to behold thee and to hear thee.
Let's see.
Now, may it please thee to vouchsafe
Will Mark
his coming.
Antony die by my
He seeketh
hands?
liberty, which is so dear. As
Will Mark
knoweth he
Antony
who life
finally
for her
face
refuses.
justice for
Thou know'st it.
humiliating me
Since
this whole
for
time?
her, to thee not bitter was death in Utica, where thou didst leave the vesture that will shine so the great day. By
Alright.
us the eternal edicts are not broken, since this one lives, and Minos binds not me. But
Looks
of
like
that
it.
circle I, where are the chaste eyes of thy Marcia, who in looks still praise thee, O holy breast, to hold her as thine own. For her love then, incline thyself to us. Permit us through thy sevenfold realm to go. I will take back this grace from thee to her, if to be
Oh,
mentioned
poor
there
Mark
below
Antony.
thou deignest. Marcia, so pleasing was unto mine eyes while I was on the other side, then said he,
Boob!
that every grace she wished of me I
Got it once
granted.
again.
Now that
I
she
thought maybe they would-
dwells beyond the evil river, she can
She's doing
no
a scary
longer
walk with her
move
boobs.
by that law which when I
I now have to do a
issued
quick
forth
time
from
event
there
to stop
was
her.
made. But if a lady
Oh
of
no, she
heaven do
ate my
move
neck.
and rule thee, as thou dost say, no
This is a very
flattery
weird fight. Why is she not
needful.
big anymore?
Let it suffice thee that for her thou
She's
hast
doing a
been.
slow walk.
Go then, And see
I have to-
thou gird this one about
And then I had to
with
punch
a
her.
smooth rough,
She leaps at me
and
again.
that thou wash his
I don't know
face,
exactly
so
what
that
that
thou cleanse away all stain therefrom.
this
For
thing they
'twere
want me to
not
do. I have
fitting
no
that
idea what
the
they want me
eye
to
or
do.
cast by any mist should go before the first
I might
angel
need to-
who is of those of paradise.
Okay.
This little island round about
It's something with the left
below
stick.
There, yonder, where the billow
It's something with the
beats
left stick.
doth
I don't know what they want
rushes
me to do.
bear
All right,
upon
let
its
me
washy ooze. No other plant that putteth forth
lower
the
it
leaf,
like this.
or that doth endurate, can there have life, because it yieldeth not unto the shot.
Oh shit.
Thereafter, be not this way your return. The sun, which now is rising, will direct you to take the mount by easier ascent. With this he vanished, and I raised me up without a word, and wholly drew
See, it's
myself
that
unto my God,
and that. That's pretty
and
simple.
turned mine eyes to him. And he began.
But now it's
Son,
oh,
follow
okay.
thou my steps.
They want me
Let
to,
us
I
turn
guess,
back,
move it
for on this
counterclockwise.
side declines the plain unto its lower boundaries. The dawn was vanquishing the matin
thing-
hour,
let's see if
which
I can-
fled before it,
She's like,
so that
"Ooh,
from afar I recognized the trembling of the sea.
Okay.
Along the solitary plain we went, as one who unto the lost road returns, and till he finds it seems to go in vain. As soon as we were come to where the dew fights with the sun, and, being in a part where shadow falls, little evaporates, both of his hands upon the grass
Okie
outspread
dokie.
in gentle manner did my master place. Whence I, who of his action was aware, extended unto him my
That seemed very
tearful
unnecessary.
cheek. There did he
Did
make
not- did-
in me, uncovered wholly, that hue which hell had covered up in me. Then came we down upon the desert shore, which never yet saw navigate its waters any that afterward had known return. There he begirt me as the other pleased. Oh, marvelous!
Oh,
For even
marvelous
as he
indeed.
culled the humble plant, such it sprang up again suddenly there where he uprooted it. Canto 2. Already had the sun the horizon reached, whose circle of meridian covers o'er Jerusalem with its most lofty point, and night that opposite to him revolves was issuing forth from Ganges with the scales that fall from out her hand when she exceedeth, so that the
Horny
white
man!
and the vermilion cheeks of beautiful
Be gone,
Aurora,
horny
her
man!
idols, by too great age, were changing into orange. We still were on the border of the sea, like people who are thinking of their road, who go in heart, and with the body stay. And lo, as when upon the approach of morning, through the gross vapors Mars grows fiery red down in the west upon
Oops.
the ocean floor,
Let's try that
appeared
again.
to me, may I again behold it, a light along the
Horny
sea
man,
so
be gone!
swiftly coming,
Alright.
its motion by no flight of wing is equalled, from which when I a little had withdrawn mine eyes, that I might question my conductor, again I saw it brighter grown.
This is just
and brighter.
Bayonetta.
Then on each
This is just
side of it
Bayonetta right
appeared
here,
to
just
me
like
I knew not what.
moving
of
down a
light,
platform.
and underneath it, little by
oh,
little,
just weird things
there
are
came
breaking
forth another.
and like purple effects happening.
My master yet
Just
had
Bayonetta.
uttered not a word, while
Just
the
not as
first
fun.
whiteness into wings unfolded. But when he clearly recognized the pilot, he cried, make haste to bow the knee. Behold, the angel of God, fold thou thy hands.
Let's see.
Henceforward shalt thou see such officers. See how he scorneth human arguments, so that nor oar he wants,
Alright.
nor other sail than his own wings, between so
We got
distant
this.
shores.
Alright. You go by.
See
This
how
time I'm
he
gonna punish
holds them
you.
pointed up to heaven, fanning the air with
We don't
the
have enough
eternal
punish
pinions
points. I
that
think
do
it's time
not
for us to
molt
get some of
themselves
those.
like mortal hair. Then, as still nearer and more near us came the bird divine, more radiant he appeared, so that nearby the eye could not endure him, but down I cast it. And he came to shore with a small vessel, very swift and light, so that the water swallowed not thereof. Upon the stern stood the celestial pilot. Beatitude seemed written in his face, and
Bye-bye.
more than 100 spirits sat within. In exitu Israel de Egypto, they chanted all together.
It's a good thing
in
I did
one
not
voice,
once again launch
with what
into
so in that
like
psalm
nothingness
is after
there.
written. Then made he sign of holy rood upon them,
Huh?
whereat all cast themselves upon the shore, and he departed swiftly as he came.
What was that?
The throng which still remained there, unfamiliar seemed with the place, all round about them gazing, as one who in new matters makes essay. On every side was darting forth the day. The sun, who had with his resplendent shafts from the mid-heaven chased forth the Capricorn, when the new people lifted up their faces towards us, saying to us, "If ye know, show us the way to go unto the mountain." And answer made Virgilius, "Ye believe, perchance, that we have knowledge of this place, but we are strangers, even as yourselves. Just now we came, a little while before you, another way, which was so rough and steep.
Thank you,
this mountain
Jacob.
will henceforth seem
It turns
sport to
out
us."
just lowering the difficulty was all I needed to
You
actually
had,
finish this
from
game.
seeing me draw breath, become
I wish
aware
that wasn't
I
the
was
case,
still
but
alive.
it had to be done.
Pallid in their astonishment.
Sometimes you gotta
became.
play unfair
And
to,
as
you
to
know,
messenger who
win at
bears
hell, I
the
guess.
olive, the people throng to listen to the news, and no one shows himself afraid of crowding. So, at the sight of me, stood motionless those fortunate spirits, all of them, as if oblivious to go and make them fair. One from among them saw I coming forward, as to embrace me, with such great affection, that it incited me to do the like. Oh,
I'm gonna do the
empty
like as well.
shadows, save in aspect only. 3 times behind it did I clasp my hands,
Alright.
as oft returned with them
This time
to
I'm
my own
okay.
breast. I think with wonder I depicted
time
me,
I remember
whereat
this
the
is where I need
shadows
to be to
smiled
not
and
die.
backward drew, and I, pursuing it, pressed farther forward. Gently, it said that I should stay my steps. Then knew I who it was, and I entreated that it would stop a while to speak with me. It made reply to me, "Even as I loved thee in mortal body, so I love thee free. Therefore I stop, but wherefore goest thou?" My
Wherefore
own
goest
Casella,
thou indeed?
"To return once more there where I am, I make this journey," said I. "But how from thee has so much time been taken?" And he to me, "No outrage has been done me.
Alright.
If he who takes
That's number
both when
one.
and whom he pleases has many times denied to me this passage, for of a
That's two.
righteous will his own is made. He, sooth to say, for 3 months past, has taken whoever wished to enter with all peace, whence I, who now had turned unto that shore where salt the waters of the Tiber grow, benignantly by him have been received. Unto that outlet now his wing is pointed, because for evermore assemble there those who towards Acheron do not
Bye-bye.
descend. And I, if some
Alright,
new law
so I
take
gotta
not
stand
from
around
thee
here
memory
to
or
not
practice
die.
of the song of love, which used to quiet in me all my longings, thee may it please to comfort therewithal somewhat this soul of mine,
There we
that
go.
with its body hitherward coming is so much distressed.
What?
Love, that within my mind
So either way,
discourses
I was
with
supposed
me.
to fall.
Forthwith began he so melodiously, the melody within me still is sounding. My master, and myself, and all that people which with him were, appeared
Alright,
as
sup,
satisfied
Virgil?
as if naught else might touch the mind of any. We all of us were moveless and attentive unto his notes. And lo, the grave old man exclaiming,
Wait a
"What
minute,
is
are
this,
we
ye
officially-
lagging spirits? What negligence, what standing still is this?
No,
Run
we are
to
still
the
in
mountain
lust.
To
Never
strip
mind.
off the slough that lets
I
not
thought maybe
God
we were
be
finally in a new
manifest
circle, but
to
no.
you."
Tisk tisk.
Even as when, collecting grain or tares, the doves, together at their pasture met, quiet, nor showing their accustomed pride. If aught appear of which they are afraid, upon a sudden leave their food alone, because they are assailed by greater care. So that fresh company did I behold the song relinquish, and go towards the hill, as one who goes and knows not whitherward. Nor was our own departure less in haste.
I'm surprised that these ropes aren't... Oh, wait, they are
Canto
catching on
3.
fire. That seems bad.
Inasmuch as the instantaneous flight had scattered them asunder o'er the plain, turned to the mountain, whither reason spurs us, I pressed me close unto my faithful comrade.
Oof.
And how without him had I kept my course? Who would have led me up along the mountain? He seemed to me within himself remorseful.
Alright, I gotta
noble
take the
conscience,
chance.
and without a stain, how sharp a sting is trivial thought to thee. After his feet had laid aside the haste which mars the dignity of every act, my mind, that hitherto had been restrained, let loose its faculties, as if delighted,
Alrighty.
and I my sight directed to the hill that highest towards the heaven uplifts itself. The sun, that in our rear was flaming red, was broken in front of me into the figure which had in me the stoppage of its rays. Unto one side I turned me, with the fear of being left alone, when I beheld only in front of me the ground obscured. Why dost thou still mistrust?
Oh, we're
My
in Gluttony
comforting
now. That
began
means
to
it's
say to
time
me,
for us to say
turn
goodbye
toward
to
the
the lust zone and
Dost thou
into
not think
the
me
realm
with
of
thee,
Gluttony.
and that I guide
So with
thee?
that,
'Tis evening
say
there
goodbye
already,
to
where is
lust,
buried
everyone.
The body within which I cast a shadow.
And say goodbye to me
'Tis
for
from
now, because
Brundusian
now
ta'en,
we are in the
and
lust
Naples
zone.
has it.
That means it
Now,
is
if in front of me no shadow fall, marvel not
the
at
food
it
zone.
more than at the heavens, because one ray impedeth not another to suffer torments,
No, wait, no,
both
that's
of cold
still
and
up.
heat.
Nope, come on.
Bodies like this that power provides, which wills that how it works be not unveiled to us. Insane is he
All about
who hopeth
food
that
now.
our reason can traverse the illimitable way, which the one substance in three persons follows. Mortals, remain contented.
Which means we can
at
also
the
add
Creon.
our game score
For
up.
if ye had been able to see all, no need there were
now
for Mary
21.
to give birth. And ye
Watch
have
out.
seen,
Watch out,
desiring
books.
without fruit,
We're coming for ya.
those whose desire would have been quieted, which evermore is given them for a grief. I speak of Aristotle, and of Plato, and many others. And here bowed his head, and more he said not, and remained disturbed.
Ooh, spooky.
We came, meanwhile, unto the mountain's foot. There, so precipitate, we found the rock.
That's
that
Cerberus?
nimble legs would there have been
That's
in vain.
not a dog.
Twixt Lerici and Turbia, the most desert, the most secluded pathway.
What
is
happened
as
to the
fair,
dog?
easy, and
The very
open
cute dog.
Compared with that. Who knoweth
Cerberus
now
was
upon
alive.
which hand the hill slopes down? My master said, his footsteps staying, so that who goeth without wings may mount. And while he held his eyes upon the ground, examining the nature of the path, and I was looking up around the rock, on the left hand appeared to me a throng of souls that moved their feet in our direction,
Let's see.
and did not seem to move, they came so slowly. Lift up thine eyes, I to the master said. Behold on this side who will give us counsel, if thou of thine own self can
Okay.
have it not. Then he looked at me, and with frank expression replied, Let us go there, for they come slowly, and thou be steadfast in thy hope, sweet son. Still was that people as far off from us after 1,000 steps of ours, I say, as a good thrower with his hand would reach, when they all crowded unto the hard masses of the high bank, and motionless stood and close, as he stands still to look who goes in doubt. O happy dead, O spirits elect already, Virgilius made beginning. By that
You're gonna regret
which
making
I
me miss
believe
out
is
on my
waiting
favorite
for you
dog.
all, tell us upon what side the mountain slopes, so that the going up be possible. For to lose time irks him most, who most knows.
Alrighty, bye-bye.
As sheep come issuing forth from out the fold, by ones and twos and threes, and the others stand timidly, holding down their eyes and nostrils. And what the foremost does, the others do, huddling themselves against her if she stop.
Let's see
Simple
here.
and quiet, and the wherefore know not. So, moving to approach us thereupon, I saw the leader of that fortunate flock, modest in face, and dignified in gait. As soon as those in the advance saw broken
activate
the
you.
light upon the ground at my right side, so that
Make
from
you
me
go
the
down.
shadow reached the rock, they stopped, and backward drew themselves somewhat. And all the others who came after them, not knowing why nor wherefore, did the same.
Alright,
Without
now
your
say goodbye to
asking,
you.
I confess to you,
Gonna
this
stab you
is
in your
a
weird
human
2D
body
eyeball.
which you see, whereby the sunshine on the ground is cleft. Marvel ye not thereat, but be persuaded that not without a power which comes from heaven doth he endeavour to surmount this wall. The master thus, and said those worthy people, Return ye then, and enter in before us, making a signal with the back of the hand, and one of them began, Whoe'er thou art, thus going, turn thine eyes, consider well if e'er thou saw
Alright.
me in the other world.
Well, I died.
I turned me
I guess
towards
that's the end
him,
of me.
and looked at him closely. Blond was he, beautiful, and of noble aspect, but one of his eyebrows had a blow divided.
Kaboom!
With humility,
Alrighty.
I had disclaimed ere having seen him.
I found a new
Now
role.
behold,
I am...
he said, and showed me high upon his breast a wound. Then said he with a smile, I am Manfredi, the grandson of the Empress Costanza. Therefore, when thou returnest, I beseech thee, go to my daughter beautiful, the mother of Sicily's
I guess I'll climb up
honor
this dude's
and of
nose.
Aragon's, and the truth teller, if aught else be told. After I had my body lacerated by these two mortal stabs, I gave myself weeping to him who willingly doth pardon.
This definitely... Oh
Hard
my!
as
Hello
iniquities
there.
had been, but infinite goodness hath such ample
What a
arms
hungy worm.
that it receives whatever turns to it. Had but Cosenza's pastor, who in chase of me was sent by Clement at that time, in God read understandingly this page, the bones of my dead body still would be at the bridgehead, near unto Benevento, under the safeguard of the heavy cairn. Now the rain bathes and moveth them
Going
below,
down, Wormy!
beyond the realm, almost beside the Verde, where he transported them with tapers quenched. By malison of theirs is not so lost eternal love, that it cannot return, so long as hope has anything of green. True is it, who in contumacy dies of holy church, though penitent at last, must wait upon the outside this bank 30 times told, the time that he has been in his presumption.
I gotta get my
unless such
unholy
decree
energies up, my
shorter,
mean
by
energies,
means
my
of
mean boy
righteous
energies
prayers
up.
become. See now if thou hast power to make me happy, by making known unto my good Costanza how thou hast seen me, and this band beside. For those on
Alright,
earth
time to
can
go.
much advance us here.
Wormy killer mode, here I come.
Canto 4. Whenever by delight, or else by pain, that seizes any faculty of ours, wholly to that the soul collects itself. It seemeth that no other power it heeds. And this,
Oh,
against
shit, I'm
that
very low in
error
health.
is, which thinks one soul above another, kindles in us. And hence, whenever aught is heard or seen, which keeps the soul intently bent upon it, time passes on, and we perceive
And I
it
died.
not. Because one
Oh.
faculty is that which listens, and other
Beneath
that
the water
which the soul keeps entire.
doth pop.
This is as if in bonds, and that is free. Of this I had experience positive, in hearing and in gazing at that spirit. For 50 full degrees uprisen was the sun, and I had not perceived
I'm
it.
gonna lay back
When we
here.
came to where those souls, with one accord,
Laying back
cried
over.
out to us, "Here is what you ask." A greater opening oft-times hedges up with but a little forkful of his thorns the villager, what time the grape him browns, than was the passageway through which ascended only my leader and myself behind him, after that company departed from us. One climbs Sanlio and descends in Noli, and
gone,
mounts the summit
dear
of
worm.
Bismuntova with feet alone. But here one needs must fly, with the swift pinions and the plumes, I say, of great
I
desire.
should probably also upgrade.
Conducted after him who gave me
Let's
hope,
see.
and made a light for me. We mounted upward through the rifted rock, and on
Divine
each side
armor.
the border pressed upon us, and feet and hands the ground beneath required. When we were come upon the upper rim of the high bank, out on the open slope, "My master," said I, "what way shall we take?" And he to me, "No step of thine descend, still up the mount behind me win thy way, till some sage escort shall appear to us." The summit was so high it vanquished sight,
What did I level up again?
and
Okay.
the hillside precipitous far more than line from middle quadrant to the center. Spent with fatigue was I when I began. Oh, my sweet
what did I
father,
do?
turn thee, and behold
LT
how
and
I
B.
remain alone, unless thou stay. "O son," he said, "up yonder drag thyself," pointing me to a terrace somewhat higher, which on that side encircles all the hill. These words
Let's
of
see,
his
get rid of
so
you.
spurred me on that I strained every nerve behind him scrambling up, until the circle was beneath my feet. Thereon, ourselves we seated both of us turned to the east,
Begone,
from
worm.
which we had ascended, for all men are delighted to look back. To the low shores mine eyes I first directed, then to the sun uplifted them, and wondered that on the left hand we were smitten by it. The poet well perceived that I was wholly bewildered at the chariot of the
Let's
light,
see, come on.
where twixt us and the Aquilon it entered. Whereon he said to me, if Castor and Pollux were in the company of yonder mirror, that up and down conducteth with its light, thou wouldst behold
Alright, finally,
the
I
zodiac's
can go
jagged wheel revolving
check on another
still more
soul.
near unto the
Who are
bears,
you?
unless it swerved aside from its
Sias-
old track.
Kyako
How
Siaso,
that may be,
anonymous
wouldst
citizen of
thou
Florence who
have
spent
power
his
to
life
think,
gorging his
collected in
appetites, now
thyself?
spends eternity in muddy depths of the
Imagine
third.
Zion
That's
together
not nice.
with this mount on
Let's
earth
get
to
the
stand,
Maddie here.
so that they
Bad place to
both
be.
one sole horizon
Why?
have, and hemispheres diverse.
A
Whereby the road
Play your
which
favorite game
Phaeton,
of guitar,
alas, knew
holy.
not to drive, thou'lt see
This is Bible
how,
Hero.
of necessity, must pass this on one side, when that upon the other, if thine intelligence right clearly heed. Truly, my master, said I, never yet saw I so clearly as I now discern, there where my wit appeared incompetent, that the mid-circle of supernal motion, which in some art is the
We did
equator
it.
called, and I remains
Give me them
between
souls.
the sun and winter for reason which thou sayest, departeth hence towards the Septentrion, what time the Hebrews beheld it towards the region of the heat. But if it pleaseth thee, I fain would learn how far we have to go, for the hill rises higher than eyes of mine have power to rise. And he to me, this mount is such, that ever at the beginning down below 'tis tiresome, and aye the more one climbs, the less it hurts. Therefore, when it shall seem so pleasant to thee that going up shall be to thee as easy as
There we
going
go.
down the current in a boat, then at this pathway's ending thou wilt be. There to repose thy panting breath expect. No more,
All right.
I answer, and this I know for true. And as he
Let's
finished
get you
uttering
out
these
of there.
words, a voice close by
Being a
us
gambler
sounded.
is not that bad.
Peradventure thou wilt have need of sitting down ere that. At sound thereof, each one of us turned round, and saw upon the left hand a great rock, which neither I nor he before had noticed. Thither we drew, and there were persons there who in the shadow stood behind the rock, as one through indolence is wont to stand. And one of them, who seemed to me fatigued, was sitting down, and both his knees embraced, holding his face low down between them, bowed.
Alrighty.
Oh, my sweet
Some extra
lord,
souls.
I said, do turn thine eye on him who shows himself more negligent than even Sloth herself his sister were. Then he turned round to us, and he gave
At this
heed,
point, I'm just letting everyone
lifting
go
up
because
his eyes above his
I just
thigh,
want to piss off
and
Lucifer.
said, Now
Lucifer's a
go
big
thou
meanie.
up, for thou art valiant. Then knew I who he was, and the distress that still a little did my
Alright,
breathing
Virgil,
quicken.
what's up
my
with
going
you?
to him hindered not, and after I came to him, he hardly raised his head, saying, Hast thou seen clearly how the sun o'er thy left shoulder drives his chariot?
Seems like a bit much, but okay.
His sluggish attitude and his curt words a little unto laughter moved my lips. Then I began. Belacqua, I grieve not for thee henceforth, but tell me, wherefore seated in this place art thou? Waitest thou an escort? Or has thy usual habit seized upon thee? And he, Oh, brother, what's the
brother,
use of
indeed.
climbing? Since to my torment would not let me go the angel of God who sitteth at the gate. First heaven must needs so long revolve me round outside thereof, as in my life it did, since the good sighs I to the end postponed. Unless ere that some prayer may bring me aid, which rises from a heart that lives in grace. What profit others that in heaven are heard not? Meanwhile, the poet was before me mounting, and saying, Come now, see the sun has touched meridian, and from the shore the night covers already with her foot Morocco.
There we go. Come on.
Canto
give me.
5.
I wanted some purple Gatorade. Let me have
I had
some.
already from those shades departed, and followed in the footsteps of my guide, when from behind, pointing his finger at me, one shouted, See, it seems as if shone not the sunshine on the left of him below, and like one living seems he to conduct him. Mine eyes I turned at utterance of these words, and saw them watching with astonishment but me, and the light which was broken. Why doth thy mind so occupy itself, the master said, that thou thy pace dost slacken? What matters it
I can't
to
believe
thee
I missed
what
the
here
worm
is
twice.
whispered? Come after me, and let the people talk. Stand like a steadfast tower that never wags its top for all the blowing of the winds. Forevermore, the man in whom is springing thought upon thought removes from him the mark, because the force of one the other weakens. What could I say in answer but, I come.
What? What did I hit?
I said it somewhat.
I hit
with
a wall?
that color tinged
What
which
happened
makes
there?
a man of pardon sometimes worthy. Meanwhile, along the mountainside across came people in advance of us a little, singing the Miserere verse by verse. When they became aware I gave no place for passage of the sunshine through my body, they changed their song into a long hoarse "Oh!" And two of them, in form of messengers, ran forth to meet us, and demanded of us, Of your condition make us cognizant. And said my master, Ye can go your way, and carry back again to those who sent you, that this one's body is of very flesh. If they stood still because they saw his shadow, as I suppose, enough is answered them. Him let them honor, it may profit them. Vapours enkindled saw I ne'er so swiftly at early nightfall cleave the air serene, nor at the set of sun the clouds of August. But upward they returned in briefer time, and, on arriving, with the others wheeled towards us like troops that run without a rein. This folk that presses unto us is great, and cometh to implore thee, said the poet. So still go onward, and in going, listen. O soul that goest to beatitude with the same members wherewith thou wast born, shouting they came, a little stay thy steps. Look, if thou e'er hast any of us seen, so that o'er yonder thou bear news of him. Ah, why dost thou go on? Ah, why not stay? Long since we all were slain by violence, and sinners even to the latest hour. Then did a light from heaven admonish us, so that, both penitent and pardoning, forth from life we issued, reconciled to God, who with desire to see him stirs our hearts. And I, although I gaze into your faces, no one I recognize. But if may please you aught I have power to do, ye well-born spirits, speak ye, and I will do it, by that peace which, following the feet of such a guide, from world to world makes itself sought by me. And one began. Each one has confidence in thy good offices without an oath, unless the eye cannot cut off the I will.
This guy looks
Whence
like
I,
a fun partner.
who speak alone before the others, pray thee,
oh my,
if ever thou
that
dost
seems unpleasant.
see the land that twixt Romagna lies and that of Charles, thou be so courteous to me of thy prayers
thinking
infani,
about a potential
that they pray
boobler.
for me devoutly, that I may purge away my grave offences. From thence was I, but the deep wounds, through which issued the blood wherein I had my seat, were dealt me in bosom of the Antenori, there where I thought to be the most secure. 'Twas he of Esta had it done, who held me in hatred far beyond what justice willed. But if towards the Mira I had fled, when I was overtaken at Oriaco, I still should be o'er yonder where men breathe.
Time for a philosophy
I
fight.
ran to the lagoon, and reeds and mire
I'm arguing
did so
with a naked
entangle
man.
me, I fell, and saw there a lake made from my veins upon the ground. Then said another, Ah, be that desire fulfilled that draws thee to the lofty mountain, as thou with pious pity aidest mine. I was of Montefeltro, and am Buonconte. Giovanna, nor none other cares for me. Hence,
That's my
among
daddy.
these, I go with downcast front. And I to him, What violence, or what chance led thee astray so far from Campaldino, that never has thy sepulture been known? Oh, he replied, at Casentino's foot a river crosses, named Arciano, born among the hermitage in Apennine. There, where the name thereof becometh void, did I arrive, pierced through and through the throat, fleeing on foot, and bloodying the plain. There my sight lost I, and my utterance ceased in the name of Mary, and thereat I fell, and tenantless my flesh remained. Truth will I speak, repeat it to the living. God's angel took me up, and he of hell shouted, O thou from heaven, why dost thou rob me? Thou bearest away the eternal part of him for one poor little tear that takes him from me. But with the rest I'll deal in other fashion. Well knowest thou how in the air is gathered that humid vapour which to water turns, soon as it rises where the cold doth grasp it. He joined that evil will, which aye seeks evil, to intellect, and moved the mist and wind by means of power which his own nature gave. Thereafter, when the day was spent, the valley from Prato Magno to the great yoke covered with fog, and made the heaven above intent, so that the pregnant air to water changed. Down fell the rain, and to the gullies came whate'er of it earth tolerated not.
Is that a dare?
And as it mingled with the mighty torrents towards the royal river, with
I've
such
already
speed
sewn a
it
bunch of
headlong
cloth
rushed,
in it, to
that
my
nothing
skin.
held
What
it
more do
back.
you want?
My frozen body, near unto its outlet, the robust Archean
Oh,
found,
you just kind of farted
and
out
into
nowhere.
Arno thrust it, and loosened from my breast the cross I made of me, when
Ew.
agony o'ercame me. It rolled me on the banks and on the bottom, then with its booty covered and begirt me. Ah, when thou hast returned unto the world, and rested thee from thy long journeying, after the second followed the third spirit. Do thou remember me, who am the Pia. Sienna made me, unmade me,
Did I
Morena.
beat you?
He knoweth
No, you're not
it,
dead yet.
who had encircled first, espousing me, my finger with his gem. End of Purgatorio, Canto 1 to 5.
Oh, I gotta wait for this one to end here, and then we gotta say another point goes for the books. Alrighty. Let's add 56. Man, books are making a killing right now, gotta say. Books doing a great job. Books are doing a great job. They're already on book 2 of Purgatorio. Let us continue.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri, Los Angeles, California, July 2006. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. Translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Purgatorio, Cantos 6 through 11. Canto 6. Whene'er is broken up the game of sorrow, he who has lost remains behind despondent, the throes repeating, and in sadness learns. The people with the other all depart. One goes in front,
Okay, it's
and
not
one
broken
behind
this
doth
time.
pluck him, and at his side one brings himself to mind. He pauses not,
I'm just in yet
and this
another-
and that one hears. They crowd no more to whom his hand he stretches, and from the throng he thus defends himself. Even such was I in that dense multitude, turning to them this way and that my face, and promising I freed myself therefrom. There was the Aretine, who from the arms untamed of Ginditaco had his death, and he who fleeing from pursuit was drowned. There was, imploring with his hands outstretched, Frederick Novello, and that one of Pisa who made the good Marsuco seem so strong.
Let's see.
I saw Count Orso, and the soul divided by hatred and by envy from its body, as it declared, and not for crime committed. Pierre de Brosse, I say, and here provide, while still on earth, the Lady of Brabant, so that for this she be of no worse flock. As soon as I was free from all those shades, who only prayed that someone else may pray, so as to hasten their becoming holy, began I. It appears that thou deniest, O life
there
of
we
mine,
go.
expressly in some text, that Orison can bend decree of heaven, and nevertheless these people pray for this. Might then their expectation bootless be, or is to me thy saying not quite clear? And he to me, my writing is explicit, and not fallacious as the hope of these.
Okay.
If with
Let's
sane
get you back out
intellect 'tis well
there.
regarded. For top of judgment doth not veil itself, because the fire of love fulfills
then-
at once what he must satisfy who here installs him. And there, where I affirmed that proposition, defect was not amended by a prayer, because the prayer from God was separate. Verily, in so deep a questioning do not decide, unless she tell it thee who light twixt truth and intellect shall be. I know not if thou understand. I speak of Beatrice. Her shalt thou see above, smiling and happy on this mountain's top. And I, good leader, let us make more haste, for I no longer tire as before. And see, even now the hill a shadow casts. We will go forward with this day, he answered, as far as now is possible for us. But otherwise, the fact is then thou thinkest. Ere thou art up there, thou shalt see return him who now hides himself behind the hill, so that thou
all
dost not
you,
interrupt his
Dante,
rays.
you and your
But yonder there, behold, a soul that stationed all alone is
weird
looking hitherward.
shenanigans.
It will point out to us the quickest way. We came up unto it, O Lombard soul, how lofty and
Let's see what
disdainful thou
happens,
didst bear
when I just
thee,
stay
and grand
here.
and slow in moving of thine eyes. Nothing whatever
died,
did it
that's
say
what
to
happens,
us,
okay.
but let us go our way, eyeing us only after the manner of a couchant lion.
Another weird
Still near
puzzle.
to it Virgilius drew, entreating that it would point us out the best ascent, and it replied not unto his demand, but of our native land and of our life it questioned us. And then the sweet guide began, Mantua, and the shade, all itself recluse, rode toward him from the place where first it was, saying, O Mantuan, I am Sordello of thine own land. And one embraced the other.
Okay.
Ah, servile Italy, grief's hostelry, a ship without a pilot in a great tempest. No lady thou of provinces, but broth. That noble soul was so impatient, only at the sound of his own native land, to make its citizen glad welcome there. And now within thee are not without war thy living ones, and one doth gnaw the other of those whom one wall and one fosse shut in. Search, wretched one, all about thy shores, thy seaboard, and then
This
look
seems
within
like
thy
a
bosom,
puzzle
if
I
any
should
part
look
of thee
up
enjoyeth
the answer
peace.
to
What boots it that for thee Justinian the bridle mend,
when I'm
if empty
annoyed,
be
which
the
is
saddle?
right now.
Without in this, the shame would be the less. Ah, people, thou that oughtest to be devout, and to let Caesar sit upon the saddle, if well thou hearest what God teacheth thee, behold how fell this wild beast has become, being no longer by the spur corrected, since thou hast laid thy hand upon the bridle. O German Albert, who abandonest her that has grown recalcitrant and savage, and oughtest to bestride her saddle-bow, may a just judgment from the stars down fall upon thy blood, and be it new and open, that thy successor may have fear thereof, because thy father and thyself have suffered, by greed of those transalpine lands distrained, the garden of the empire to be waste. Come, and behold Montecchi and Cappelletti, Monaldi and Filipeschi, careless man, those sad already, and these doubt depressed. Come, cruel one, come and behold the oppression of thy nobility, and cure their wounds, and thou shalt see how safe is Santa Fiore. Come and behold thy Rome, that is lamenting, widowed, alone, and day and night exclaims, My Caesar, why hast thou forsaken me? Come and behold how loving are the people, and if for us no pity moveth thee, come and be made ashamed of thy renown.
Alright.
And if it lawful be, O Jove supreme, who upon earth for us was crucified, are thy just eyes averted otherwhere? Or preparation is it that, in the abyss of thine own counsel, for some good thou makest from our perception utterly cut off?
Okay.
For all the towns of Italy are full of tyrants, and becometh a Marcellus each peasant churl who plays the partisan. My Florence, well mayest thou contented be with this digression, which concerns thee not, thanks to thy people who such forethought take. Many at heart have justice, but shoot slowly, that unadvised they come not to the bow. But on their very lips thy people
Now I'm
have
here,
it.
and
Many refuse to bear the common burden, but thy solicitous people answereth without being asked, and crieth, I submit. Now be thou joyful,
I did it. I
for thou
solved
hast
the
good
puzzle.
reason. Thou affluent, thou in peace, thou full of wisdom. If I speak true, the event conceals it not. Athens and Lacedaemon, they who made the ancient laws and were so civilized, made towards living well with a little sign compared to thee, who makest such fine-spun provisions, that to the middle of November reachest not what thou in October spinnest. How oft within the time of thy remembrance, laws, money, offices, and usages hast thou remodelled, and renewed thy members. And if thou mind thee well, and see the light, thou shalt behold thyself like a sick woman, who cannot find repose upon her down, but by her tossing wardeth off her pain. Canto 7.
Let's see.
After the gracious and glad salutations had 3 or 4 times been reiterated, Sordello backward drew and said, Who are you? Or ever to this mountain were directed, the souls deserving to ascend to God, my bones were buried by Octavian. I am Virgilius, and for no crime else did I lose heaven than for not having faith.
And I found some
In
gold.
this wise then my leader made reply. As one who suddenly before him sees something whereat he marvels, who believes and yet does not, saying, It is not. So he appeared, and then bowed down his brow, and with humility returned towards him, and where inferiors embrace, embraced him. O glory of the Latins, thou, said he, through whom our language showed what it could do.
I got
O
another
pride
piece
eternal
of
of
gold
the place I
doubloons.
came from.
Silver
What merit
doubloons.
or what grace
Doubloon
to me reveals thee?
doubloons.
If I to hear thy words be worthy, tell me if thou dost come from hell, and from what cloister? Through all the circles of the doleful realm, responded he, have I come hitherward. Heaven's power impelled me, and with that I come. I by not doing, not by doing, lost sight of that high sun which thou desirest, and which too late by me was recognized. A place there is below, not sad with torments, but darkness only, where the lamentations have not the sound of wailing, but are sighs. There dwell I with the little innocents snatched by the teeth of death, or ever they were from our human sinfulness exempt. There dwell I among those who the 3 saintly virtues did not put on, and without vice the others knew and followed all of them. But if thou know and can, some indication give us by which we may the sooner come where purgatory has its right beginning. He answered, no fixed place has been assigned us. 'Tis lawful for me to go up and round so far as I can go, as guide I join thee. But see already how the day declines, and to go up by night we are not able. Therefore 'tis well to think of some fair sovereign. Souls there are on the right hand here withdrawn.
What
If
is
thou
this
permit
without
me,
death?
I will lead thee to him, and thou shalt know them not without delight.
At least they
How is
know
this, was
that
the
I'm
answer.
going to be confused
Should one wish to
here.
mount by night, would he prevented be by others, or mayhap would not have the power? And on the ground the good Sordello drew his finger, saying,
Can't go
see,
through
this
it.
line alone thou couldst not pass
Can't
after the sun is
shoot
gone.
it.
Not that aught else would hindrance give, however, to going up, save the nocturnal darkness. This, with the want of power, the will perplexes.
Look up
We might indeed
the
therewith
solution.
return below, and wandering, walk the hillside round about, while the horizon holds the day imprisoned. Thereon, my lord, as if in wonder, said, do thou conduct us thither, where thou sayest that we can take delight in tarrying. Little had we withdrawn us from that place, when I perceived the mount was hollowed out in fashion as the valleys here are hollowed. Thitherward, said that shade, will we repair, where of itself the hillside makes a lap, and there for the new day will we await. Twixt hill and plain there was a winding path which led us to the margin of that dell, where dies the border more than half away. Gold and fine silver, and scarlet and pearl white,
screwed that up
the
just
Indian
but
wood
a
resplendent
little bit.
and serene, fresh emerald the moment it is broken. By herbage and by flowers within that hollow planted, each one in color would be vanquished, as by its greater vanquished is the less. Nor in that place had
3,
nature
2,
painted only,
1.
but of the sweetness of 1,000 odors made there a mingled fragrance, and unknown. Salve Regina! On the greens and flowers there seated,
There we
singing
go.
spirits I beheld, which were not visible outside the valley. Before the scanty sun now seeks his nest, began the Mantuan, who had led us thither. Among them, do not wish me to conduct you. Better from off this ledge the acts and faces of all of them will you discriminate, than in the plain below received among them. Who sits highest, and the semblance bears of having what he should have done neglected, and to the other's song moves not his lips, Rudolph the Emperor was, who had the power to heal the wounds that Italy have slain, so that through others slowly she revives. The other, who in look doth comfort him, govern the region
What?
where the water springs. The Moldo bears
I thought
the
I
Elbe,
had to go
and the Elbe
forward
the
a little
sea.
bit or something. No.
His name was Ottokar, and in swaddling clothes, far better he than bearded Wenceslas.
I am
his son,
amazed,
who feeds in
honestly, at
luxury
some of the
and ease.
checkpointing here.
And the small-nosed,
It is at
who close in
times
council seems
annoying
with
and
him
at
that has
times
an aspect
immensely
so benign,
well considered.
died fleeing and disflowering the lily. Look there, how he is beating at his breast. Behold the other one, who for his cheek sighing has made of his own palm a bed. Father and father-in-law of Francis Pest are they, and know his vicious life and lewd,
Nope.
and hence proceeds the grief that doth so pierce them. He who appears so stalwart, and
gonna
chimes in
guess.
singing with that one of the manly nose, the cord of every valour war begirt. And if as king had after him remained the stripling, who in rear of him is sitting, well had the valour passed from vase to vase, which cannot of the other heirs be said. Frederick and Giacomo possess the realms, but none the better heritage possesses. not oftentimes, upriseth through the branches the probity of man, and this he wills who gives it, so that we may ask of him.
What?
Eke to the large-nosed reach my words.
This is some pitfall
no less
shit
than to
right
the other
here.
peer, who with him sings, whence Provence and Apulia
This makes
grieve
me really
already.
wanna go
the plant
to
is
the
as
food
inferior
can
to its seed,
and get
as more than
myself,
Beatrice and Margaret Costanza boasteth of her husband still.
This gluttony level
Behold
just
the
makes me
monarch of the
hungry.
simple life, Harry of England, sitting there alone. He in his branches has a better issue. He who the lowest on the ground among them sits looking upward is the Marquis William, for whose sake Alessandria and her war make Montferrat and Canavesi weep. Canto 8. 'Twas now the hour that turneth back desire in those that sail the sea, and melts the heart, the day
Alrighty.
they've said to their sweet friends farewell. And the new pilgrim
I'm
penetrates
saying
with
farewell
love
to
if
all
he doth
those,
hear from far away
shish
a bell
kebab
that seemeth
people.
to deplore the dying day, when I began to make of no
Farewell,
avail my hearing,
best of luck
and to watch
in
one of the
eternity.
souls uprisen that begged attention with its hand.
I hope it works out for
It
you,
joined,
even
and
though I
lifted
know it
upward
won't.
both its palms, fixing its eyes upon the Orient, as if it said to God, Naught else I care for. Te luce sante so devoutly issued
you
forth
very
from its
much for
mouth,
the
and with such
bits
dulcet notes,
of
it made me
green.
issue forth from my own mind. And then the others, sweetly and
Alright, where are
devoutly,
we now?
accompanied it through all the hymn entire, having their eyes upon the supernal
Oh, so
wheels.
this is
Here,
Glut-
reader,
Lord
fix thine
Gluttony.
eyes well upon the truth, for now indeed so subtle is the veil, surely to penetrate within is easy. I saw that army of the
Father.
gentle-born, thereafterward, in silence upward gaze, as if in expectation, pale and humble. And from on high come forth and down descend, I saw two angels with two flaming swords, truncated and deprived of their points. Green as the little leaflets just now born their garments were, which by their verdant pinions beaten and blown abroad
Oh,
they
we're in the
trailed
green
behind.
zone now.
One just
Alrighty.
above us came to take his
We're
station,
done
and
with-
one descended to the opposite bank,
If
so
we're
that
in,
the people
if
were
we're in
contained
greed
between
now,
them.
that means
Clearly in them discerned I the blonde head,
say goodbye
but
to
in their faces
gluttony
was the eye bewildered,
and-
as faculty confounded by excess. From Mary's bosom both of them have come, Sordello
There we
said,
go.
as guardians of the valley against the serpent, that will come anon. Whereupon I, who knew not by what road,
So,
turned
alright,
around
it's time
and
for
closely
greed.
drew
Let's
myself,
turn off
utterly
my,
frozen, to the faithful shoulders.
my what?
And once
not
again,
the
Sordello,
phone cam.
now descend we mid the grand
Welcome
shades,
back to
and
me.
we will speak
and
to
let's
them.
add a little
Right
filter
pleasant
here.
will it be for them to see you.
No, that's the phone one.
Only 3 steps, I think, that
Let's
I
get a filter
descended,
going
and was
here.
below, and saw one who was looking only at
This
me,
will be for
as if he fain
color
would know.
correction.
Already now the air was growing dark,
Damn
but
it,
not so that
still-
between his
still
eyes and
doing
mine
the-
it did not show what it before locked up.
There we go.
Toward me he moved, and I
Color
towards him did
correction.
move. Noble Judge Nino, how it me delighted when I beheld thee not among the damned. No greeting fair was left unsaid between us. Then asked he, How long is it since thou camest over the far waters to the mountain's foot? Oh, said I to him, through the dismal places I came this morn, and am in the first life, albeit the other, going thus, I gain. And on the instant my reply was heard, he and Sordello both shrank back from me, like people who are suddenly bewildered.
Let's change
One to
this up
Virgilius,
here. I gotta
and the
make
other
sure.
turned to one who sat there, crying, Up, Corrado! Come, and behold what God in grace has willed. Then turning to me, By that especial grace thou owest unto him, who so conceals his own first wherefore, that it has no
Look.
ford, when thou shalt be
We're in
beyond
the money
waters
zone
wide,
now.
Tell my
Money,
Giovanna
money,
that she
money!
pray for me,
We love
where
that
answer
money.
to the innocent is made. I do not think her mother loves me more, since she has laid aside her wimple white, which she, unhappy, needs must wish again.
We're all
Who
about
will
that
full
money
easily
here.
is comprehended how long in woman
Which
lasts
means,
the
of
fire
course,
love, if
we
eye or
have
touch do
scored
not relight it often.
again
So fair a
for
hatchment will not
games.
make for her the viper marshalling the Milanese afield, as would have made Galura's cock.
We're
In
catching
this
up.
wise spoke he, with the stamp impressed upon his aspect of that righteous zeal which measurably burneth in the heart. My greedy eyes still wandered up to heaven.
Greedy
still to that
eyes.
point
Look
where
at
slowest are the
look at this, a
stars,
nice
even as
golden
wheel the
pool.
nearest to its axle. And my conductor, Son, what dost thou gaze up there? And I said to him, All those 3 torches with which this hither pole is on fire. And he said to me, The 4 resplendent stars thou sawest this morning are down yonder low, and these have mounted up to where those were.
Let's see.
As he was speaking, to himself Sordello
We have
drew
some
him
enemies to
and said,
fight.
Lo, there our adversary, and pointed with his
Yeah,
finger
we got
towards
some.
thither.
We got some peeps.
Upon the side on which the little valley no barrier hath, a serpent was, perchance the same which
Oh
gave to
no,
Eve
we
the
gotta
bitter
fight.
fruit,
We got a time
'Twixt
limit.
grass and flowers came on the evil streak, turning at times its head about, and licking its back like a beast that smooths itself. I did not see, and therefore cannot say, how the celestial falcons began to move, but well I saw that they were both in motion. Hearing the air cleft by their verdant wings, the serpent fled, and round the angels wheeled, up to their stations flying back alike. The shade that to the judge had near approached when he had called, throughout the whole assault had not a moment loosed its gaze upon me. So may the light that leadeth thee on high find in thine own free will as much of wax as needful is up to the highest azure, began it. If some true intelligence of Valdemagra or its neighbour thou knowest, tell it me, who once was great there. Corrado Malespino
I gotta
was
get some
called.
more demon
I'm not the
points.
elder, but from him I descended. To mine I bore the love which here refineth. Oh, said I unto him, through your domains I never passed, but where is there a dwelling throughout all Europe where they are not known? That fame which doeth honour to your house proclaims its seigneurs and proclaims its land, so that he knows of them who never was there. And as I hope for heaven, I swear to you, your honoured family in naught abates the glory of the purse and of the sword. It is so privileged by use and nature, that though a guilty head misguide the world, soul it goes right, and scorns the evil way.
Okie dokie, we did it.
And he, now go, for the sun shall not lie 7 times upon the pillow which the ram, with all his 4 feet, covers and bestrides, before that such a courteous opinion shall in the middle of thy head be nailed with greater nails than of another speech, unless the course of justice standeth still. Canto 9. The concubine of old Tithonus now gleamed white upon the eastern balcony, forth from the arms of her sweet paramour. With gems her forehead all relucent was, set in the shape of that cold animal which with its tail doth smite amain the nations. And of the steps
I think
with
that's
which
a
she
soul
mounts,
I
the
can,
knight had taken 2 in that place
save
where
over
we
there.
were, and now the 3rd was bending down its wings. When I, who had something of Adam in me, vanquished by sleep, upon the grass reclined, there were all 5 of us already sat. Just at the hour when her sad lay begins, the little swallow, near unto the morning, perchance in memory of her former woes, and when the mind of man a wanderer more from flesh, and less by thought imprisoned, almost prophetic in its visions is, in dreams it seemed to me I saw suspended an eagle in the sky, with plumes of gold, with wings wide open, and intent to stoop. And this, it seemed to me, was where had been by Ganymede his kith and kin abandoned, when to the high consistory he was rapt. I thought within myself, perchance he strikes from habit only here, and from elsewhere disdains to bear up any in his feet. Then wheeling
the Vestal
somewhat more,
Virgin of Rome
it
opened
seemed
the
to
city
me
gates to allow the
terrible as
Sabines
the
to
lightning
attack
he
Rome in
descended,
exchange
and
for
snatched me
gold.
upward even to the fire. Therein it seemed that he and I were burning, and that the imagined fire did scorch me so, that of
whatever.
necessity my sleep was broken. Not otherwise, Achilles
No one
started
deserves
up,
to be here.
around him turning his awakened eyes, and knowing not the place in which he was, what time from Chiron stealthily his mother carried him sleeping in her arms to Scyros, where from the Greeks withdrew him afterwards,
I'm sure she had a good
that
reason.
I upstarted, when from off my face sleep fled away, and pallid I became, as doth the man who freezes with affright. Only my comforter was at my side, and the sun was now more than 2 hours high, and turned toward the seashore was my face.
Let's see.
Be not intimidated, said my lord. Be reassured, for all is well with us. Do not restrain, but put forth all thy strength. Thou hast at length arrived at
Didn't get as many
Purgatory.
bonus souls
See
that
there,
time.
the cliff that closes it around. See there the entrance, where it seems disjoined. Whilome at dawn, which doth precede the day, when inwardly thy spirit was asleep upon the flowers that deck the land below, there came a lady, and said, I am
Let's
Lucia.
see.
Let me take this one up, who is asleep,
Gonna
so
stab
will I
you,
make
door.
his journey easier for him. Sordello and the other noble shapes remained. She took thee, and as day grew bright,
Who we
upward she
got this
came,
time?
and I upon her footsteps. She laid thee here, and first her beauteous eyes
Yeah,
that open
we're
entrance
two
pointed out to
people
me, that she and
with a
sleep
hammer.
together went away. In guise of one whose doubts are reassured, and who to confidence his fear doth change, after the truth had been discovered to him, so did I change. And when without disquiet my leader saw me, up along the cliff he moved, and I behind him, toward the height. Reader, thou seest well how I exalt my theme, and therefore, if with greater art I fortify it, marvel not thereat. Nearer approached we, and were in such a place that there, where first appeared to me a rift like to a crevice that disparts a wall, I saw a portal, and 3 stairs beneath, diverse in color, to go up to it. and a gatekeeper, who yet spake no word. And as I opened more and more mine eyes, I saw him seated on the highest stair, such in the face that I endured it not. And in his hand he held a naked sword, which so reflected back the sunbeams toward us that oft in vain I lifted up my eyes. "Tell it from where you are. What is it you wish?" began he to exclaim. "Where is the escort? Take heed your coming hither harm you not." "A lady of heaven, with these things conversant," my master answered him, but even now said to us, "Thither go, there is the portal." "And may she speed your footsteps in all good," again began the courteous janitor. "Come forward then unto these stairs of ours." Thither did we approach, and the first stair was marble white, so polished and so smooth, I mirrored myself therein as I appear. The second, tinct of deeper hue than purse, was of calcined and uneven stone, cracked all asunder lengthwise and across. The third, that uppermost rests massively, porphyry seemed to me, as flaming red as blood that from a vein is spiriting forth. Both of his feet were holding upon this angel of God, upon the threshold seated, which seemed to me a stone of diamond. Along the 3 stairs upward with goodwill did my conductor draw me, saying, "Ask humbly that he the fastening may undo." Devoutly at the holy feet I cast me, for mercy's sake besought that he would open, but first upon my breast 3 times I smote. 7 P's upon my forehead he described with the sword's point, and said, "Take heed that thou wash these wounds, when thou shalt be within." Ashes or earth that dry is excavated, of that same color were his attire, and from beneath it he drew 2 keys. One was of gold, and the other was of silver. First with the white, and after with the yellow, plied he the door, so that I was content. "Whenever faileth either of these keys, so that it turn not rightly in the lock," he said to us, "this entrance doth not open. More precious one is, but the other needs more art and intellect ere it unlock, for it is that which doth the knot unloose. From Peter I have them, and he bade me err rather in opening than in keeping shut, if people but fall down before my feet." Then pushed the portals of the sacred door, exclaiming,
I can just block it.
"But I give you warning that forth returns whoever looks behind." And when upon their hinges were turned round the swivels of that consecrated gate, which are of metal, massive and sonorous, roared not so loud, nor so discordant seemed
They bleed money, that's pretty
from
cool.
it the good Metellus, wherefore meagre it remained. At the first thunder peal I turned attentive, and Te Deum Laudamus seemed to hear in voices mingled with sweet melody. Exactly such an image rendered me that which I heard, as we are wont to catch, when people singing with the organ stand. For now we hear, and now hear not, the words. Canto 10. When we had crossed the thresholds of the door which the perverted love of souls uses, because it makes the crooked way seem straight, re-echoing, I heard it closed again. And if I had turned back mine eyes upon it, what for my failing had been fit excuse? We mounted upward through a rifted rock, which undulated to this side and that, even as a wave receding and advancing. "Here it behooves us to use a little art," began my leader, "to adapt ourselves, now here, now there, to the receding side. And this our footsteps so infrequent made, that sooner had the moon's decreasing disk regained its bed to sink again to rest, than we were forth from out that needle's eye. But when we, free and in the open were, there where the mountain backward piles itself, I wearied out. And both of us uncertain about our way, we stopped upon a plain more desolate than roads across the desert. From where its margin borders on the void, to foot of the high bank that ever rises, a human body 3 times told would measure. And far as eye of mine could wing its flight, now on the left and on the right flank now, the same this cornice did appear to me. Thereon, our feet had not been moved as yet, when I perceived the embankment round about, which all right of ascent had interdicted, to be of marble white, and so adorned with sculptures that not only Polycletus, but nature's self had there been put to shame. The angel, who came down to earth with tidings of peace that had been wept for many a year, and opened heaven from its long interdite, in front of us appeared so truthfully there sculptured in a gracious attitude, he did not seem an image that is silent. One would have sworn that he was saying, Ave, for she was there, in effigy portrayed, who turned the key to ope the exalted light, and in her mien this language had impressed, Ecce ancilla Dei, as distinctly as any figure stamps itself in wax. Keep not thy mind upon one place alone, the gentle master said, who had me standing upon that side where people have their hearts, whereat I moved mine eyes, and I beheld, in rear of Mary, and upon that side where he was standing who conducted me, another story on the rock imposed. Wherefore I passed Virgilius, and drew near, so that before mine eyes it might be set. There, sculptured in the self-same marble, were the Cartanoxi,
How am I supposed to
drawing the
beat all
Holy
these people?
Wherefore one dreads an office not appointed. People appeared in front, and all of them in 7 choirs divided, of 2 senses, made one say no, the other yes, they sing. Likewise unto the smoke of the frankincense, wherein there was imaged forth, the eye and nose were in the yes and no discordant made. Proceeded there the vessel Benedict, dancing with girded loins, the humble psalmist, and more or less than king was he in this. Opposite, represented at the window of a great palace, Michal looked upon him, even as a woman scornful
Very
and afflicted.
confusing here.
I moved my feet from where I had been standing, to examine near at hand another story, which after Michal glimmered white before me. There the high glory of the Roman prince was chronicled, whose great beneficence moved Gregory to his great victory. 'Tis of the Emperor Trajan I am speaking, and a poor widow at his bridal stood, in attitude of weeping and of grief. Around about him seemed it thronged and full of cavaliers, and the eagles in the gold above them visibly in the wind were moving. The wretched woman in the midst of these seemed to be saying, Give me vengeance, Lord, for my dead son, for whom my heart is breaking. And he to answer her,
You're part of
Now wait
Dante's
until I shall
workout
return.
program now.
And
Work
she,
it,
my
work
lord,
it,
like one
grind
whom
them
grief is
abs in the
impatient,
dust!
Shouldst thou not return? And he,
Or
Who shall
in the
be where
coins, I
am
guess,
wicked
because
at
we're about money now.
And she, Good deed of others, what boots it thee if thou neglect thine own? Whence he, Now comfort thee, for it behooves me that I discharge my duty ere I move. Justice still wills, and pity doth retain me. He who on no new thing has ever looked was the creator of this visible language, novel to us, for here it is not found. While I delighted in contemplating the images of such humility, and dear to look on for their master's sake, behold, upon this side, but where they make their steps, the poet murmured, many people. These will direct us to the lofty stair. Mine eyes, that in beholding were intent to see new things, of which they curious are, in turning round towards him, were not slow. But still, I wish not, reader, thou shouldst swerve from thy good purposes, because thou hearest how God ordaineth that the debt be paid. Attend not to the fashion of the torment. Think what follows. Think that, at the worst, it cannot reach beyond the mighty sentence. Masters, began I, that which I behold moving toward us seems to me not persons, and what I know not, so in sight I waver. And he to me, the grievous quality of this their
ground
torment bows
pound.
them so to earth, that mine own eyes
Every
at
good
first
action game
contended
has a ground pound.
But look there fixedly, and disentangle by sight what cometh underneath those stones. Already canst thou see how each is stricken. O you proud Christians, wretched, weary ones, who in the vision of the mind infirm confidence have in your backsliding steps, do ye not comprehend that we are worms, born to bring forth the angelic butterfly that flieth unto judgment without screen?
Stay down,
Why
stay
floats
down.
aloft your spirit high in air? Like are ye unto insects undeveloped, even as the worm in whom formation fails. As to sustain a ceiling or a roof, in place of corbel, oftentimes a figure is seen to join its
Now I
knees
can
unto
take
its
care
breast,
of you.
which makes
Bye-bye.
of the unreal, real anguish arise in him who sees it. Fashioned thus,
That's a
beheld I
one.
those, when I had taken good head. True is it, they were more or less bent down, according as they more or less were laden. And he who had most patience in his looks, weeping, did seem to say,
There we go.
I can no more. Canto 11.
Yay!
Our Father, thou who dwellest in the
This
heavens,
is how we
not
win.
circumscribed, but from the greater love thou bearest to the first effects on high, praised be thy name in thine omnipotence by every creature, as befitting is to render thanks to thy sweet effluence. Come unto us
we
the
got
peace of thy
another
dominion,
coin.
for unto it we cannot of ourselves, if it come not with all our intellect. Even as thine own angels of their will make sacrifice to thee, Hosanna singing, so may all men make sacrifice of theirs. Give unto us this day our daily manna, without in which in this rough wilderness backward goes he who toils most to advance. And even as we the trespass we have suffered pardon in one another, pardon thou benignly, and regard not our desert. Our virtue, which is easily overcome, put not to proof with the old adversary, but thou from him who spurs it so deliver. This last petition verily, dear Lord, not for ourselves is made, who need it not, but for their sake who have remained behind us. Thus, for themselves and us, good furtherance those
Let's
shapes
see.
imploring, went beneath a weight like unto that of which we sometimes
There
dream,
must be some sort of
unequally in
platform
anguish
of
round
all
and
of these
round,
spiky
and
ones that
weary
can
all
actually get onto.
upon that foremost cornice, purging away the smoke stains of the world.
So a lot of
If
these
their
got
good
spikes
words are
on
only
them.
said for us, what may
Did
not
I
here be said and
insta-die
done for
there?
them by those who have a
No.
good root to their
Boo!
way? Well may we help them wash away the marks that hence they
Ah.
carried, so that clean and light they may ascend unto the starry wheels.
Alright.
Ah, so may pity and justice you disburden soon, that ye may have power to move the wing that shall uplift
I
you
guess
after
let me
your
get
desire. Show us on
one
which
of
hand toward the
Judas's
stars the way
coins.
is shortest, and if more than one the passes,
Alright.
point us out that which least abruptly falls. For he who cometh with me, through the burden of Adam's flesh wherewith he is invested, against his will is chary of his climbing. The words of theirs which they returned to those that he, whom I was following, had spoken, it was not manifest from whom they came. But it was said, To the right hand come with us along the bank, and ye shall find a pass possible for living person to ascend. And were I not
Okay,
impeded by the stone, which this proud neck of mine doth subjugate, whence I am forced to hold my visage down, him who still lives and does not name
Alright, so,
himself would I
if I
regard,
touch that, I
to see if I
insta-die.
may
Good to
know
know.
him, and make him piteous unto this burden. A Latin
Alright,
was
I
I,
need to
and
look
born of a
up
great
what
Tuscan. Guglielmo
I need to do
Aldobranceschi was my father. I know not if his name were ever with you.
Let's see.
The ancient blood and deeds of gallantry of my progenitors so arrogant made me, that, thinking not upon the common mother, all men I held in scorn to such extent I died therefore, as know the Sienese, and every child in Campagnatico.
Alright,
I am
need
Umberto,
to-
and not to me alone hath pride done harm, but all my kith and kin has with it dragged
the
into
lever on the
adversity.
ledge to create a
And
path
here
through
must
some
I this
spikes
burden
above
bear
you.
for it, till God be satisfied, since I did not among the living, here among the dead. Listening, I downward bent my countenance,
Okay.
and one of them, not this one who was speaking, twisted himself beneath
So
the weight
apparently
that clamps him,
it's safe?
and looked at me and knew me, and called out, keeping his eyes laboriously fixed on me, who all bowed down was going with them.
Okay.
Oh, asked I him,
Whatever you say.
art thou not Odoresi, a Gobbio's honour, and the honour of that art which is in Paris called illuminating? Brother, said he, more laughing are the leaves
guess I
touched
should
by the
see
brush of
which one they mean.
Franco-Bolognese. All his the honour now, and mine in part. In sooth, I had
Well,
not been so
I guess
courteous
not
while
that
I was
one.
living, for the great desire of excellence on which my heart was bent. Here of such pride is paid the forfeiture, and yet I should not be here, were it not that, having power to sin, I turned to God. O thou vain glory of the human powers, how little green upon thy summit lingers, if it be not followed by an age of grossness. In painting, Cimabue thought it was he that should hold the field. Now Giotto has the cry, so that the other's fame is growing dim. So has one Guido from the other taken the glory of our tongue, and he perchance is born, who from the nest shall chase them both. Not is this mundane rumour but a breath of wind, that comes now this way and now that, and changes name because it changes side. What fame shalt thou have more, if the old
This
if
fixed
old peel
camera
off from thee
angle
thy
is,
flesh, than if thou hadst been dead
not
before
doing me
thou
any
left the Papua
favors.
and the Dindi, ere pass 1,000 years, which is a shorter space to thee etern than the twinkling of an eye unto the circle that in heaven wheels slowest. With him, who takes so little of the road in front of me, all Tuscany resounded, and now he scarce is
let me
lisped of in
really
Siena,
stare at this
where he was
carefully.
lord, what time was
Activate
overthrown
the
the
lever
Florentine
on the ledge
delirium,
to create a
that
path
superb
through
was at
some
that day
spikes
as now just
above you.
prostitute.
And then
Your
quickly
reputation
activate
is the
the
colour
lever
of grass
in the
which
room
comes and
below.
goes,
Yes, I've been doing
and that
that.
discolours it by
Dash
which it
back
issues green from out the earth.
to the ledge
And I,
and climb
thy true
up
speech
just
fills my
before
heart
the
with good
guillotine
humility,
platform
and
comes
great
smashing
tumour thou
down.
assuagest. But who is he of whom thou now spakest?
Alright.
That, he replied, is Provençan Salvani, and he is here because he had presumed to bring Siena all into his hands. He has gone thus, and goeth without rest, ever since he died. Such money renders back in payment he who on earth is too daring. And I, if every spirit who awaits the verge of life before that he repent remains below there, and ascends not thither, unless good orison shall him be stead, until as much time as he lived be
I get
past,
it.
how was the coming granted him in largest? When he in greatest splendour lived, said he, freely upon the Campo of Siena, all shame being laid aside, he placed himself, and there to draw his friend from the duress which in the prison house of Charles he suffered, he brought himself to tremble in each vein. I say no more, and know that I speak darkly, yet little time shall pass before thy neighbours will so demean themselves that thou canst gloss it. This action has released him from those confines. End of Purgatorio, Cantos 6 through 11.
Oh, and with that, it is another point for books. Books, now... 56, 57, 58... Alrighty. And with that, we continue with another chapter of the Divine Comedy. This time, on Book 2, Number 10, Canto 12 through 16. Or I guess they'll let us know.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Crispin, Jefferson City, Missouri. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. Translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Purgatorio, Canto 12 to 16. Purgatorio, Canto 12. Abreast, like oxen going in a yoke, I with that heavy-laden soul went on, as long as the sweet pedagogue permitted. But when he said, leave him, and onward pass, for here 'tis good that with the sail and oars, as much as may be, each push on and bark. Upright, as walking wills it, I redressed my person, notwithstanding that my thoughts remained with me downcast and abashed. I had moved on and followed willingly the footsteps of my master, and we both already showed how light of foot we were. When unto me he said, cast down thine eyes. 'Twere well for thee, to alleviate the way, to look upon the bed beneath thy feet. As, that some memory may exist of them, above the buried dead their tombs in earth bear sculptured on them what they were before.
Come on.
Whence often there we weep for them afresh, from pricking of remembrance, which alone to the compassionate doth set its spur. So saw I there, but of a better semblance, in point of artifice with figures covered, whate'er as pathway from the mount projects. I saw that one who was created noble, more than all other creatures down from heaven, flaming with lightnings fall upon one side. I saw Briareus, smitten by the dart, Celestial lying on the other side, heavy upon the earth by mortal frost. I saw Thymbraeus, Pallas saw, and Mars, still clad in armor round about their father, gaze at the scattered members of the giants. I saw at foot of his great labor Nimrod, as if bewildered, looking at the people who had been proud with him in Sennar. O Niobe, with what afflicted eyes thee I beheld upon the pathway traced, between thy 7 and 7 children slain. O Saul, how fallen upon thy proper sword didst thou appear there lifeless in Gilboa, that felt thereafter neither rain nor dew.
Damn it.
O mad Arachne, so I thee beheld, e'en then hath Spider, sad upon the shreds of fabric wrought in evil hour
I just gotta make sure I
thee.
don't fall in the lava.
O Rehoboam, no more seems to threaten thine image there, but full of consternation a chariot bears it off when none pursues. Displayed moreover the adamantine pavement, how unto his own mother made Alcmaeon costly appear the luckless ornament.
What the hell?
Displayed how
what
his
is with
own
this
sons
Mega
did throw
Man
themselves
stuff,
upon
though?
Sennacherib
Oh, you touched
within
the
temple,
spike, insta
and
death.
how, he being dead,
That wasn't
they
even
left
like
him
me,
there.
like falling on a
Displayed
spike.
the
That
ruin
was just
and the
me,
cruel
like,
carnage that Tamiris
ow, I'm
wrought,
dead.
when she to Cyrus said,
What is
blood
up with
didst
the
thou thirst for,
inferno
and with blood I
physics?
glut thee. Displayed how routed fled the Assyrians, after that Holofernes had been slain, and likewise the remainder of that slaughter. I saw there Troy in ashes and in caverns. O Ilion, thee how abject and debased, displayed the image that is there discerned.
Well,
Whoe'er of pencil master was, or style, that could portray the shades and traits which there would cause each subtle genius to admire. Dead seemed the dead, the living seemed alive. Better than I saw not who saw the truth. After that I trod upon while bowed I went. Now wax ye proud, and on with looks uplifted, ye sons of Eve, and bow not down your faces, so that ye may behold your evil ways. More of the mount by us was now encompassed, and far more spent the circuit of the sun than had the mind preoccupied imagined. When he, whoever watchful in advance was going on, began, lift up thy head, 'tis no more time to go thus meditating.
I guess I could have always just thrown him in the
Lo, there
lava,
an
but,
angel
you know.
who was making haste to come toward us. Lo, returning is from service of the day the 6th handmaiden. With reverence thine acts and looks adorn, so that he may delight to speed us upward. Think that this day will never dawn again. I was familiar with his admonition, ever to lose no time, so on this theme he could not unto me speak covertly. Towards us came the being beautiful, vested in white,
come
and in his
on.
countenance
Ow.
such as appears the tremulous
What?
morning star. His arms he opened, and opened then his wings. Come, said he, near at hand here are the steps, and
That
easy
was
from
deserved,
henceforth is
but-
the ascent.
So bitter
At
it
this
is.
announcement few are they who come.
So
O
bitter
human
as iron.
creatures born to soar aloft, why fall ye thus before a little wind? He led us on to where the rock was cleft. There smote upon my forehead
So
with his
bitter.
wings, then a safe passage promised unto me. As on the right hand to ascend the mount, where seated is the church that lordeth it over the well-guided above Rubaconti. The bold abruptness of the ascent is broken by stairways that were made there in the age when still were safe the ledger and the stave. E'en thus attempered is the bank which falls sheer
I didn't
downward
even
from
fall
the second
off
circle
there.
there. But on this side and that the high
Oh,
rock
well.
braes. As we were turning thitherward our persons, Beati pulpere spiritu, voices sang in such wise the speech could tell it not. Ah me, how different are these entrances from the infernal, for with anthems here one enters, and below with wild laments. We now were hunting up the sacred stairs, and it appeared to me by far more easy than on the plain it had appeared before. Whence I, my master, say what heavy thing has been uplifted from me, so that hardly aught of fatigue is felt by
Oh, I
me in
guess I
walking.
can't just,
He
throw
answered,
you in the
when the
lava
peas
when
which
you're
have
not
remained
close to
still on
death.
thy face almost
There
obliterate,
we go.
shall
Now you're
wholly,
dead.
as the first one is, be erased. Thy feet will be so vanquished by good will, that not alone they shall not feel fatigue, but urging up will be to them delight. Then did I, even as they do who are going, with something on the head to them unknown, unless the signs of others make them doubt. Wherefore the hand to ascertain is helpful, and seeks and finds, and doth fulfill the office which cannot be accomplished by the sight. And
It's
with the fingers of
raining
the right hand spread,
gold.
I found but 6, the letters that had carved upon my
What?
temples he who bore the keys. Upon beholding which, my leader smiled.
I swear,
End of
the
Canto
things
12.
that get me about this game in a
Purgatorio,
bad way
Canto 13.
is like the platforming.
We were upon the summit of the
bits.
stairs, where for the second time is
Do
cut away
not
the
feel
mountain
all
which
the
ascending
time.
shriveth all. There in like
Great.
manner doth the cornice bind the hill all round, as does the first, save that its arc more suddenly is curved. Shade is there none, nor sculpture that appears, so seems the
Alright.
bank, and so the road seems smooth, with but the livid color of the stone.
Alright.
If to inquire we wait for people here, the poet said, I fear that peradventure too much delay will our election have. Then steadfast
Alright.
on the sun his eyes he fixed, made his right side the center of his motion, and turned the left part of
So
himself
I
about.
proved I can climb
O
up
thou
here.
sweet light, with trust in whom I enter upon this novel journey, do thou lead us, said he, as one within here should be led.
Decius Florus,
Thou warmest the world, thou shinest over it. If
Roman
other reason
procurator
prompt
of
not
Judea,
otherwise, thy rays
infamous
should
for his
evermore our
public
leaders
greed,
be.
splitting and
As much as
pairing
here is
innocent
counted for a
men.
mile, so much
for his own
already there
personal
have we
gain.
advanced, in little time by dint of
Okay,
ready
you
will.
go.
And towards us there were heard to fly, albeit they were not
Bye-bye.
visible, spirits uttering unto love's table courteous invitations. The first voice that passed onward in its flight, Venum non habent, said
Oh.
in accents loud and went reiterating it behind us.
I thought there was going to be
And
land
ere
under
it
there.
wholly grew
That's
inaudible
fine.
because of
Because I do
distance.
need, I want to get
Passed
that
another,
other Judas
crying,
coin.
I am Orestes.
Which is so
And it
weird
also
saying out
stayed
loud,
not.
like, yes, I need,
Oh,
like,
said I,
5,
Father,
7
these,
of
what
Judas's
voices are they?
special secret coins.
And even as I asked, behold
that
the
he's
third,
hidden all throughout
saying, Love
parts of
those from whom
Inferno.
ye have had evil. And the good master
let's
said,
go ahead
This circle
and-
scourges the sin of envy, and on that account are drawn from love the lashes of the scourge. The bridle of another sound shall be, I think that thou wilt hear it as I judge, before thou comest to the pass of pardon. But fix thine eyes athwart the air right steadfast, and people thou wilt see before us sitting, and each one close against the cliff is seated. Then wider at first mine eyes I opened. I looked before me, and saw shades with mantles, not from the color of the stone diverse. And when we were a little farther onward, I heard a cry of Mary, pray for us, a cry of Michael, Peter, and all saints. I do not think there walketh still on earth a man so hard that he would not be pierced with pity at what afterward I saw. For when I had approached so near to them, that manifest to me their acts became, drained was I at the eyes by heavy grief.
Alrighty, let's
Covered
try
with
this
sackcloth
again.
vile they seemed to me, and one sustained the other with his shoulder, and all of them were by the bank sustained. Thus do the blind, in want of livelihood, stand at the doors of churches asking alms, and one upon another leans
Take
his head,
the gold,
so that in
yes.
others pity soon may rise, not only at the accent of their words, but at their aspect, which no less implores. And as unto the blind the sun
See,
comes
I'm not gonna
not,
get greedy.
so to the shades of whom I just now
Which is
spake,
funny, 'cause I'm in the-
heaven's
we're in the
light will
greed
not
zone
be
right
bounteous
now.
of itself. For all their lids an iron wire transpierces, and sews them up, as to a sparhawk wild is done, because it will not quiet stay. To me it seemed in passing to do outrage, seeing the others without being seen, wherefore I turned me to my counsel sage. Well knew he what the mute one wished to say, and therefore waited not for my demand, but said, "Speak, and be brief and to the point."
Come on.
I had Virgilius upon that side of the embankment from which one may fall, since by no border 'tis engarlanded. Upon the other side of
I
me
hate
I had
these
the
fucking
shades
flying
devout, who
demons.
through the horrible seam pressed out the tears so that
Granted,
they bathed their cheeks.
I don't think you're not.
To them I turned me, and, O people certain, began I, of beholding the high light, which your desire has solely in its care. So may grace speedily dissolve the scum upon your consciences, that limpidly through them descend the river of the mind. Tell me, for dear 'twill be to me, and gracious, if any soul among you here is Latian, and 'twill perchance be good for him I learn it. O brother mine, each one is citizen of one true city, but thy meaning is,
What?
who may have lived in Italy a pilgrim.
No, come
By way
on.
of answer this I seemed to hear, a little
want that
farther on than where I
soul.
stood, whereat I made
Gimme.
myself still nearer heard.
All
Among
right.
the rest I saw a shade that waited in aspect.
I
and
want
should
that
anyone
coin,
ask how, its chin
and
it lifted
I want
upward
that
like
soul.
a blind
I'm
man.
gonna have to get the soul first,
Spirit, I
and
said,
then
who
traverse
stoopest to
back, get
ascend?
the coin.
If thou art he who did reply to me, make thyself known to me by place or name. Sienese was I, it
Or I
replied,
guess-
and with the others here to
guess we'll
recleanse
just
my
do this
guilty
first.
life, weeping to him to lend himself to us. Sapient I was not, although I Sapia was called, and I was at another's harm, more happy far than at my own good fortune. And that thou mayest not think that I deceive thee, hear if I was as foolish as I tell thee, the arc already of my years descending. My fellow citizens bare unto Calais were joined in battle with their adversaries, and I was praying God for what he willed. Routed were they, and turned into the bitter passes of flight, and I,
Alrighty.
the chase beholding, a joy received unequaled by all others, so that I lifted upward my bold face, crying to God, "Henceforth I fear thee not."
Well,
As did
once
the
we are
blackbird at the
done
little
with the
sunshine.
greed section,
Peace
I think we have
desired
to
with God at
officially
the
hit
extreme of my
halftime.
existence, and as yet would
Because
not
we
my
have
debt
now
have been
reached
by
6
penitence
hours
discharged,
of streaming.
had it not been that in remembrance held me Pier Petignano in his holy prayers, who out of charity was grieved for me. But who art thou, that into our conditions questioning goest? And hast thine eyes unbound, as I believe, and breathing dost discourse? Mine eyes, I said, will yet be here ta'en from me, but for short space, for small is the offence committed by their being turned
Come
with
on,
envy.
come on, yes, yes,
Far
yes.
greater is the fear wherein suspended my soul is of the torment underneath, for even now the load down there weighs on me. And she to me, who led thee then among us up here, if to return below thou thinkest? And I, he who is with me, and speaks not. And living am I, therefore ask of me, spirit elect, if thou wouldst have me move o'er yonder, yet my mortal feet for thee. Oh, this is such a novel thing to hear, she answered. That great sign it is God loves thee.
Well,
therefore
I
with
guess
prayer of thine
let's-
sometimes assist me. And I implore, by what thou most desirest, if e'er thou treadest the soil of Tuscany, well with my kindred reinstate my fame. Then wilt thou see among that people vain, who hope in Telamone, and will lose there more hope than in discovering the Diana. But there still more the admirals will lose. End of Canto 13. Purgatorio, Canto 14. Who is this one that
keep
goes about
going.
our mountain? Or ever death has given power of flight, and opens his eyes and shuts them at his will?
Come on.
I know not
Come
who,
on,
but know he's not
Dante.
alone. Ask him
Come
thyself,
on.
for thou art nearer to him. And gently, so that he may speak, accost him. Thus did two spirits, leaning towards each other, discourse about me there on the right hand, then held supine their faces to address me. And said the one, O soul that fastens still within the body, towards
Alright.
heaven art going, for charity console us, and declare, Whence comest, and who art thou? For thou makest us as much to marvel at this grace of thine, as must a thing that never yet has been. And
Alrighty.
I, through midst of Tuscany, there
We are
wanders
officially
a
through
streamlet
that
that is born in
puzzle.
Falterona, and not 100 miles of course suffice it. From thereupon do I this body bring, to tell you who I am
no.
were speech in vain, because my name as yet makes no great noise. And if well thy meaning I can penetrate with intellect of mine, then answered me, He who first spake, Thou speakest of the Arno. And said the other to him, Why concealed this one the appellation of that river, even as a man doth of things horrible? And thus the shade that questioned was of this himself acquitted. I know not, but truly 'tis fit the name of such a valley perish. For from its fountainhead, where is so pregnant the alpine mountain whence is cleft Peloro, that in few places it that mark surpasses, to where it yields itself in restoration, of what the heaven doth of the sea dry up, whence have the rivers that which goes with them.
Increases the
Virtue is like an
redemption
enemy
fill
avoided by all, as is a serpent, through misfortune of place, or through bad habit that impels them. On which account have so transformed their nature, the dwellers in that miserable valley, it seems that Circe has had them in her pasture. Mid ugly swine of acorns worthier than other food for human use created, it first directeth its impoverished way. Curs findeth it thereafter, coming downward, more snarling than their puissance demands, and turns from them disdainfully its muzzle. It goes on falling, and the more it grows, the more it finds the dogs becoming wolves, this maledict and misadventurous ditch. Descended then through many a hollow gulf, it finds the foxes so replete with fraud, they fear no cunning that may master them. Nor will I cease because another hears me. And well 'twill be for him, if still he mind him, of what a truthful spirit to me unravels. Thy grandson I behold, who doth become a hunter of those wolves upon the bank of the wild stream, and terrifies them all. He sells their flesh, it being yet alive, thereafter slaughters them like ancient beeves, many of life, himself of praise deprives. Blood-stained he issues from the dismal forest. He leaves it such 1,000 years from now. In its primeval state, 'tis not rewooded.
What's the demon's deal?
As at the announcement of impending ills, the face of him who listens is disturbed, from whate'er side the peril sees upon him. So I beheld that other soul, which stood, turned round to listen, grow disturbed and sad, when it had gathered to itself the word. The speech of one and aspect of the other had me desirous made to know their name, and question mixed with prayers I made thereof. Whereat the spirit which first spake to me began again, Thou wishest I should bring me to do for thee what thou'lt not do for me. But since God willeth that in thee shine forth such grace of his, I'll not be chary with thee. Know then that I Guido del Duca am. My blood was so with envy set on fire, that if I had beheld a man make merry, thou wouldst have seen me sprinkled o'er with pallor. From my own sowing such the straw I reap. O human race, why dost thou set thy heart where interdictive partnership must be? This is Rainier, this is the boast and honor of the house of Calvoli, where no one since has made himself the heir of his desert. And not alone his blood is made devoid, twixt Po and Mount, and seashore and the Reno, of good required for truth and for diversion. For all within these boundaries is full of venomous roots, so that too tardily by cultivation now would they diminish. Where is good Lizio, and Arrigo Monardi, Pier Traversaro, and Guido di Carpigna? O Romagnoli in the bastards turned, when in Bologna will a Fabro rise? When in Faenza Bernardine di Fosco, the noble scion of ignoble seed? Be not astonished, Tuscan, if I weep, when I remember with Guido da Prada, Ugolin Diazzo, who was living with us, Frederick Tignoso and his company, the house of Traversara, and the Anastagi, and one race and the other is extinct. The dames and cavaliers, the toils and ease that filled our souls with love and courtesy.
Alright, here we go again, our favorite combo. X.
O Bretinoro, why dost thou not flee? Seeing that all thy family
still the
is
same.
gone, and many people not to be corrupted.
Bye-bye!
Now
I am
and
the
ill does
Digimaster.
Trafficaro and Conio worse, in talking trouble to beget such counts.
Digimon.
Will do well the Pagani, when their devil shall have departed, but not therefore pure will testimony of them e'er remain. O Ugolin de Fantoli, secure thy name is, since no longer is awaited one who, degenerating, can obscure it. But go
That's
now,
right,
Tuscan,
Greymon.
for it now
Take him
delights
down.
me to weep far better than it does to speak.
You're my
so
favorite
much has our
Digimon,
discourse
you know that?
my mind distressed. We were aware that those beloved souls heard us depart, therefore, by keeping silent, they made us of our pathway confident. When we became alone by going onward, thunder when it doth cleave the air, appeared, a voice that counter to us came, exclaiming, Shall slay me whosoever findeth me, and fled as the reverberation dies, if suddenly the cloud asunder bursts. As soon as hearing had a truce from this, behold another with so great a crash that
Here
it
we go.
resembled thunderings following fast. I am Aglarus, who became a stone.
All right, Virgil,
And
I
then,
see
to press
you.
myself
What we
close to
got?
the poet, I backward and not forward took a step. Already on all
Beneath
sides
the
air was
moon.
quiet, and said he to me, that was the hard curb that ought to hold a man within its bounds. But you take in the bait so that the hook of the old adversary draws you to him, and hence availeth little curb or call. The heavens are calling you
That's
and
right.
wheel
They're-
around
they're-
you,
they're a
displaying
bunch
to
of
you their
silly
eternal
billies.
beauties, and still your eye is looking on the ground. Whence he who all discerns chastises you.
Let's see.
End of Canto 14. Purgatorio, Canto 15.
What we got
As
here?
much as twixt the close of the third hour and dawn of day appeareth of that sphere, which I in
All
fashion
right,
of a
a
child
coin.
was playing, so much it now appeared towards the night was of his course remaining to the sun. There it was evening, and 'twas midnight here. And the rays smote the middle of our faces, because by us the mountain was so encircled that straight towards the west we were now going. When I perceived my forehead overpowered beneath the splendor far more than at first, and stupor were to me the things unknown. Whereat towards the summit of my brow I raised my hands, and made myself the visor which the excessive glare diminishes. As when from off the water, or a mirror, the
What do we
sunbeam
got
leaps up to
here?
the opposite side, ascending upward in the self-same
X-Man!
motion, that it descends and deviates as far from falling of a stone in line direct, as demonstrate experiments.
Watch out for
in
me!
art.
I'm bad
So
to
it
the
appeared
bone.
to me that by a light refracted there before me I was smitten, of which account my sight was swift to flee.
My sight's swift to flee too
What
when
is
I'm
that,
dealing
Father
with
Sweet,
Axemen.
from which I cannot so fully screen my sight that it avail me? Said I, and seems toward us to be moving. Marvel thou not, if dazzle thee as yet the family of heaven, he answered me. An angel 'tis, who comes to invite us upward.
You're welcome.
Soon will it be that to behold these things shall not be grievous, but delightful to thee, as much as nature fashioned thee to feel. When we had reached the angel Benedict, with joyful voice he said, Here, enter into stairway far less steep than are the others.
All right, I have.
We mounting were already thence departed, and Beati Misericordis was behind us sung, Rejoice, thou that o'ercomest. My master and myself, we two alone, were going
Okie
upward,
dokie.
and I thought, in going, some profit to acquire from words of his. And I to him directed me, thus asking, What did the spirit of Romagna mean, mentioning interdict and partnership?
Let's see. the
Whence he to
health
me, of his own
bar.
greatest failing he knows the harm, and therefore wonder not if he reprove us, that we less may rue it. Because are thither pointed your desires, whereby
Dante
companionship
can
each
take
share is
5%.
lessened.
Wow,
Envy
a
doth
whole
fly the bellows to your
5%.
sides.
Goody goody.
But if the love of the supernal sphere should upwardly direct your aspiration, there would not be that fear within your breast. For there,
Let's see.
as much the more as one says our,
I
so
think
much the
that
more of
sound was
good
my,
each one
once
possesses,
again, I think the food
and more
cam
of
is once
charity
again
in that
off. Let's
cloister
check.
burns.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I am more hungering to be satisfied, said I,
I'll have to
than if I
turn
had
it back
before
on in a
been
moment.
silent, and more of doubt within my mind I gather. How can it be that boon distributed, the more possessors can more wealthy make therein, than if by few it be possessed? And he, to me, because thou fixest still thy mind entirely upon earthly things, thou pluckest
Let's
darkness
see.
from the very light. That goodness infinite and ineffable, which is above there, runneth into love, as to a lucid body comes the sunbeam. So much it gives itself as it finds ardor, so that as far as charity extends, o'er it increases the eternal valor. And the more people thitherward aspire, more are there to
seems
love
like a
well,
very-
and more they love there, and as a mirror one reflects the other. And if
I could
my
probably use more
reasoning
health,
appease thee
actually.
not, thou shalt see Beatrice,
Yeah,
and
look
she
at
will
that.
fully take from thee this
Beautiful.
and every other longing. Endeavor then that soon may be extinct, as are the two already, the 5 wounds that close themselves again by being painful. Even as I wished to say, Thou dost appease me, I saw that I had reached another circle,
Alrighty.
so that my eager
I
eyes
sure did
made
that
me
thing.
keep silence.
I sure did that
There
thing.
it appeared to me that in a vision, ecstatic on a sudden, I was rapt, and in a temple many persons saw, and at the door a woman, with the sweet behavior of a mother, saying, Son, why in this manner hast thou dealt with us? Lo, sorrowing, thy father and myself were seeking for thee. And as here she seized, that which appeared at first had disappeared. And I beheld another with those waters, adown her cheeks with grief distills whatever from great disdain of others it had borne. and saying, If of that city thou art lord, for whose name was such strife among the gods, and whence
These
doth
guys
every
are all
science
bullying
scintillate,
me. That's not fair.
avenge thyself on those audacious arms that clasped our daughter.
Only
O
I'm allowed to bully.
And the Lord seemed to me benign and mild, to answer her with aspect temperate. What shall we do to those who wish us ill, if he who loves us be by us condemned?
Need you to
And
stop
then
doing
saw I
that.
people hot in fire of wrath, with stones a young man slain clamorously, still crying to each other, Kill him! Kill him!
Kill him.
And
That's
I saw
right.
bow
Kill
down
him.
Because of death that weighed already on him, to the earth, but of his eyes made ever gates to heaven, imploring the high Lord so in great strife that he would pardon those his persecutors with such an aspect as unlocks compassion. Soon as my soul had outwardly returned to things external to it which are true, did I my not false errors recognize. My leader, who could see me bear myself like to a man that rouses him from sleep, exclaimed, What ails thee that thou canst not stand, but hast been coming more than half a league, veiling thine eyes, and with thy legs entangled, in guise of one who wine or sleep subdues? O my sweet father, if thou listen to me, I'll tell thee, said I.
Great.
What
I was happy
appears
not
to me
dealing
when
with you
my
for a
legs were
while.
taken away, and he, if thou shouldst have 100 masks upon thy face, from me would not be shut thy cogitations, howsoever small. What thou hast seen was what thou mayest not fail to open thy heart into the waters of peace, from which the eternal fountain are diffused. I did not ask what ails thee, as he does who only looketh with the eyes that see not when of the soul bereft the body lies, but asked it to give vigor to thy feet. Thus must we needs urge on the sluggards, slow to use their wakefulness when it returns. We passed
There we
along,
go.
athwart the twilight, peering
That's it.
forward as far as ever I could stretch.
Entering
Against the
bye-bye
sunbeams
mode.
serotonin
Bye-bye.
lucent.
Bye-bye.
And lo, by
Bye-bye.
slow degrees a smoke approached in our direction, somber as the night. Nor was there a place to hide oneself therefrom.
I'm guessing this is
This
our boss
of our
battle
eyes
here
and the pure air
in the
bereft us.
greed zone,
End of
in the
Canto
greed
15.
land.
Purgatorio, Canto 16. Darkness of hell, and of a night deprived of every planet under a poor sky, as much as may be tenebrous with cloud. Ne'er made unto my sight so thick a veil, as did that smoke which there enveloped us, nor to the feeling of so
All
rough
right,
a
time to
texture.
take my Jolly
For not
Rancher
an eye it
juice.
suffered to stay open, whereat mine escort, faithful and sagacious, drew near to me and offered
And
me
my
his
purple
shoulder.
Gatorade.
Even as a blind man goes behind his guide, lest he should wander, or should strike against
guess
aught
I-
that may harm or
I might as well
peradventure
just
kill him.
increase my wisdom.
So went I through the bitter and foul air,
Except I can't.
listening unto my leader, who said only, Look that from me thou not be separated. Voices I heard, and every one appeared to supplicate for peace and misericord, the Lamb of God, who takes
Alrighty.
away our sins. Still, Agnus Dei their exhorting was.
Boom!
One
Alrighty.
word there was in all, and meter one, so that all harmony appeared among them. Master, said I, are spirits those I hear? And he to me, Thou apprentice truly, and they the knot of anger go unloosing. Now who art thou that cleavest through our smoke, and art discoursing of us, even as though thou
Alrighty.
didst by Callan still divide the time? After this manner by a voice was spoken, whereon my master said, Do thou reply, and ask if on this side the way go upward. And I, O creature that dost cleanse thyself to return beautiful
It is
to
pretty
him who
cool
made
if
thee,
I drop the
thou
flying
shalt
enemies
hear
in the lava,
marvels
they
if thou
just
follow
die.
me.
That's pretty rad.
Thee will I follow as far as is allowed me, he answered, and if smoke prevent our seeing, hearing shall keep us joined instead thereof.
Come on.
Thereon began
Go.
I,
Go bye-bye.
with that swathing band which death unwindeth, am I
Did
going
I,
upward,
I went bye-bye.
and
They
hither
knocked
came
me.
I through the
They knocked me out
infernal
of the
anguish.
level. God.
And if God in his grace has me enfolded, so that he wills that I behold his court, by method wholly out of modern usage, conceal not from me who ere death thou wast, but tell it me, and tell me if I go
Alrighty.
right for the
Telleth
pass,
me.
and be thy words our escort. Lombard was I, and I was Marco called. The world I knew, and loved that excellence, at which has each one now unbent his bow. For mounting
Let's
upward
see.
thou art going right. Thus he made answer and subjoined, I pray thee to pray for me when thou shalt be above. And I to him, my faith I pledge to thee, to do what thou dost ask me, but am bursting inly with doubt, unless I rid me of it. First it was simple, and is now made double by thy opinion, which makes certain to me, here and elsewhere, that which I couple with it. The world, forsooth, is utterly deserted by every virtue, as thou tellest me, and with iniquity is big and covered. But I beseech thee point me out the cause, that I may see it, and to others show it. For one in the heavens
Alright, I
and here
probably
below
need to take
one
you
puts
out
it.
first. That's my
A sigh
assumption.
profound that grief forced him to eye. He first sent forth, and then began he, Brother, the world is blind, and sooth thou comest from it. Ye who are living every cause refer still upward to the heavens, as if all things they of necessity moved with themselves. If this were so, in you would be destroyed free will, nor any justice would there be in having joy for good, or grief for evil. The heavens your movements do initiate, I say not all, but granting that I say it, light has
Alright.
been given you for good and evil.
Go to good boy.
And free
Go to the good boy
volition,
zone.
which, if some fatigue in the first battles with the heavens it suffers, afterwards conquers all.
Oh, there's more than
if
one of you
well
now.
his
Alright.
nature. To greater force and to a better nature, though free ye subject are, and that creates the mind in you the heavens have not in charge. Hence, if the present world doth go astray, and you the cause is, be it sought in you, and I therein will now be thy true spy. Forth from the hand of him who fondles it, before it is, like to a little
Come
girl,
on.
weeping and laughing in her childish sport, issues the simple soul that nothing knows, save that, proceeding from a joyous maker, gladly it turns to that which gives it pleasure. Of trivial good at first it tastes the
Good
savor,
boy
is cheated by
zone.
it, and runs
Good
after
boy
it, if
zone.
guide
Go to
or
the good
rein
boy
turn
zone.
not
There we go.
aside its love. Hence it behooved laws for a range of place, behooved a king
Woo!
to have, who at the least of the true city should discern the tower. The laws exist, but who sets hand to them? No one, because the shepherd who proceeds can ruminate, but cleaveth not the hoof. Wherefore the people that perceives
Alright,
its
good boy
guides
zone.
strike only
Good boy
at the
zone.
good for which it hankers, feeds upon that, and farther seeketh not. Clearly canst thou perceive that evil guidance the cause is that has made the world depraved, and not that nature is corrupt in you. Rome, that reformed the world, accustomed was two sons to have,
Alrighty.
which one rode, and the other of God and of the world, made manifest. One has the other quenched, and to the crosier the sword is joined, and ill beseemeth it that by the main force one with the other go.
What?
Because being joined, one feareth
What?
not the other. If thou believe not,
How did
think
that
upon the
happen?
grain, for by its seed
It
each
was
herb
a
is
ledge.
recognized.
Jump on the
In the
ledge.
land laved by Poe and Adige, valor and courtesy used
Oh
to be
my
found,
God.
before that Frederick had its controversy. Now insecurity can pass that way, whoever will
This fucking
abstain
game,
through
man,
sense of
I
shame
swear.
from speaking with the good or drawing near them.
And I gotta
True,
do this
3
all
old
over
men are
again.
left, in whom upbraids the ancient age the new, and late they deem it that God restore them to the better life. Corrado da Palazzo, and good Gerardo, and Guido da Castel, who better named is, in fashion of the French, the simple Lombard. Say thou henceforward that the Church of Rome, confounding in itself two governments, falls in the mire and soils itself in burden. O Marco mine, I said, thou reasonest well, and now discern I why the sons of Levi have been excluded from the heritage. But what Gerardo is it, who as a sample of a lost race thou sayest has remained in reprobation of the barbarous age? Either thy speech deceives me, or it tempts me, he answered me.
And I
for speaking Tuscan to me.
They
it
pushed me
seems
in the
as if
lava.
Gerardo
These
not thou knowest.
meanies. God.
By other surname do I know him not, unless I take it from his daughter Gaia. May God be with you, for come I no farther. Behold the dawn that through the smoke rays out, already the whitening, and I must depart. Yonder the angel is, ere he appear. Thus did he speak, and would no farther hear me.
Okay.
End of Canto 16. End of Purgatorio, Canto 12 to 16.
Alrighty, that is another
This
point
is a
for
LibriVox
books.
recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more
70.
information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Crispin, Jefferson.
Alrighty, so that was 10. Okay, now we are still on Purgatorio, 16 through 21.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kelly Bashir of Mattapoisett, Massachusetts. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Canto
Okay.
17 to Canto 21.
I'm still
Canto
mad that I beat
17.
this, and they
Remember,
did some
reader,
bullshit
if
of me
ever in
not
the
being able to
Alps
climb
a
up a
mist
ledge all of a
overtook thee,
sudden. I think that
through
was
which thou couldst see, not otherwise than through its membrane roll, how, when the vapours humid and condensed begin to dissipate themselves, the sphere of the sun feebly enters in among them, and thy imagination will be swift in coming to perceive how I resaw the sun at first that was already
Okay,
setting.
I gotta get away from that
Thus,
corner,
to the
because I might get
faithful
pushed off
footsteps of
into
my
lava
master
and instantly
making my
die.
known, I issued from that cloud to raise already dead on the low shores. O thou imagination that dost steal us so from without sometimes, that man perceives not, although around may sound 1,000 trumpets. Who moveth thee, if sense impel thee not? Moves thee a light, which in the heaven takes
Good boy,
form
Zone.
by self or by a will that downward guides it. Of her impiety who changed her form into the bird that most delights in singing, in my imagining appeared the trace. And hereupon my mind was so withdrawn within itself, that from without there came nothing that then might be received by it. Then reigned within my lofty fantasy one crucified, disdainful, and ferocious in countenance, and even thus was dying. Around him were the great Ahasuerus, Esther his wife, and the just Mordecai, who was in word and action so entire. And even as this image burst asunder of its own self in fashion of a bubble, in which the water it was made of fails, there rose up in my vision a young maiden,
Alright, so
bitterly
I
weeping,
should probably
and she said, O queen, why hast thou
replenish
wished
my
in
health as
anger to be
well.
not? Thou slain thyself, Lavinia, not to lose. Now hast thou lost me. I am she who mourns, mother, at thine
I
heir
am
at
she who
another's
mourns.
ruin.
I am he who mourns
As sleep is
over me
broken,
getting
when upon a
owned
sudden
so
new
much.
light strikes in upon the eyelids closed, and broken quivers ere it dieth wholly, so this imagining of mine fell down, as soon as the effulgence smote my face, greater by far than what is in our wont. I turned me round to see where I might be, when said a voice, Here is the passage up, which from all other purposes removed me, and made my wish so full of eagerness to look and see who was it that was speaking. It never rests till meeting face to face. But as before the sun, which quells the sight, and in its own excess its figure veils, even so my power was insufficient here. This is a spirit divine, who in the way of going up directs us without asking, and who with his own light himself conceals. He does with us as man doth with himself, for he who sees the need and waits the asking blindly leads already towards denial. Accord we now our feet to such inviting, let us make haste to mount ere it grow dark, for then we could not till the day return. Thus my conductor said, and I and he together turned our footsteps to a stairway, and I, as soon as the first step I reached,
Alrighty.
perceived a motion
boy,
as
Zone.
of wings, and fanning in the face, and saying, Vieti pacifici, who are without ill anger. Already over us were so uplifted the latest sunbeams which the night pursues, that upon many sides the stars appeared. O manhood mine, why dost thou vanish so? I said within myself, for I perceived the vigour of my legs was put in truce. We at the point were where no more ascends, the stairway upward, and were motionless, even as a ship which at the shore arrives. And I gave heed a little, if I might hear aught whatsoever in the circle knew, then to my master turned me round and said,
Come on.
Say, my sweet father, what delinquency is purged here in the circle where we are? Although our feet may pause not thy speech. And he to me, The love of good remiss in what it should have done is here restored. Here
that's
plied again
one.
the ill-belated oar. But still more openly to understand, turn unto me thy mind, and thou shalt gather some profitable fruit from our delay. Neither creator nor creature ever, son, he began, was destitute of love, natural or spiritual,
No.
and thou knowest it. The natural was ever without error, but err the other may by evil object,
Don't kick me off the
or
lava.
by too much, or by too little vigor. While in the first it well directed is, and in the second moderates itself, it cannot be the cause of sinful pleasure. But when to ill it turns, and with more care or lesser than it ought, runs after good, gainst the Creator works his own creation. Hence thou mayst comprehend that
Alrighty.
love must be the seed within yourselves of every virtue, and
Keeping
every
an eye
act
on
that
this
merits
thing.
punishment. Now, inasmuch as never from the welfare of its own subject can love turn its sight, from their own hatred all things are secure, and since we cannot think of any being standing alone, nor from the first divided, of hating him, is all desire cut off. Hence, if, discriminating, I judge well, the evil that one loves is of one's neighbour, and this is born in 3 modes in your play. There are, who by abasement of their neighbour hope to excel, and therefore only long that from his greatness he may be cast down. There are, who power, grace, honour, and renown fear they may lose because another rises, thence are so sad that the reverse they love. And there are those whom injury seems to chafe, so that it makes them greedy for revenge, and such must needs shape out another's harm. This threefold love is wept for down below. Now of the other will I have thee here, that runneth after good with measure faulty. Each one confusedly a good conceives, wherein the mind may rest and longeth
Shaking
for
right
it.
now.
Therefore to
I might have to
overtake
take
it
a
each one
break,
strives.
like screaming a pillow.
If languid love
the
to look on this
platforming
attract you, or in
bullshit this
attaining
game
unto it
forces
this
me,
cornice,
like, to rub off
after
the
just
wrong way
penitence
or
torments
something.
you for it. There's other good that does not make
Like,
man
for one,
happy.
the camera
'Tis
here.
not felicity, 'tis not the good essence of every good the fruit and root. The love that yields itself too much to this above us is lamented in 3 circles. But how tripartite it may be described, I say not that thou seek it for thyself. End of Canto 17.
Finally.
Canto 18.
Okay.
An end
We're
had
gonna
put unto
pause
his
for a
reasoning
moment,
the lofty
'cause-
teacher, and
Is very important thing. Very important thing. Very important thing. It's halftime. It's halftime, y'all. And I'm so excited. I'm so excited that it's halftime. Technically, it's been past halftime for a while, but it's halftime, and you can't believe, who I heard we're getting. So, word on the street in the Super Bowl is that SpongeBob SquarePants is going to come and perform Sweet Victory just like he did in the Bubble Bowl all those years ago. And I think we got a cam of it right now. I'm so excited. Here's the cam. Any second now, that football field is going to open up and SpongeBob's going to come right out. Any second now. Any second now. SpongeBob's just going to come right on out. SpongeBob's going to come on right out. Oh my god, I can't wait for SpongeBob to come out. He's going to come, right? They promised me they promised me on Twitter that SpongeBob was going to come. I know we were late, but you'd think SpongeBob would stick around, I'm starting to... Oh dear. Those fuckers. Can't believe they would betray me again! SpongeBob, why won't you perform for me? Oh, SpongeBob. SpongeBob! SpongeBob, why? Why, SpongeBob? God. This is the worst. This is the worst, SpongeBob. This is the worst. I guess we gotta move on.